Hey, welcome back to the Crash Space. My name is Andre. Thanks so much for tuning in. It's November 30th, 2025, the last day in November. We'll never get this one back, but that's why we're gonna do a good job with it. How's everyone doing today? Sorry, we're about like 20 minutes late today. We're streaming Sunday mornings for about 3 hours. Yeah, we're just a bit late. For what it's worth, next week we won't be streaming in the morning. We'll be doing Sunday evening, I believe. Wait, maybe that's not right. I'll double check. Hold on, I probably should have known this. No, I think we're probably gonna be in the morning. Anyways, how's everyone doing? Good afternoon from the UK. Joey, how's your Sunday been? Welcome to the stream. Hey, Eric, happy Sunday, Xmas tree decorating day here. Yeah, this last week was American Thanksgiving. If you're in the States, hopefully you had a good holiday. Whatever you're doing, hopefully you're well. I know for some people, that's like the point where you can start decorating for Christmas if you do that. So enjoy that. Putting the tree up is probably pretty good fun. Space is crashing. Hey, Lucy. How often do you play champions with others, and how do you like the multiplayer game versus solo? Ooh, good question. I play 90% of my Marvel Champions games solo. In fact, Eric, wow, you baited me really well. We went over last week, we did some stats, and I collected a whole bunch of stats with Marvel Champions. I want to say really quickly, we're only going to spend 2 minutes on the stats because we spent a lot of time on stats last week where we played our 1000th game. It was a really good stream, but those stats were not the best, and they were actually technically slightly wrong, which is unfortunate. So last night I went through and did better stats where you actually see like win rates across different difficulties. And there's some really interesting stuff here. We won't go through it too much, but like a lot of my heroes that you see really high win rates, some of them I've never played on expert. Like firstly, Iron Man, can I click on this? Yeah. Iron Man had some incorrect numbers reported. It turns out there's a whole bunch of Iceman games that were reported as Iron Man games, but I've never played Iron Man on expert. And that's something I need to like look at. Overall, my expert win rate's higher than my standard win rate. And that's largely because when I play standard, I'm usually playing the precons and they're all over the place in terms of power level. Regardless, the question was, how often do I play multiplayer? And the answer is about 1 out of every 10 games. So not a lot. Where's my mouse? Oh, apparently I just can't go over there. Okay. The data is right there. You see it here. It says 2-player, 3-player. I made this too wide now that we can't get to it. Yeah, sorry, it's hard to fix. But imagine that the numbers say 910 solo plays, 78 2-player games, and only about like 9 3-player games. I've never played 4-player as much as I ran it, learned to play game once. Yeah, I play with my partner Maddie, and we play when a new campaign comes out. We usually run through it once or maybe sometimes twice. Playing 2-player, usually playing the heroes that they come with. I'll build decks kind of based off the precons, and it's really fun. I think this game actually probably in some ways, I wouldn't say the best, but maybe is the best in 2-player. Just because you don't have to be able to do everything. You can specialize your deck. This game has a really cool action system where your teammate can do an action on your turn, and player order matters. And there's a bunch of heroes that their cards are built for multiplayer. And there's certain cards that are better in multiplayer, just as the same way as there's certain cards that are better in solo. You can play two-handed. I've never done that. It feels like a lot of work. Solo is still really satisfying. It can be unforgiving. It's like really, really punishing sometimes. It's very swingy. Certain campaigns or scenarios are not really well balanced around solo, if you ask me. But yeah, I would recommend playing 2-player as much as you can, actually. It's really quite fun. And the turns are relatively quick, especially, again, when you can ask for help during your turn. They're pretty fast. Been a lovely Sunday, exchanged Secret Santa gifts, and got more Marvel Champions. Yo, what you get? That's awesome. I don't know if that was meant to be a surprise or you have like a list somewhere. Always getting new stuff. I have some good fond memories. Like we talked about this last week. I got Mutant Genesis for Christmas many moons ago. That like really helped me get deeper into the game. I got the Wrecking Crew once for Christmas, which is just like a thing that was on a list of things that I didn't have. Wrecking Crew is like not worth much, but it was a really thoughtful gift, and I enjoyed playing Wrecking Crew. Yo, Jello, how's it going? How's your Sunday? Okay, so one of the things that came up during their data, and mind you, the new improved stats are linked below if you want to look at them, is Falcon. Falcon came out in this last wave, and there was a lot of interesting discourse around Falcon. I think as soon as Falcon came out, there was a bunch of posts on like r/Marvel Champions on Reddit where people were saying like, is Falcon the worst hero? I think Falcon might be one of the best heroes they've ever printed. And, you know, some of this is actually going to scale on player count. Both, I think Falcon might be, I can't even tell, might be better as a support character in multiplayer, but also in solo, you have a lot of ability because you have the ability to control the encounter deck. And if you've seen things like Arkham Horror, the ability to control the encounter deck sometimes can just totally break the game because most of the unknown things that happen to you are through the encounter deck. And sure, as long as your table presence is okay, this is what gets you. And Falcon doesn't get got by this. It's tricky. A lot of your cards seem underpowered. He doesn't have a lot of tools. Like a lot of his events, for instance, don't give him a lot of reach. The way that a lot of other heroes have a bunch of events baked into their kit. You get value from Falcon by being interesting, by being like thinky. And I haven't played a lot of Falcon games. I think this is what we learned from last week going through the stats. I only had 6 Falcon games played. At this point, it's 7 Falcon games. I did 1 testing game with this deck. But I'm convinced that Falcon might be one of the GOATs, but is also one of the most interesting heroes to play. I do think a lot of the last wave, when I'm looking at Falcon and Silk, are very, very thinky, very, very interesting hero kits. And I'm excited to dive more into this. So I'll explain what exactly we're doing here. Got Shuri, Black Panther, Magneto, and Kang. Oh, super cool. So that's like Shuri the Black Panther, right? Magneto and Kang. Kang is like really good. Kang, especially if you're playing solo, you think it wouldn't be great because it's built for like a multiplayer thing, but Kang solo is actually like really quite nice. Shuri I liked a lot more than I thought I would. She's very powerful, very consistent. Magneto I struggled with. A lot of people really like Magneto. I think Magneto comes with some really good leadership cards. But Magneto does make you feel like Magneto, which I think is, half the joy. Good. Just finished setting up my new monitor and waiting for my partner to get ready to go to breakfast with my mom. Yo, enjoy breakfast. What monitor did you get? Silk seems really interesting. Oh, and Silk. Yeah, Silk is really, really interesting. I would argue that you need to be set up to do anything cool, but once you're set up, it is really quite cool. I think Silk is very, 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 very thoughtful. All right, let's do a little breakdown on what this deck is. I've only played 1 testing game with it so far. We're at 41 cards. So hopefully today we figure out what that last card to cut is. Again, minimum deck size is 40. Maximum deck size in this game, I think, is 50 or 60. It might be 60, but generally you don't have good reasons to go over 40. There's very few decks that's a thing you should be doing. Falcon, good stats. 2/2 is already really nice. Having a 2 in your thwart stat is already a really good start when you're playing solo, because it means that if you thwart every second turn, barring advances and adding extra threat to the main schemes or side schemes, you're staying ahead of the 1 threat per turn. Already a good start. 2 defense is always kind of weird. It's not a great stat because a lot of times if you're defending for 2, that's kind of like you're tapping to recover for 2, which is not something you want to do, as much as sometimes jumping down to recover is a lot harder. So it's a bit better than it looks. But this is a protection deck, and we are going to be boosting our defense stat, and we're going to be blocking a fair bit. So that 2 defense will be useful. 2 attack is also not a bad spot. Now, this ability text is really good. It says, during the player phase, play with the top card of the encounter deck face up. That actually, I didn't know that pedal worked. So we have our encounter deck over here instead of usually it's in here because we need to see the top card. And I just want to say this at the top, and I'll remind us probably at least once more during the day, is that we're going to play with the top card face up. So we're going to see what the card is, but most importantly, also, we're going to see the boost icons. I think you can see this on the stream. Shout out, by the way, the stream is streamed at 1440p if you're watching it, if you're not on mobile, maybe. So the quality should be there to see these little things. But technically, during the villain phase, we're meant to flip the top card face down. I am just not going to do that because we know what this card is and we're going to assume that we have perfect memory. So I'm not going to be like, oh, villain phase starts, I'm going to flip this down. I don't care. We'll know what this is. This will generally be our boost card 90% of the time. So we'll just know what our boost card is. Okay. I'm not going to flip the next card over, which is an unknown card. But if we know the card going into the villain phase, I'm not flipping it down. That's all I'm saying. Now, Eagle Eye response. This is something I didn't trigger enough when I was playing Falcon. And it says after you play an aerial card, so after the card resolves, and we are a deck, I haven't checked, we probably have about 12 to 14 aerial cards, you can discard the top card of the encounter deck if you want. And this gives you full control over the top of the deck because Falcon's kit cares about the amount of icons on the top of the deck. So if you're looking for a lot of icons, and of course the top card of the deck doesn't have a lot of icons, you can just discard it. Now, discarding through the encounter deck will get you through to acceleration faster. There's something to be said about that. I do think I see acceleration on Falcon more than some other heroes, and that's because his kit's not very bursty, but you also have to just kind of attrition your way through the deck. I didn't pick this for this reason, but Green Goblin, or more accurately Mutagen formula, is one of the early scenarios. The encounter size of the early scenarios in Marvel Champions, the decks are really, really, really big. So we're probably not going to have to worry about that, but there are some encounters in modern sets like Age of Apocalypse where it's like maybe 20 cards. This is like feels like 50 cards. So who cares? The other thing about this is one of the cool things about playing protection is sometimes you want like high boost icons on top of the deck. But the cool thing is also if you have low boost icons on top of the deck, that's usually going to be the card that will be your boost either for an attack or for a thwart. And this is what I mean. There's so many powerful angles that Falcon is really, really strong, but they're all kind of quiet. They're all not like things where you look at this card to be like, oh, that's a cracked, the numbers are really, really good. But the idea is that in your solo, when you're jumping down, it's really hard to jump down because you don't know how much the villain is going to scheme for. And we always know what the villain's going to scheme for. If there's a 1 boost on top of the deck or a 0 boost on the top of the deck, heaven forbid, we can jump down to Alter Ego almost no matter what, because we know the villain's only going to scheme for 2. A lot of times that's the issue, is that the villain schemes for 3 boost, we're in a bad spot, and we don't know that for, every other hero. But here with Falcon, we have a bit more confidence. Now, it is true we're still going to draw an encounter card, and if this encounter card schemes, we have a problem. But that is like very much worth noting, is understanding the threat going to be added to the main scheme every turn if you jump down is worth a lot. And then equally, or at least kind of equally, is we know what the boost icon is when we're being attacked. So when we're deciding to block, or deciding to perfect block, or deciding not to block, we know exactly what sort of damage we're working with. This is so important. A lot of the turns in Marvel Champions, you have to make the right choices all the time. For a lot of players, that's the hard part of this game. And this choice now becomes so much easier because you're not working with the, oh, if this is a 3 boost, I die, but so I have to block it. But if it's a 1 boost, I'm totally fine. And I'd rather be ready. So just keep that in mind. Super powerful, super useful. We're going to use that ability as much as we can. Now, Alter Ego, 1 second. Where's Cerebro? I need to resize Cerebro, 1 second. Our Alter Ego ability, it's not bad. It actually looks a bit better than it is. It's a bit better than it looks, more accurately. So Birds of a Feather, as an action, you can discard a card from your hand. This is a limit once per round, and you will do it multiple times in a game. Search your deck and discard pile for a bird card and add it to your hand. Our deck has 2 bird cards. We're usually grabbing Falcon's Flock. There are sometimes you'll grab your Red Wing, your Hero's Kit ally, but majority of the time you're going to be getting Falcon's Flock. The thing about this, a lot of these setup abilities are pseudo setup abilities you see in some of the older heroes in Marvel Champions. You use them once, right? Like Captain America's shield, you grab it, you don't let go of it. Even for like, what's his name, Bucky Barnes, you'll grab the arm. You usually don't let go of it unless you're playing like a repurposed deck. So you don't often have to use this action more than once, but Sam Wilson will use this action more than once because it searches your deck and discard pile. So once we empty our Falcon's Flock, we can go get it back, and we will, because Falcon's Flock is really good. This is Falcon's Flock. Comes in for 2 costs. It's aerial. It's bird traded. It uses 5 bird counters and is one of the most interesting research generators in the whole game because it comes in with counters, which is odd for a research generator. And you can remove a bird counter to generate an energy resource for an aerial card, limit once per card. We have a lot of aerial cards in our kit. Most of Falcon's kits are aerial cards. We have a couple other aerial cards, but there's a bunch of wild things about this card. Firstly, the energy type doesn't really matter. But the big thing is that this does not exhaust. This is not limits 1 per turn. You can get this on turn 1, maybe, and play 5 other aerial cards, I guess. And then this saves so much money so much more quickly than other research generators. A lot of research generators generate a 1 a turn. This can generate 5 a turn. At that point, it's gone for sure. But that's why we'll jump down to Alter Ego and try and get it back, because this card is just so good. The monitor was the Samsung Odyssey G5. That means anything. 1440p, 180 hertz, which is the first monitor I have with more than 60 hertz. I am very much, as long as you have the hardware to support it, way above the 60 hertz gang. I've been on 144s for a long time, and I don't want to sound like that guy, but yeah, you can tell. Going back, you can definitely tell. So I think you'll enjoy it. If you have the machine to run it, oh my God, 140 plus hertz. I don't know if you need more than 144. 180 is fine. But like, yeah, 120, 144, you can totally tell. It's buttery. It's really, really nice. All right, Bird of Prey. If these are the cards that seem like they're the most important part of their kit, a lot of the times the burst events in any kit are super important and super kind of, they tell you what the kit's meant to work, how it's meant to work. But I would argue that these events that you have, these specific events, Bird's Eye View and Bird of Prey, are the least interesting part of Falcon's kit. This is a 2 for 4. And then you may discard the top card of the encounter deck to deal an additional damage to the number of icons on it, both boost and star icons. So this could be a 2 for 7. That's obviously very good. It's not consistent. And technically this card gets better on higher difficulties against harder villains because there's more boost icons in the deck. But usually this is a 2 for 5, 2 for 6, as much as, of course, we always know the top card of the deck during the hero phase, so we'll know exactly how good this is. And when you play another aerial card, you can discard the top card of the deck first to be able to get better icons. Just watch out, I'm like 99% sure that this is after you play an aerial card, you can discard the top card of the deck. So you can't play Bird of Prey, discard the top card of the deck, and then do its text. I believe this is after the entire card resolves. So it'll be after you finish Bird of Prey. So it's not entirely as intuitive as you think it is, but still pretty good. Similarly, Bird's Eye View, not that different at all. It's 3 threat for 2 and 1 additional for every icon if you choose to discard. These cards are kind of sleepy. They're not my favorite parts of the deck. Sometimes you do play them when they enter your hand, not inconsistently, but it's whatever. This card is so cool. This card's so cool. It's a defense event. So already you can play it at 0 cost and not exhaust, and you're considered defending, which is a nice start. There's a lot of good reasons to do that. And it says after an attacking enemy is given a face down boost card, which you will usually know what it is, usually. You can look at the next card on top of the encounter deck, and you may swap those 2 cards. Then you draw a card for every printed icon on the swapped cards boost area. This is also an aerial card, so after it resolves, you can now discard the top card of the deck if you don't want to draw that as an encounter card. That's a really cool angle I think I missed the first time we were playing Falcon. But if we're good at defending and the hero's now attacking us for 3 boosts, we draw 3 cards. And as long as we're okay defending and not taking a lot of damage anyways, this card just draws 3 and it lets you know what the encounter card coming up is. Sometimes you play this to dig for a good boost icon, but otherwise it's just kind of nice. And for 0 cost, there's a lot of places where you should just play this because on average, it just replaces itself and gives you more information and plays an aerial card. This is another generic-esque card, Battlefield Awareness. When Falcon, as a hero, uses a basic power, exhaust this, discard the top card of the deck. For every icon in it, get +1. You can use this for anything. You will know the top card of the deck. The only time that this becomes a bit of a question mark is if you're defending when the villain attacks, because during the villain phase, you don't often know the next card underneath the boost card. So that's the only time this is a question mark. But during the hero phase, this makes you attack for 4, attack for 5 consistently, and that's really quite good. It's also just another card that discards the top card of the deck, and sometimes you're just looking for the right card with the right icons, so that's great. I would say this card is pretty underwhelming. I think a lot of people don't like this. This is maybe my least favorite card in the kit. So after you resolve Falcon's eagle-eyed ability, so that's after you play an aerial card and you discard the top card, for each boost card on the discarded or boost icon on the discarded card, you can either ready a character control or stun an enemy. It's 2 cost. It's kind of expensive. It's also not an aerial card, which actually really does suck. This is one of the few cards in the kit that's not aerial, so you do play full cost for it, and that hurts. And this is a one-time shot, usually for a stun and a ready. That feels like it should be worth 2, but from my experience, I'm never excited to play this card. Sometimes it's great. Aerial Recon. This card is busted. Straight busted. In solo, this card is just buck wild. It sounds awful. It is one of the strongest things in the whole game. And this is what I mean about Falcon. It's like quietly these cards are so good. So as a hero, you can exhaust this and deal yourself a face down encounter card. Now you will know what that card is, and that means during the next phase, you'll have 2 encounter cards to draw through. As much as if you know what one is and you don't think it's bad, let alone you can prepare for it, that does help. When you do that, you place a recon counter on here, and then as an interrupt in hero or in alter ego, you can remove a counter to ignore being dealt your next encounter card. At a minimum, this bottom text doesn't exhaust, so you can always just grab an encounter card and then not draw the next encounter card, which means you're still just 1 for 1 and allows you to manipulate the top of the deck. That's whatever, super sleepy, but sometimes you just need to see the right boost icon, so this helps. But often what this is you'll grab easy encounter cards, and then in the mid to late game when you're trying to close a game out, if this has 3 or 4 counters on it, you just don't draw encounter cards anymore. That is so powerful for so many reasons. Not drawing encounter cards means you skip mostly half the villain phase, the important part of the villain phase, if you ask me. It means you can jump down to alter ego, know exactly what the villain is scheming for, not draw encounter cards. It means you can just like send it to the finish line. I'm not blocking anymore. I know I'm only going to take maybe 3 damage into 3 damage. I'll never see an encounter card again. This card is absurdly good, either for managing the top of the deck or for just like not drawing encounter cards at some point. Really, really good. It's so much better now, but I didn't want to replace my monitors until I needed to. Yeah, no, that's good. Shout outs to holding on to tech. That still works. I think that that is a good thing to be doing. Okay, this is actually the reason why I built the deck. And usually when I build a Marvel Champions deck, I look at one card in a kit that I think is really interesting and I want to build around it. And the card we picked today is Draw Their Fire. It's an aerial preparation. It costs 1 per player, which is the first time I think we've seen that on a hero card. So we'll be playing 1 for this. And it says after the villain phase begins, which is a timing I often forget, but I'll usually say we're going to do this. And then remember I have to done it right before the villain attacks, but we know the boost card. So whatever, give me some leniency here. It says you can discard this card, ends of preparation. Falcon does not exhaust to defend until the end of the phase. This card is so cool, and it's so much better in multiplayer, because in multiplayer, if you get your defense stat up, which is only 2 right now, you can defend for yourself without exhausting, you can defend for your teammate without exhausting, you can defend for a minion without exhausting, and that gives you a lot of value. Generally, if you just pop this to defend against the hero without exhausting, 1 for a ready is not the worst thing you can do. There are technically like cards that do that in protection. I don't play them, but that is a card you can play. But this card is so much better because you can set up to have minions. You can set up where the villain you know is going to multi-attack you because you know the top cards of the deck. You've set up encounter cards, and that's where this gets a lot of value. And so I built a deck around Draw Their Fire. One of the big things around Draw Their Fire is that we can play it over and over and over again by playing Practice Plan. Practice Plan is just such a good card. Okay, not you. Practiced because it says when a preparation would be discarded, added back to your hand. So we actually can set up situations where we're playing ready, draw their fire, excuse me, basically on every single turn. And that means we're never defending to block, or we're never exhausting to defend, but we're still defending every turn. And this is an interesting thing we can build around. And this is actually like the reason I really wanted to do this is this card. I've never played this card, and it's a card that is most definitely better in multiplayer. It says after a hero defends, it's attached, 0 cost upgrade attached to a minion, max 1 per minion. After a hero defends against attached minion's attack and takes no damage, deal 4 damage to attached minion. This card is not very good. Unless maybe you're playing against the Thunderbolts, this card is not fantastic. On paper, it should be really good. It's a 0 cost card that does 4 damage. However, exhausting to defend against minions is something you do very little in this game, particularly in solo, because it's very expensive. Generally, the villain's going to be hitting you for more damage. The minions are not going to be hitting you for a lot. So when you defend against a minion, unless you have a lot of synergy package, you're generally just like healing for 2. You're exhausting to recover for 2 functionally. And that's not very good. But in a world where we can exhaust without exhausting, this becomes free. So if we have a draw their fire on the table, we defend against the hero, or sorry, against the villain without exhausting. Then we defend against a minion without exhausting, take no damage. The minion blows up, and that's what we want to do. So we're playing 3 copies of this, which again, might still not be the most consistent. Luckily, we're playing against a villain that has a lot of small minions that we can attach this through. And they don't need to be small minions. They can be of any size. We just need minions consistently. So we did cherry pick a good scenario. But in my testing so far, this has been way more consistent than I thought it'd be. A 0 for 4 is just kind of really nice. And we're consistently drawing their fire as long as we get the setup and playing it over and over again. And that's what we want to do. Of course, where would we be if we're not playing Change of Fortune? This now becomes a 4 damage for 0 that draws 2 cards. It's absurd. Even on the turns without draw their fire, it's worth exhausting to defend the minion, because against the minion, because we know what the villain's going to attack us for, we're still drawing 2 cards, stopping all of the minions' damage, and doing 4 damage, which this deck doesn't have a lot of burst damage. It has a lot of consistent chip damage. So having these 4 bursts for minions looked really good in my testing so far, and that's what the deck's trying to do. Because we're blocking and taking no damage, and we're going to be blocking a lot, Unflappable only fires once because it exhausts, but if we take no damage after defending, we draw a card, which is great. Electrostatic Armor is also perfect for this for so many reasons. Electrostatic, I should have this. Because we are technically, this only gives you Retaliate if you're defending, and we are defending all the time because we're not blocking, so we get Electrostatic Armor to trigger off of everyone. Similarly, Hard to Ignore, a really good card. This only triggers if you defend and take no damage, remove a threat from the main scheme. We're only playing 2 copies of this. Maybe 1 is correct. I think 3 is too much in solo, unless you're playing against like Venom Goblin. But another good reason to get a benefit from defending, this is a perfect block deck without having to exhaust. We also have to make sure we're not taking damage. So we're playing Armored Vest, which I never know how I spell it. Spelled it the American way, +1 defense. And in our kit, we have Vibranium Microwave, which is such a good card as well. Hold on. Really? Why does that happen? Vibranium. I must have spelled this really wrong. Or maybe I wrote it as Microwave. I stored it as Microwave. This card gives us +1 defense. Now, this part of the bottom of the text is really good for a Change of Fortune deck. Unfortunately, it's a bit hard to trigger. It says when Falcon would take any amount of damage, and again, this happens when you don't exhaust. You don't have to be defending to take the damage more accurately. You can exhaust this to prevent 1 of that damage and then deal 1 damage to any enemy. It doesn't have to be the enemy that did the damage to you. The issue with this card that I found is that when our defense goes up to 4 by playing Armored Vest and Vibranium Microwave, the only way that this triggers is when the villain attacks us and the villain has a good boost. So we actually sometimes have to go out of the way to fish for a good boost, because this only triggers if we take 5 damage when we're blocking. Because when we block, we reduce the damage by 4, which means the villain has to hit us for 5 for this to have any text. So we have to watch out for that. Sometimes that means you won't block the villain just so you can trigger this and do some other stuff. But this card's kind of weird because it's good text. It's pseudo retaliate and it's pseudo +1 defense, but it only matters if the damage goes through. So we have to watch out for that. We're playing only a single copy for Ready for Fight, which is the least amount of Ready for Fights that I've played in a protection deck in a long time. It's also a preparation, so we can bounce it and play it over and over again. It's a good card. It's worth playing 1 of. It's like pseudo confuse. And then we have a bunch of these other interesting preparations that are all very, very good. Aerial Evacuation. You can play this or interrupt this. It's an upgrade. When any friendly character would take any amount of damage, you prevent all that damage and you jump down to Alter Ego. We can attach this to our allies and prevent consequential damage. We can just full block face tanks. Like we can full block massive attacks. This card is super, super flexible. I'm not very good at using it because I always keep it for a rainy day because it doesn't feel like we need it when we're defending for 4 and 5 consistently. But this card's really, really strong. And then we run into some aerial cards we're playing because they're good. 2 copies of Ever Vigilant. We're aerial. We need to play enough aerial cards in the deck. This is just such a good aerial card. For 2 costs, you ready your hero and remove 2 threat from the main scheme. Very, very good. Our deck is 41 cards. I don't know if cutting one of these is right. There's a reason that we have to play enough aerial cards, and that's just one of the best aerial cards that Protection has, let alone in the whole game. All right, we're on some allies. I'm only on 4 allies in this deck. That's not super weird for Protection, but the biggest thing is our ally slots are kind of permanent because these 2 allies are almost always on the table. Firstly, we have Red Wing. Red Wing is so much better than it reads. 2 cost Aerial Avenger, the other bird card we can get from our deck. We can exhaust Red Wing to return him to our hand, discard the top card of the deck, which will know how many icons, and based on the icons on it, we will do damage or remove threat equal to those icons. There are turns where you play Red Wing 5 times, and Red Wing does 10 damage. It's not the best, because generally you're paying 2 for 2 to 3 damage, which is not amazing in this game. But the fact that you have this like infinite resource sink that you can just spend your aerials and you can spend your Falcon's Flock on this card is so flexible. It technically also rips 2 cards off the top of the deck, because when you play Red Wing, you can do your ability with Eagle Eye to discard the top card of the deck. Then you can fire Red Wing to discard the top card of the deck, do damage, bring this to your hand. It gives you so much control on thwarting, on attacking. On turns where you're not Red Wing maxing, you usually play Red Wing, thwart for 1 or attack for 1, and then next turn return Red Wing to your hand, play Red Wing again. It's very, very, very good. I'm so impressed with Red Wing. I want to shout out to the Dumpster Dog. I'm at the point where I forget the Dumpster Dog's name. Does anyone remember Dumpster Dog's real name? But I've been so impressed by playing that 4-cost dog, neutral ally, in the last couple decks I've been playing. I don't think this deck is a good deck for it, but just having access to this like resource sink, that's a card you can always play from your heap, from your archives, from your discard pile whenever it's there, and it's just been really, really, really good. And Red Wing is kind of just like that. It's a card you can always play. Do you have 2 resources left? Just play Red Wing over and over again. It's phenomenal. Cannonball, he's really good. I think our deck has fewer aerial cards than some other Falcon decks I have built, but Cannonball usually just doesn't take consequential, because when you activate with Cannonball, you reveal your hand. As long as we have 1 or ideally 2 aerial cards, Cannonball just stays around. Very, very good, and that's why these 2 ally slots are almost always on the table unless something terrible happens or we're not set up, and then these are our flex ally slots. We have White Widow, who I'm kind of maybe convinced is too expensive. White Widow is really good, especially in a deck that we're running, I think like 5 or 6 preparations. Only the ones that have a cost really matter, but White Widow heals whenever we fire a preparation card based off the cost of the preparation. And we're trying to like play preparations over and over again. So that makes a fair bit of sense. It adds a bit of thwart to the deck. Last year playing Game B, I like Game B more than most, it seems. After you play Game B, you look at the top 3 cards of the deck and tuck away a card underneath here. You get stats equal to that card. We not only care about arranging the top of the deck with our own cards, but we'll know the top card of the deck. So Gambit consistently should be 3 boost, 3 cost, 3 thwart, 3 attack ally with 1 consequential, which in this game is very quite good. We have Soup Kitchen. I didn't like this card when it came out. The more I play it, the more I kind of like it. It is a lot all happening all at once. Now, this is one of the only few alter ego cards in the game that require you to exhaust your hero or your alter ego technically, which is more expensive than it looks. But then we can heal damage, so we get a free recovery. And the next ally support we play this phase has its cost reduced by 2. It's not bad. We have not that many allies. We have maybe a couple supports. It works really well when you pull Falcon's Flock, because Falcon's Flock is a support, so you can play your Falcon's Flock for free. Now, this is technically not a recovery, so you can do it at full health. So on turn 1, you can technically do it. You just have to watch out, because in theory, you're losing 2 thwart, but a lot of times, or 2 attack. A lot of times on turn 1, it doesn't matter. This card's okay. And then finally, we just have some research generators. This is probably one of the slots we cut because we already have Falcon's Flock. There's not that many decks that'll run 3 or 4 research generators. I think we're at 3 technically here, but our deck has a lot of resources and a lot of cheap 1-cost cards. So some of these doubles don't even line up that well. We have team building exercise, which allows us to play our 1 Avenger, but more accurately, it allows us to play our aerial cards cheaply. We have the Quinn Carrier because we are, in fact, an Avenger on our hero side, so that's nice. We have 3 copies of the Power of Flight because we have a lot of flight cards, and the art on this is gorgeous. And then we have Energy, Genius, and Strength. This is 41 cards. I think there's a chance that we end up cutting one of the doubles, one of the Power of Flights maybe. Maybe we get rid of the Quinn Carrier. I can't 100% tell, but the deck has mostly very cheap cards, so... A lot of 2-cost cards, though. Actually, a fair bit of 2-cost cards, but there's only 1 card in this deck, 2 cards in this deck that cost more than 2. So maybe the research generators aren't it. 2-cost cards are kind of require a research generator in this game, because if you have 5 hand sides, you can't play 2 2-cost cards. But we'll find out. 41 cards. And we'll just give this a big old shuffle, and we should be good to go. This deck has been so fun. It's so thinky. It's like really, really thoughtful. And I think it's the whole Silk approach where like I really appreciate playing a hero that I have a lot of control, and two people will play any turn incredibly differently. And by incredibly differently, like the tree gets really differently really quickly. Like whether you discard the first card or don't discard the first card, the second encounter card can be different, and that can change your plan. Like knowing also what encounter cards you have to play around and which ones are worth discarding, how many boost icons are in the deck. There's a lot going on here. But so far I felt like always in total control, especially if we set up quickly. And we have a couple setup cards for sure. Like we are an upgrade heavy defense deck. So our early turn, a lot of times we'll just like prioritize getting our upgrades down. And then we start like trying to retake the board. That can be difficult because Mutagen formula, we're going to be playing it, does give you like a lot of encounter cards on turn one. So sometimes you are behind. But let's talk about Mutagen formula really quickly. Okay. Unleashing the Mutagen. Welcome to the Mutagen formula. I think this will hit it. So we're playing stock standard. Mutagen formula, 26 cards. This deck is really big. There's 12 minions, which I think really helps for us. There's only one other scenario in here, scenario set, and that is Goblin gimmicks, which is mostly attachments and some treacheries. So they're not the worst. They're definitely no Goblin glider. So we might be in an okay spot. We're playing with Green Goblin 2 and 3 because we're playing on Expert. We're playing with all the recommended. We put a Goblin Thrall minion in play, engage with us. This is just one of the common minions. I think there's 3 or 4 different kind of minions in the deck. Goblin Thralls are the most common. They're just 1/1s that have guard. That's it. So not bad. Ideally, these get blown up by under controls, but it is, yeah, it's something we have to care about. And then we have to advance this to stage 1B. We have to shuffle in the counter deck, which we will because we see the top of it. So the back of this says, comes in with 2 threat. Mind you, there's 2 main schemes, so this completes as we don't lose. It gets 1 per turn, pretty standard. And it has a when completed text, which I don't actually think we see that on a lot of other main scenarios in this game. So it says Green Goblin has released, a toxic mutagen gas on New York City. When completed in player order, each player not engaged with the Goblin minion must discard 3 cards from the counter deck and put the first Goblin minion they discard this way into play, engage with them. So ideally 7 is not the highest threshold for solo. Like we'll probably will blow through this at some point, especially if we grab an advance. Green Goblin schemes for 2 in a card. Like that can be just tricky. We're playing on standard 3, so not advance. I forget Dark Designs, I believe it's called. So yeah, that might happen sooner than later. And then we might end up with more goblins. Speaking of more goblins, it's the greenest of goblins. Scheming for 2, attacking for 2. When revealed, deal 2 encounter cards. Now we don't see what these cards are, because we only get to see the top of the deck during the player phase, I believe is what it says, the hero phase. And force response, after Green Goblin's attacks and damages you, which if we're perfect blocking, this has no real text, place 1 threat on the main scheme. Technically, if you block with allies, also this doesn't have text, but it is very important text in, only 7 here. And that's it. Goblin Thrall has guard. I'll just give this a cut, and then we'll deal ourselves 2 encounter cards. We don't know what these are, but on turn 1, we'll be drawing 3 encounter cards. I said this earlier, normally we put this over here, but we need to see the top card of the deck. We're not going to see the top card of the deck during our mulligan, because our mulligan happens during setup, and all our alter ego ability, or more accurately, not only is it not during the setup, but we're not on the hero side. Only during the player phase and hero side do we get to see the top card of the deck. And with that, I believe we're off. Let me just make sure everything is good. I feel like when the stream starts, I'm just out of breath. I think I'm just having the first coffee. We ran out of coffee beans. These are the last coffee beans in the house. It's like 2 kinds of bags at the bottom. Fusion. But I think that's mostly it. Give me 1 second and we'll lock in. Okay, we don't need the mouse. We should be good. All right, let's do a mulligan. So what are we mulliganing for? We always have the ability to get our flock. So having a double in our hand is really good because our flock costs 2, and that's a good setup. Otherwise, we just won't get any of our important upgrades. In theory, on turn 1, we have a minion engage with us. So if we can get under control and block for the Goblin Thrall, again, that does a lot. Change of Fortune will be really good. Drawing our Draw Their Line, or Draw Their Fire, will be probably one of the best setup cards. Unflappable. We usually keep this card so good. Now all our defenses, which we want to defend against Green Goblin, we draw a card. Bird's Eye View, again, I said this before, these cards are not that great. There's only 2 threat, so I don't want to overpay to over threat. Like, who cares? It's fine. We have a Falcon's Flock. So this is interesting. You actually do discard this. The cool thing about alter ego abilities, you discard a card to go grab this from your bin or from your deck. So you might as well just draw deeper through your deck usually. And we will definitely not keep this because we can just trade any card for this card. So we're not going to keep it. Another Bird's Eye View. We're not keeping that. Up, and away. We're not keeping this. We don't hold on to defense events. So these don't get kept. And then our last card is Gambi, which I don't think we played Gambi. I think Gambi is a really good setup card, but on turn 1, there's not that much we want to do. If we play Gambi and get a 3 boost, we can deal with Goblin Thrall, but I think we're just going to throw these out. I need a Kleenex. Do we have one? Give me 1 second. That's better. All right, more cards. Vibranium Microwave. So this is technically, oh, not you. I put this under Microwave because I was too tired of typing. When Falcon would take any amount of damage, so in theory, Goblin Thrall, if it's going to hit us, we can take no damage and then do 1 damage back. I mean, it's good, but it's not that good because we're not blocking, so Unflappable doesn't fire, and we don't defeat it. Under Control needs you to defend, not just take attacks and not take any damage. You need to defend. So whatever, this is in our hand. Is Encounter Deck top card visible for Mulligan? It's not, for a couple of reasons. Firstly, our ability to see the top card of the deck is on our hero side, and we're currently Alter Ego. But also on top of that, this only happens during the hero phase or the player phase, they call it. Technically, setup is outside those phases. But most importantly, we're only Sam Wilson when the game starts. I love to be able to see the top card of the deck when we mulligan. It gives you a bit more choices. Armored Vest, yeah, it's fine. We technically can have all our defense now set up on turn 1. That helps because of Green Goblin's text. Practice Plan, easy to play. It's a 3 of in the deck, and there you are technically like pseudo unique, so we can throw it out if we don't want one. Talon Line, I didn't talk highly about this card. I don't think it's going to change our ideas. And ooh, Electrostatic Armor. So we didn't draw any doubles, which is not great because that means our deck has 6 doubles left in it, and that is sometimes draws really poor hands. So we have to only play a couple of these cards. Issue also with our hand is we've drawn literally 0 aerial cards. And I've never done this. I do think our deck has fewer aerial cards maybe than some other decks we've built. But that means getting our ability to get the Falcon's Flock is technically, I wouldn't say useless because it allows us to set up. But the Falcon's Flock doesn't do anything here because we have literally 0 aerial cards in our hand. So I don't know if we do it. Also, only 1 2-cost card. What do you mean? So the question is, how do we set this up? I think our priorities are probably Unflappable and Armored Vest. So this is where it gets hard, right? Like we can spend 2 for these. We can spend 1 for Electrostatic, and we can just have the full protection setup. That might be good. Yeah, no doubles, only 2 2-cost. Yeah, if we had a double, we'd definitely play Vibranium Microwave. I don't think we're going to play Talent Line. If we have 1 card left over, we'll play Practice Plan. Also, the fact that we have no aerial cards means we can't control the top of the deck. So if we see a 3 boost on top of the deck, like we're just going to take a 3 boost attack. That also does kind of stink that we don't have an aerial unless we grab our Falcon's Flock. Maybe not grabbing your Falcon's Flock is such a mistake, but I think with our deck having 6 more doubles in it, we might be okay with it. We also, I guess we should say we can grab Red Wing here. I don't think we do grab Red Wing here. I don't think that seems that great because Red Wing is, again, going to be most of our hand. 1 card to get Red Wing, 2 cards to play Red Wing. So I think we just set up with like the core protection, perfect block staple set, and then hopefully it gets good from there. So really ugly start, but we're just going to play all 3 of these. So Unflappable, we will know if we're going to be able to perfect block when we flip up in a second. I guess in theory, we should just flip up first and see what's on the top of the deck, because that could change our decisions. So we're going to flip up to hero, and on the top of the deck, we get a C, a 3 boost under fire. So Green Goblin's going to be attacking us for 5. Yikes. Oh, that's bad. That means we're going to be able to block for 4. We can block for, we're blocking for 3. So we're going to take damage against Green Goblin. So if that's the case, we might just perfect block against the Thrall. Wait, this opening actually isn't good at all. Because Unflappable is useless here, but it's okay against Green Goblin, but probably not worth it. If we do Armored Vest and Vibranium Microwave, then we're technically blocking for 5. The issue is if we do both of those, we don't get to play Unflappable for this deck cycle. So we could do Vibranium Armored Vest to have functional 5 block, and then we could play Practice Plan so we don't discard a card. It might be better just to like hold on to Unflappable for next turn, and we just set up with 5 block, because against Green Goblin, taking no damage is super important. Is a Microwave aerial? No, unfortunately, it's Tech and Wakanda. There's like a couple upgrades in this deck that just aren't aerial. The Talon Line and the Microwave, I think, are the only 2. We've drawn both of them. I think every other upgrade in the deck, in the Heroes kit, is aerial, unfortunately. So yeah, playing an aerial card here means we could discard this. We could have got our bird, but it's too late once we've seen it. So I do think this is what we do. We do 2, 1, and we just hold on to Unflappable. I think it's way more important than playing this Practice Plan. So that's what we're going to do. So what we decided to do last week, and we're going to continue to do this, is we have +1 defense. I'm now going to put dice next to us. This is not our additional defense. This is our total defense. So we currently have 3 defend. I used to play it like this where it's 2 + 1, but I think it's harder to see this number than this. So this is our total defense. Just so that we're on the same page, we'll just do it with all our dice. So we're at 2-2-3 stat line. Anytime that I try and defend for 5, that'll be pretty suspicious. Like I'll probably figure out. So I'll put this down here because we don't really need it. And then we have the microwave, which gives us +1 defense. So we're now at 4 defense, and we can exhaust this to redirect damage. So we'll redirect it to the Goblin Thrall if we don't draw an under control. I'll hold on to Unflappable. Actually, we can just attack for 2 into the Goblin Thrall and then knock it out with Vibranium Microwave. I think that's probably fine. Drawing this many encounter cards, we're likely to get another minion, and we don't want to have too many minions, so we'll just attack for 2 into the Goblin Thrall. We'll pass. Let's draw up 4 more cards. So we're going to keep Unflappable. There's Battlefield Awareness, so like, yeah, all the other cards are very good, let alone Aerial, so not a great start. Hard to ignore, so if we defend and take no damage, we can remove a threat from the main scheme. Ready for a fight is whatever, but maybe we're going to jump down and go grab our Falcon's Flock. And then White Widow, so also not a great hand, I'll be honest. I saw which player cards were formatted with plus stats in the same way encounter cards are on the side. Oh yeah, where you can like attach them to them and they have that in the corner. That'd actually be really neat. I've never even considered that. That's a cool idea. Hey Matt, how's it going? So far, this is our first turn. Not the greatest opening, I'll be honest, but I do think this deck, we do build into something cool. How are you doing? How's your weekend? Unleashing the Mutagen formula. So this goes up to 3, has no text besides if we lose. Technically, this card is flipped face down, but we know what it is. So Green Goblin is now attacking us for 5. We have 4 defend. So if we defend for 4, I think we will. So we're going to exhaust to defend. Our basic activation, we would use it to thwart, but unfortunately, that's not going to happen next turn. So we're defending for 4. Green Goblin hits us for 5. However, interrupt, we use our microwave here, which says when you would take damage, you can prevent 1 of that damage and then deal 1 damage to the enemy. So we'll knock out the Goblin Thrall perfectly. We have taken no damage, which really matters because the villain, if it hits you or damages you, you have to either place the threat on the main scheme. We don't get to see the next card because our ability to see the top of the deck is only during the villain phase. I'm not comfortable being exhausted into 3 encounter cards considering our hand doesn't really do much. The only card that pushes us forward on the table is a White Widow, so we have to hope this goes okay. We could, in theory, die here. Intimidation. Oh, right. 2 of these. It says, when revealed, choose to either spend 2 resources of any type or give the villain a face-down boost card. Huh. If we spend 2 resources of any type, what are we doing with this hand? We definitely want to play Unflappable. That's a card. Then we probably just like play Hard to Ignore. I don't think we can spend 2 resources. I think we just give a boost card and say this card doesn't matter. Regenerative Healing. Oh, this one's also not bad. Maybe at full health it surges. Regenerative Healing villain card. The villain heals X, where X is equal to double the villain stage number. If no villain, no damage was healed, this gets surge. So we could have played around that by doing 1 damage to Green Goblin, but I don't remember that card exists. Drawing near, this is fine too. We need to jump down to Alter Ego. This is part of standard 3. So beginning of our turn, we discard the top card of the deck. Unfortunately, we have 6 doubles in our deck. And based off the amount of resource icons, we add counters to this. When this hits 4, we get our Nemesis. I see you. I guess we're getting attacked. Green Goblin attacks you. If you're in Alter Ego form, do not give the villain a boost card. So we're being attacked for 2 and 2 cards. Nothing clever to do here. 1, 2. Oh yeah, this is not in play. 3, 4. 5. We take 5 damage. Down to 5. They actually do that bonus +1 stuff in Transformers TCG. A lot of mechanics and card names were kind of borrowed from Transformers TCG. Cable and Mike Def play Transformers. Is that older, I take it, than Champions? All right, drawing nearer fires. We discard the top card of the deck. It is a double. That made sense. We have mostly doubles in our deck. Well, not mostly, but all our doubles are still in our deck that we have. So this goes to 2. So we have some issues. Looking at our hand, we have some issues. We probably have to jump down here. The issues were exhausted. So that's bad. We need to, if we see a small boost here, we might just jump down to Alter Ego. It's a star boost. So this is pretty common. It says put Goblin Thrall into play, which because that's put into play during the villain activation, it will be there for the minion activation stage. So this is in theory like this had 1 boost on it because Green Goblin will scheme for 2, then Goblin Thrall will scheme for 1. So in theory, this will go up to 6. It'll go up to 7. So we can't jump down because this will go to 4, 5, 6, 7, unless we let this main scheme go through, or we just spend our whole turn playing White Widow. If we play White Widow, we can't get rid of drawing near, which sucks. Jai, how's it going? So maybe we just get unflappable and we get hard to ignore on the table and we set up to be able to like do our perfect defense build and then hope that we draw into something good. We could discard this card if we wanted to with like Battlefield Awareness. I don't think that's that good. Yeah, it's not great. Mezzi's Eternal Tournament Cooked? I don't know if I know about that one. What was the Eternal meta like? Is this the low points one or the regular? I thought all that stuff only started in December. Yeah, okay. Not a great start so far, but I think we're just going to do Unflappable for one. Unflappable says that if we block and take no damage, if we defend and take no damage, we draw a card. So that helps. We're wanted defending all the time. We'll play Hard to Ignore for one. This says if we defend and take no damage, remove a threat from the main scheme. Exhausts, which is pretty good. We are just going to chill. I think this card is good, but it's not the most important card. I actually don't often use this card, which is kind of unfortunate. Because we don't need it to defend, and usually we're exhausting to defend until we get the Ready to Lion loop. What's it called? Ready, Draw Their Fire loop? Is that what it's called? Yeah. So this card's actually not super important to me. So I will bottom this, and we'll just keep our 3 defense cards and we'll pass. Have you ever seen Arc Lockdown target the price of freedom before? No. Wait, there's a price of freedom spam? That's absurd. For those who don't know, Eternal is the Neverwinter format where you can play with the whole history of the cards, and it's a very, very powerful format. Ever Vigilant, that's what we wanted to draw that turn. This wakes us up and removes 2 threat. This would be a perfect top deck if we had it last turn. We have Draw Their Fire. That's what we're building around. So once we're set up, we're in a good spot. This is really good to draw next turn because we have a Goblin Thrall. The only thing we also want to draw here is Practice Plan. Genius. Red Wing is here. Nice. And Under Control. So we have this combo already. We don't have a Draw Their Fire. Maybe we'll, sorry, a Practice Plan. Maybe we'll draw with Unflappable because we know we're not taking damage off this attack. This goes to 4. The villain is attacking us. We know they're attacking for 2. We could decide to block this or we could decide to block the Goblin Thrall. It makes more sense to block this. So we'll exhaust here. We take no damage. So Unflappable triggers. So we draw a card. Power Flight, fine. Hard to Ignore triggers. So we remove 1 threat from here. Goblin Thrall is in play. Now the Goblin Thrall is going to attack us. And when the Goblin Thrall attacks, we reduce the damage by 1 and we can return the damage. We're going to return it to Green Goblin. Why? Because we're going to destroy this by blocking it next turn, but also Green Goblin, now the regenerative healings don't heal. This has guard on it, mind you, but the thing about the Microwave is not an attack, so you can sneak the damage around. That's totally fine. We draw 1 unknown encounter card. Hysteria. Attach to the Goblin. When Green Goblin schemes or attacks, give him an additional boost card. There's not a lot of cards that do this. This seems like an effect that should have been showing up constantly through the whole game, but additional boost cards off of upgrades are not super common. The Claw effect. Spend 2 mental to get rid of this. We're holding 2 mental. Not bad. Drawing near. We discard a single, so this goes to 3. Our Nemesis is pretty bad, and when this is on 3, it's not great, because you can draw your Nemesis during the villain phase, after the villain attacks, and then it's in play. And if that's the case, though, we can just like draw their fire through it. Why is my chat saying Matt instead of Mattaf for YouTube? They keep changing how it works. They're trying different things. It used to be like your handle, then it's like your YouTube @ name. Sometimes it was your name attached to your account. It was a whole bunch of different things, unfortunately. GB damaged you with the second attack plus 1 threat. Oh, you're right. Yeah, we got hit. Yeah, good catch. How's it going, Mighty? Yeah, we didn't get that there. This is like super commonly missed, unfortunately. But after Green Goblin attacks you and damages you, places 1 threat on the main scheme. So this should have been 1 higher. Good catch. Rolling 2 mentally. Battlefield Awareness can steal a 3 boost from the enemy on a defense, unless I'm messing up the timings. I think, Joey, the timings are not... No, I don't know, actually. So when Falcon uses a basic power, we would have to look at the timing chart, because I think the boost is given first, then you decide to defend. But if it's not in that order, you're right. Battlefield Awareness can steal the boost card off the top. To the rules document. So what's the timing of an attack? It's like, you think we'd know this, but most people don't. Attacks, if enemy activated, page 8. Because I never know when the boost comes in. So attack, enemy activation. Okay. If a villain or a minion with the villainous keyword is attacked, give it a face down boost card first. Okay, so you give the face down boost card first. And then you defend after. So I don't think you can steal the boost card. The boost card is delivered and then you decide if you want to defend. If a player wishes to defend, then they exhaust the hero. So it doesn't work, yeah. So no matter what the top card of the boost deck, unless you play up, and away, that's the boost card you're going to be getting. Because there's no window to play an aerial card before the boost card is given, because this is where you play defense events. Yeah. It was a good check, though, because I wasn't 100% sure either. So the more we know. Okay, it's back to us. Things are pretty good. I think we're actually in a pretty good spot here. So bummed that Canada doesn't have big MC meetup events. I almost want to start one. MCNB, East Coast Canada. Yeah, I was watching online. People are announcing more and more like meetups. Speaking for Canadians too, it looks like we're getting the new Civil War box on the 12th of December is what it currently says. That actually puts it really consistent, like very, very consistent. It looks like we're getting every Marvel Champions release in Canada exactly 3 months after, which means it's like in 1 quarter later, which you know how frustrating that is. Someone trying to make content on the internet. It's like really, really frustrating to not get stuff. Any like 3 months later is a long time, it seems. But it does look like we will have Civil War not next week, but the week after. But like some people have Synthezoid Smackdown. Like we're super far behind. All right, top card in the counter deck is a Star Boost. We need to get rid of this at all costs, because if we draw the Star Boost, we get our Nemesis minion at the worst time possible. So my gut feeling is that we do Power Flight to ready ourselves. This goes on Goblin Thrall. We get rid of the Hysteria, and then we use Red Wing to draw their fire, which is so goofy. The draw their fire is not bad, because it means we block Goblin Thrall, and we can fire all this stuff. So it's pretty good. Red Wing is one of our most important cards. I think we're waiting for a window to stabilize and then jump down, and then we'll get our Falcon's Flock. This is one of the first games I've not gotten Falcon's Flock on turn 1, and we are feeling it, because now every aerial card that costs 1 that we draw doesn't cost 0. And so it's harder for us to set up a bit. But I think this is what we do. If we had a practice plan, we'd be in such a good spot. We know Goblin will scheme for 2. Yeah, I think this is probably it. And drawing near will just crack no matter what. At least we get our Nemesis at the right time. We'd rather want to get it during our phase than the villain phase. All right, so under control on Goblin Thrall, we'll be able to knock it out. So attach the minion after you defend and take no damage. We'll knock out the Goblin Thrall. We're going to use Generate 2 for an aerial card for Ever Vigilant. This is exactly what we need. So ready your hero, remove 2 threat. We actually could consider jumping down. After we play this, we'll use Falcon's ability. So we can discard the top card of the deck. We don't want this boost. Instead, we'll get a 2 boost, which is totally acceptable. Goblin attacks for 4. We don't take damage. Then we will Genius to get rid of Hysteria. I think that's all we need. Hero action spend 2 mental. And then we'll pitch Red Wing to play Draw Their Fire, which is what this deck is built around. I think we still have to crack it this turn. We could consider not cracking it until we have our ready practice plan, which we chose not to play on turn 1 to hold on to the Unflappable. That might have been correct, but playing this card over and over again is really, really good for our deck. We're ready. We'll thwart for 2. We have no reason to thwart Goblin Thrall. Actually, there's a chance that we don't pop the Draw Their Fire, and Goblin Thrall is attacking for 4. If we defend for 4, we don't take damage, and then Microwave doesn't fire. But the other thing we could do is, hold on, there might be another line here where we actually don't under control Goblin Thrall, and we defend Green Goblin. Then when Goblin Thrall attacks us, after we attack Goblin Thrall, we knock it out with the Microwave. That actually might be better, so we don't have to fire this turn. Yeah, that might be right, which means we have this card in our hand, so that could play for Draw Their Fire, and then we still have Red Wing in our hand. You picking up what I'm putting down? Because Goblin Thrall is attacking us for 4, we defend that. So instead of going for 4 here, we do 2 off of this. And then Goblin Thrall defeats itself to the Microwave, which that's, I think, a lot better. Then we use this to play this, and then we hold on to Red Wing. Red Wing's that good, I think we do hold on to it. It also might be all right to hold on to this, because we know we're getting our Nemesis. I think our Nemesis is Harpoon. No, our Nemesis is Viper, who has Quick Strike. So we'll get attacked for 2 immediately, but this is during the player phase if drawing near fires. So that's fine. We'll just take 2 damage. So yeah, I think we're going to hold on to this for next turn, because I think it's going to go on Viper. Yeah, I think so. This is weird. My partner got ours from the USA Amazon, and she didn't want to wait 3 to 4 months for Tigra, her fave hero. She's a huge Jed McKay Moon Knight fan. Oh, cool. I didn't know you could just order from Amazon from, I don't know, maybe it's different on the East Coast. So instead of thwarting for 2, we'll attack for 2 and the Goblin Thrall and we'll pass. We'll hold on to Under Control. Is that silly? We have 2 more in the deck. It's kind of silly. We have 2 of our attacks in our deck. Maybe Red Wing's a bit better. Maybe Under Control is not good until we have Change of Fortune. I'm going to try it. Change your app settings. Yeah, I try not to. Okay, Bird of Prey. There's an attack card. So whatever. Under Control. We definitely shouldn't have held on to that in hindsight. Strength and 2 Birds of Prey. So like we were like, can we hold on to Under Control? It depends if we draw into Bird of Prey Under Control, and that's like literally all we drew into. So if we had Red Wing in the hand, that would be so much better. All right, this goes to 5. We're getting attacked from Green Goblin for 4. We're just going to defend here. We're not going to use Draw Their Fire. We take no damage. When we take no damage, we remove 1 threat from here, and we draw with Unflappable. Oh, team building exercise. That's playable. Then the Goblin Thrall will attack us. We take no damage with the Microwave. We return 1 damage. We draw 1 encounter card. Goblin, Recruit Reinforcements. Scheme, 2 threat. We usually put our side schemes here. We're going to put them here. So it says, when revealed, place 1 additional threat here for each Goblin minion in play. So only 2 threat. And it's back to us, but beginning of our turn, we have to do Drawing Nearer. So we have to discard the top card of our deck. It's up, up, and away. So this gets 4 counters on it. When this gets 4 counters, things are going to get worse. In order, firstly, we put Viper into play. Viper is now attacking us for 2 damage. With Quick Strike, after Viper activates, discard the top 5 cards, then counter deck. Oh, and counter deck. Right, not our deck. So Viper is attacking us for 2. There's not much we can do about it. We'll just take 2. Then we have to put in this card, Serpent Solutions. Oh, we discard 5 cards. 1, 2. There's the Dark Designs. That's good to know. Sinister Strike. Okay. We have Serpent Solutions. Comes in. 6 threat. You don't often have to clear this one, if I'm not mistaken. It says after the Serpent Society minion is discarded from the top card in the counter deck, and we're going to be adding, I think, 2 of them to the deck. Deal it as a face down encounter card. Okay. So this we'll put over here and we'll just ignore it. Then we'll shuffle these into the deck. The deck is still like the size of most encounter decks, so I'm not super stressed about it. And then we'll be able to see the top card of the deck. We are exhausted. Everything's exhausted. This is fine. We didn't draw into our ready for a fight. But Viper, we should be able to knock off. We're going to need a 3 boost on top of the deck for that to be really, really easy. We didn't draw into our Change of Fortune. Top card of the deck is 1 boost. Unfortunately, this is a card you don't want to discard from the top of the deck because it is one of our Serpent Soldiers. And so if that gets discarded, it becomes an encounter card. So that's not good. Serpent Soldier is Quick Strike, 3 health. Give the activating an additional boost card. So it just gets through this boost card, which at least that's okay. Okay, so we're going to have to Bird of Prey Viper. How do we do this? I was talking real good about Falcon, and now we're caught in this like really awkward corner. Because in theory, we want to under control Viper. But that means we have to defend against Viper, which with Draw Their Fire is fine. But if we Draw Their Fire only does 4 damage, we need to do 1 damage to Viper. Which means if we Bird of Prey Viper, it's like such a waste. But we can do it. We need to thwart this for 2, but we're also exhausted. Yeah, this looks awful. We really needed to keep on. I think we are misplaying terribly. We need to hold on to Red Wing. Because Red Wing is the only way we can threat 2 now that we're exhausted. Yeah, this is quite bad. All right. Do we jump down? If we jump down, no shot we jump down. Okay. We will spend 1, 2 at least for team building exercise. So we get our first research generator. We can exhaust this to reduce the cost of the next Aerial or Avenger that we play, because those are our traits. So then we can do 1, 2. Is this correct? Bird of Prey. So we can deal 4 damage to an enemy. You may discard the top card of the deck. However, we discard Serpent Soldier, it becomes a boost card. So we do defeat Viper. You need to keep Red Wing as bouncing him back and forth. This is the best way to remove thwart and protection. 100%, yeah. I regret it for like 17 different reasons. Red Wing is just so cracked. I was thinking in a world where we don't get Falcon's Flock, it's not good, but we have team building exercise. It's still so good. Okay. So this can do 4 damage. Again, Serpent Solution says that when we discard Serpent Society minion, it becomes a Quick Strike. Oh, that's fine. Because we're going to... Yeah, that's fine, because we're going to Draw Their Fire. So I think we actually are going to do this. Deal that minion to the first player. So we're going to do Bird of Prey here. So we're going to deal 5 damage to the Viper. We're going to discard this card from the top of the deck, so it becomes a boost card. We do 5 damage to Viper. We reveal the next card. It's a star boost, which puts the Goblin Thrall into play. That's kind of okay, but we also can now just discard it because we played an aerial card. Are we looking for a big boost here? I don't think we want another small minion. Do we want another small minion? It's fine into a draw their fire turn. Maybe it's okay. This is the issue, is our defense stat is too good that we can't actually like target vibrating microwave, but that's such a silly sentence. If that's the case though, this has quick strike, this doesn't. No, we'll get rid of it. Next boost card's 2 boosts, so Goblin's attacking us for 4. That's totally acceptable. We're left with this hand, which is unplayable. What have we done? Was there anything we could have kept here? No, this is awful. We're like IP penaltying for 2. I guess we pass, throw these out. Maybe we keep on 1 under control, but we're not going to have draw their fire. Yeah, this is a salad. Okay, we'll get through this. Okay, we'll pass like this. Yeah, if we had Red Wing there, that's easily 2 cards. We have control. I think it's our best card in our deck. We should have kept it. It's fine. Pulse Grenade also wrecks the minions. Is Pulse Grenade? Pulse Grenade's not a grenade. It's choose 1 target, right? Yeah, chosen enemy. It doesn't hit everybody. This seems like it should be an AoE card, and I'm surprised it's not. Regardless, the Power of Flight. Aerial Recon, very strong card. Aerial Evacuation, that's probably how we're going to get to Alter Ego to recover. Ever Vigilant's a really good draw here, but we can't use it to remove the side scheme threat and a soup kitchen, so maybe we can do it. Is it normal Goblin? This is Mutagen formula Goblin. We're playing a protection Falcon. How's it going? No changes besides standard 3 for now. All right, this goes to 5. We know Green Goblin's attacking us for 4 because we see the top of the deck. We will crack draw their fire here because we're going to get attacked at least twice. That seems like it's good enough. So after the villain phase begins, we discard this. We can't add it back to our hand, which hurts so much, but now we defend without exhausting. So Green Goblin is attacking us for 4. We defend. We take no damage. A couple things happen. Hard to ignore. Keeps this in check. Unflappable draws a card. There's a practice plan. 1, 2, so shoot. 1, 2, too late. We draw 2 encounter cards. First card. We know this is a Serpent Soldier. So this has Quick Strike. We defend against it. We take no damage. So unfortunately, we can't fire a Microwave. We're too good. Yeah, Lockjaw, I think in this deck, like you don't need Lockjaw because of Red Wing, but oh my god, have I enjoyed Lockjaw. Lockjaw is so good. The more I'm playing Lockjaw, the more I'm loving Lockjaw. Overrun. When defeated, the player who defeated this must discard the top 2 cards on the counter deck and put each Goblin minion in play. Really good if we had to draw their fire here. I like cards that have low threat, but massive effects. Just a very cool design. 2 acceleration. And we have another Serpent Soldier. Okay, good value because it has Quick Strike. So those 2 are out of the deck. And so we can block that without defending. So we blocked 3 attacks with draw their fire. And we're still ready. So not the worst. Top card of the deck is 2 boost. Okay, so we need to stabilize. Red Wing would have been really good to stabilize. That's for sure. So I think we're just going to start knocking these soldiers down. We want a big boost on top of the deck so Green Goblin can hit us. We actually can't even play Aerial Evacuation because we have nothing to attach them to. That's another good reason to play Red Wing. Top of the deck, we discard. This is a single resource. Admittedly, it does generate 2 resources, but it only has 1 printed. So when we discard this, we only put 1 on top of the deck on Pursuit. Okay. So what are we doing here? Yeah, Aerial Evacuation it's playable. It just doesn't do anything. I'm going to be real. Whoever made Deja Vu for Mysterious pack need a good pat on the back because most annoying card in the face of Turbo Draw deck. Oh, Deja Vu and Mysterio when you're playing solo is just the worst. Like so bad. Okay, most of these cards are not super playable. Not playable at all. Okay, what do we have to get rid of? The most important thing to get rid of. We need to work on these. I think these, they're fine. Overrun is like something we have a bit of information around. It also allows us to deal with the top of the deck. In player order, must discard 2 cards from the counter deck. So I think we have to get rid of that. We might just let the main scheme go through because I think we're in a really bad spot where we have 1 attack, we lose the game. So we need to recover. So I do think this is probably a jump down angle. If it's a jump down angle, getting rid of an overrun is most important. So I think we start there. Yeah, we're going to thwart 2 on overrun and we'll clear it. So each player must discard 2 cards in the counter deck. We know this is not a goblin. That is a goblin, unfortunately. So it goes into play. It's a Goblin Thrall. So it's the 3 health guard one. Yikes. Next card on the deck is 1 boost. Okay. Here, If we're jumping down, the only card that matters for hero mode is Ever Vigilant. Oh, and team building exercise. So I think we just do the double for Ever Vigilant. So this readies us. We remove 2 threat from the main scheme. With 2 threat, we can clear the main scheme and jump down. Well, no, this goes to 1 with Green Goblin to go to 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So it will totally complete unless we get a 0 boost or we can knock out one of these minions. We have no way to knock out the minions. The most we can do is 2 damage. So we can knock out Goblin reinforcements and just jump down and let the scheme out. This will go to 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and we'll add 2 more to the next one. That's probably the case. I think we just have to let this go. I don't think we can save it. Drawing another encounter card, we don't want to do that. I think that's probably the play. And then we play Soup Kitchen. We can use Soup Kitchen next turn to get Falcon's Flock. That's probably it. I don't think we're in a good spot to play Aerial Recon. Aerial Evacuation is actually probably less necessary. So we'll use Team Building Exercise to play Aerial Evacuation. It's a little bit of a panic card. When another friendly character, unfortunately we don't have any, so we'll wait for that. We played it for free because it's an Aerial. And then I think we'll just play Soup Kitchen and practice plan. So we will thwart for 2, clearing the reinforcements. We could discard the top card of the deck. I think a 1 boost is just fine. The chance of us getting a bigger boost is more likely than a fewer boost. We'll jump down to Alter Ego. And we'll just pitch 1 to play the Soup Kitchen, and we'll play practice plan. So Soup Kitchen means next turn, if we go get an upgrade, or sorry, a support or ally, we can play it cheaper. We can also get Red Wing, which might be correct because our resource generators are good. And practice plan allows us to return preparations. So we'll go from here. Well, we also could have got rid of drawing nearer. Maybe that's better. Yeah, I think that's better. So instead of playing practice plan, we'll pitch the Aerial Recon to get rid of this. Drawing nearer just needs you to discard an Alter Ego, one of your hero cards. So that's fine. Against Master Mold, some friends. Toast Sunday, last Sunday, dude brought a confused Lock Nebula deck. Not 1 thwart card. Master Mold can't be confused. Yeah, Master Mold is Stalwart. I think it's one of the first pure Stalwart villains, which is like, yeah, it's bad. Yeah, I don't like playing Master Mold because I think, I don't know. I think Steady is a good midpoint. But I wish Stalwart was like, if instead of being stunned, they just don't draw a boost card. Like there's ways to make the stun not useless, as opposed to having cards that are just like super binary. They do nothing or they do everything. Oh, we're decking out. Oh, we're decking out. If we stayed up, we would still deck out. So we're decking out. We draw Cannonball. Okay. Under control is really important. Change of fortune is really important. This Quinn Carry does not matter. So this is actually okay. We're not going to draw any additional cards here, but we are drawing this actually as a boost card. So hold on. Okay. We got to red card this. I knew this was going to happen. We need to keep track of how many cards are left in the deck, because this card on top of the deck is not going to be a boost card. It's going to be our encounter card, and we can't have this encounter card because this means Green Goblin's going to be scheming for 4 in a card. So when we play Aerial Evacuation, we're going to just discard that using our ability, and then we'll have the Goblin Soldier on top of the deck. That's fine. This becomes our boost card when we deck out. So this is our hand, and we'll draw in. So far, not going well. I was really, really confident. I think if we're far behind, we're gonna have an issue because this is one of the few, one of the notable scenarios that does a lot of small minions, and there's not a lot of decks of Marvel Champions that have like AOE. So any turn that we don't clear a minion off the table is really, really bad for us. So I think we have to prioritize that. All right, we don't know what the boost card is. We'll find out in a second. We just have to finish shuffling this. And we're off. This goes to 3. Green Goblin schemes for 1, 2. Boost, put Goblin Thrall in play, engage with you. I think it's going to be our first Sam Wilson L. So that's only 2. This goes to 5. We'll do 6, 7. So this completes. These 2 are still pending. Mutagen Cloud, when revealed, advances stage 2B. Weird text. And this is the back of it. This one actually goes really, really quickly because it, I think it has advancement based off of the amount of goblins in play. So yeah, we might just totally tank through this. I think we made some really bad decisions. So this says X is equal to the number of goblin enemies, including Green Goblin. I'm glad they put the reminder text. If this is completed, we lose the game, and it'll be on 4 plus 2, so it's on 6 of 11. And next turn, if we don't clear this, it's adding 1, 2, 3, 4 more. Plus, actually, even more, because we know there's more on the table. So this will go up to 6. We draw 2 encounter cards. This one we know is a Goblin Soldier. Oh god. Oh god, it's bad. When defeated, you take a damage. That's like whatever. Oh God. I have never seen this many minions on the table. Like, things went wrong. Force responds after Goblin Knight attacks you. Discard randomly from the counter deck the top card. If that card is a Goblin minion, put into play engaged with you, and then it will activate against you. I have never seen anything like this. Unfortunately, these two have guards, so it's not like we can rush Goblin. Not that we've done more than 1 damage. But hey, it's back to us. We have Cannonball and no aerial cards in our hand. I think we're scooping. I think we made a couple really bad decisions setting up. We had 2 bad keeps. We did not prioritize. We threw out the wrong cards, and now we are snowballed out of contention. So if we flip up, if we don't have a Draw Their Fire, God, Draw Their Fire would have been so good. Imagine Draw Their Fire, we block 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 without exhausting. Electrostatic Armor or not. So here we can go get our bird for 1 aerial card. But yeah, there's too many attacks to stay up, and there is too much threat to not do anything. I like Falcon a lot, but he struggles in a wave where each other character in that wave has so many easy win buttons. You have to work really hard with Falcon. Like, you have to make the right decisions all the time. I do think his kit is just so powerful, though. Top of the card is another soldier, which gets put into play. Maybe 12 minions is too many. Okay, I'm going to scoop here. I think we can do this again. We can definitely do this again, but we will scoop because there's no way out of this. I just want to double check. There's no shot we get out of this. Yeah. Okay. We'll do this better. Round 2. I think that's the first time I've lost a game with Goblin. Sorry, with Sam, but I understand why. I do understand why. I feel like that was maybe on us. All right, let's roll it back. Our Nemesis actually did suck. Our Nemesis did not help us. We gave one of the Serpent Soldiers to us. I think we prioritized doing under control as opposed to like just getting through the game. And yeah, it wasn't good. Falcon 2, let's go. This one will be better. All right, we start with 1 Goblin Thrall. Retaliate does work well. Yeah, we did have on our opening hand the, what's it called, Electrostatic. We just did not have time to play it. I think Electrostatic is like not perfect. It's good. The thing that's like frustrating me is the microwave. Is like, we need to get hurt for the microwave to do something, and we're actually blocking too heavily. Maybe we should have just played the microwave and not played the vibranium armor. Sorry, we should play the microwave and not played the armor. That might have actually been better for us. Because we were not taking enough damage to consistently ping the 1 damage, and 1 damage plus 2 attack means we can deal with those. I think there's only 1 card in here from our Nemesis set. Unfortunately, it's like the similar color. There it is. But yeah, our whole Nemesis set came into play. Cool. Okay. We'll try it again. So when completed, this doesn't have text. Green Goblin has 18 health. 2 threat. 1 Goblin Thrall. We're ready. Let's go. I don't think Protection has any AoE cards, but I honestly, like, I think only Aggression has AoE cards, right? There's no way to do damage to multiple characters unless you're playing Aggression or it's in your hero's kit. Is there a card I'm forgetting? Oh, no, that's not true. There's that neutral card that shows She-Hulk stomping that does a 1 damage to everything for 2. I wouldn't play that, but... You can't really kill the minions on your turn. You need to like cuts both ways. Riposte, Electrostatic Armor, Flow Like Water, and Dauntless. Just slap them with Change of Fortune. The thing is, like, we can't really play Flow of Water because we don't have defense events. I think Riposte is fine, but the idea behind this deck is defending without defending, which like seems really inconsistent. Like it's probably not as consistent as I want it to be because you have to draw 1 card and then draw the other cards in order to be able to replay that thing over and over again. In my testing game, it was like really consistent. But like the Flow Like Armor, you have to build around entirely. I also don't believe in Dauntless. I really don't care for Dauntless. Dauntless is a card that gives you Retaliate, but only if you're at full health. And I feel like this just seems like win more. That's probably not 100% correct. There's some scenarios where you just end up taking incidental damage. You're cooked, but I believe in you. Thank you. Okay, let's try it again. Yeah, there's a lot of weird things that happen. Like we never use our Sam Wilson ability. Okay. Take 2. Bird of Prey. We want to get rid of the Goblin Thrall. This is the easiest way to do it. Unless we want to do something cute. This is just 4 damage. That's fine. Power of Flight. That's really good because it means Falcon's Flock on turn 1 is possible. Aerial evacuation. If we're gonna get our what's it called? It's really good. If we're gonna get Falcon's Flock, this is free, so we could keep it. Double energy. Draw their fire. Okay, this is what I'm talking about. Ever vigilant. Oh my god, this hand is so good. Like, this is what you need to open with. I could see us full keeping this hand. We can double attack into Goblin Thrall because we're gonna ready. This plays this. This plays our thing. Our thing plays this for free, this for free. This plays Ever Vigilant. Like, this is so good. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna full keep this. Oh no, we have to get rid of a card to get the thing. So we get rid of Aerial Evacuation to get Falcon's Flock. This plays Falcon's Flock. Falcon's Flock plays Draw Their Fire. No, then we get rid of Bird of Prey. Yeah, this is fine. I think we full keep this. We keep 6. You don't often do that. We'll keep 6. We'll use our ability on Alter Ego. So what are we discarding? I think we're discarding Bird of Prey. I don't think there's any way we're playing this because we're waste our value. You always want to open with Falcon's Flock. I 100% agree. Last game we opened with 0 aerial cards in our hand, and all the cards we opened with were really important setup cards. It was like, what did we have? Unflappable, Armored Vest, Microwave. It's the only game I've ever played where I haven't opened with a Falcon's Flock, and I do think it was a big reason why that game wasn't good. All right, we have our 1 of 2 bird cards. There's not many bird cards in the game. It's gonna be really cool when they end up printing another bird card in the future, and everyone's gonna be like, "But what about Falcon?" Comes in with 5 counters. You can use this, and it doesn't exhaust to generate an energy resource for an aerial card. So we'll play this for free, this for free. Actually, we won't play one of these for free because I think we have an extra card in hand. We'll play a flip up. We'll attack for 2 into the thrall. Then we'll do, oh, we have to play the Falcon's Flock. Sorry, that's why we had an extra resource. We're going to use the Power of Flight. Then we'll do energy into Ever Vigilant. We're going to take 2 threat off of this. We're ready ourselves. We will attack for 2 into the Goblin Thrall. We're meant to see the top card of the deck. Mind you, it's a 0 boost with a star effect. That's totally acceptable. It means Green Goblin will attack for 2. We could have discarded it multiple times over. Need to slow down. And then we'll play an Ever Vigilant, or sorry, Aerial Evacuation for free with Falcon's Flock, and we'll pass. Much better turn. That's what we want. Okay, let's draw a Red Wing. Hard to ignore. Red Wing, nailed it. Under control. If we get a minion, that's fine. Hard to ignore. The second copy, it's pretty good. And a Change of Fortune. So it's good that we have Red Wing and Falcon's Flock. We could play it multiple times. Avengers Tower or TBE can be spam Red Wing. We have TBE. We don't have. I actually think there's a chance that Avengers Tower is comparable to Queen Carrier, but I'm on Queen Carrier and Team Building Exercise. I like Team Building Exercise a fair bit. All right, this goes to 1. The villain's going to attack us. We know it's going to be for 2. If we don't defend, we take 2 damage, and we put a threat on the main scheme. We don't know if we're going to need our basic activation here. Currently, it doesn't look like it unless we draw a minion. If we draw a minion, we'll just put under control in it, and then we'll consider drawing their fire. So I think we'll defend for 2 because it's technically defend for 2 and remove a threat. We take no damage. Nowhere is safe. Puts 1 on Pursued by the Past. Our 1 encounter card is Goblin Glider. Not the bad one, I hope. Goblin Glider attached to the enemy with the highest hit points without another Goblin Glider. +1 attack. Spend 2 energy to get rid of this. Back to us. Okay. So we barely have 2 energy. We kind of don't. We want to play Change of Fortune. We want to play Hard to Ignore. And then we want to play Red Wing. We can't do all of that. Top of the deck is put Goblin Thrall into play, engage with you. We could consider getting rid of that. It means we'll get double attacked, and I don't think we are allowed to crack Draw Their Fire unless we have a practice plan, because otherwise we're going through the whole deck without having that loop, and I don't think we can do that. So if that's the case, I think Hard to Ignore is less important than Change of Fortune. This hand needs 1 more resource, because it's 1 for this, 1 for that, and then we can hold on to Hard to Ignore, which doesn't feel great. The funny thing is you can always bounce Red Wing back to your hand and then use Red Wing to play the last card, but that's, again, kind of nonsense. So actually, maybe we bounce Red Wing and play Red Wing twice so we don't float a card. That's probably it. So we'll start by using Falcon's Flock, and we'll throw out Under Control to play Red Wing. Red Wing is so damn good. After Red Wing enters play, because it is an aerial card, we can use our hero ability. So we'll use a hero ability to discard the top card of the deck and see the next card, which is a 1 boost, which is super acceptable. I don't think that means we have to... I think we will still rebound Red Wing, but it could be worse. Like anytime that you see a boost that doesn't spawn a minion, I think we're happy. And that's like a really nice thing, is that we have the ability to stop the minion spawning if we're studious about it. Maybe actually we should have not used Falcon's Flock here, because I guess we don't know. But there's a chance, and it's unfortunate because we've seen this, that we shouldn't have used a Falcon's Flock and we should have just paid one more resource. I think this is only not worth paying if you're going to boost Red Wing bounce multiple times, because this allows us to play Red Wing twice. I think the chance that we're going to bounce Red Wing multiple times is pretty low. So in hindsight, we probably should have not paid this resource and kept it for later. Then I think we're just going to play Change of Fortune. And this thing, if we just defeat something during the villain phase, we draw 2 cards and we'll just peck for 1. And we'll pass. Green Goblin technically is at full health, so there's a reason we could consider doing 1 damage. We're not that good at threading though. Yeah, I think for regenerative healing, because we know that they're in the deck, as much as the deck is huge, we'll instead attack Green Goblin for 1. So if we draw regenerative healing, it just heals 1, which is such a good encounter card. And we'll pass. We have our Vest, that's good. We have our Aerial Recon, very powerful card. Up, and Away, which we could consider playing this turn to cantrip. It is an aerial card. Under Control, so we kind of want a minion here, and we have a Talent Line. So not my favorite hand, but we do get our upgrades on the table, and then our next cycles are super consistent. All right, Up, and Away has really cool text. So at a minimum, this is a cantrip. Otherwise, we can do some swapping. So this goes to 2. Goblin's attacking for 4. We are going to take damage from this, almost guaranteed. So I think we do Up, and Away here, just to get deeper through our deck. So it says, after an attacking enemy is given a face down boost card, look at the top card of the deck. It's 2 boost. We can swap those cards, and then whatever card ends up on the table is the one that we'll draw equal to. So either Goblin's attacking us for 5 or attacking us for 4. We're basically saying, do you want to take 1 extra damage to draw 1 extra card? And my answer is almost always yes. That means this will be the boost card, but after this goes on top of the deck, then we can discard it with our Aerial Recon card ability. And I think that's a really cool thing with Up, and Away. So I think we do make the swap here. Now we draw 1 card for each printed icon on this. This is 2, so we draw 2. We drew White Widow. We drew Gambi. And then after that, we can use our hero ability, which says after you play an aerial card, discard the top card in the counter deck. So I don't want to draw this Sinister Strike. If we knew it was coming, we could pop Draw Their Fire. We also could like chump block with Aerial Evacuation, which might be the play this turn, but I don't want to get attacked twice. We don't see the next card on top of the deck. So Green Goblin is now attacking for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think we will use Aerial Evacuation. It means that we have no Soup Kitchen. We don't have to recover. Is it that good? What are we doing in Alter Ego that we can't? No, I don't think we do jump down. If anything, we could like empty the Falcon's Flock, but we only have 1 aerial card in our hand, so we don't. So I guess Red Wing we could bounce. We could bounce Red Wing. We could play Aerial Recon. We probably play Gambit though. Because if Gambit has 3 attack, we're dealing with any of the minions really easily. So I think we just block. So 5 damage. We take 2, we take 3. This goes to 1. That's that. Unknown encounter card. Yes! Yes! Oh, it's good when a plan comes together. We played around this. Really, really happy with what we did there. Regenerative Healing says the villain heals X damage. X is equal to double the villain's stage number if no damage was held. So we did just heal 1 off of the villain. That's awesome. We did 1 damage just to play around that card. Feels good. Top of the deck is a 3 boost. Yo, Gambit. Let's go. Okay, sick. Sick. Pretty good. All right. So we'll set up with Gambit first. We'll snarfle up the 3 boost. After that, we'll be able to like do Red Wing stuff because we'll have some threat to do. But keeping Gambit at a 3 boost is going to be really, really good for us. We want to set up our Recon and our Vest. So one of them is aerial, one's not. So we're 1 resource short here, I think. Yo, Pat, how you doing? Hopefully you're well. Yeah, I think that's what we do. I think we're 1 resource short of being super, super happy here. So maybe we just play Armored Vest. 3, Gambi. When Gambit enters play, you can look at the top 3 cards of the deck. You can't rearrange them. So this is the order. So 1, 2, 3. So the way things are currently set up, this will be our boost card. I think no matter what, we'll take this and we'll tuck it under Gambit, and he gets stats equal to its number of boosts. When you're really trying to solve a round in Champions, how often do you say thinking out loud? Honestly, I don't say it out loud ever, but I do think it. I do like, okay, hold on, we should think here. And then I just go quiet for a bit. So this now is on top and this is next underneath it. We don't want to draw this card because it's annoying. So we want to use our ability to discard it at some point. So what can we do here? We can play Armored Vest. We can return Red Wing to hand, play Red Wing, play Aerial Recon, empty our Falcon's Flock. That's fine. We can't get rid of the Green Goblin Glider. It's fine, I think. Everything's fine. That means we'll waste Red Wing because you don't want to defeat Red Wing to consequential. So I do think we just toss this. This card is so good, but our Armored Vest is probably a bit better. So Armored Vest just gives us +1 block. We want to take no damage because every damage is more issues. This might be a turn that we end up jumping down. Especially if this is our boost card, we probably want to jump down with Aerial Evacuation so that we can get rid of this quickly. Issues, we only have 4 hand size. It's like not the best time to jump down, but it's not the worst. We can recover for 3 if we need to. Do we use Gambit to clear 3 threat? I think we do. B clears 3 threat. We want to keep that for the 3 health minions, but we should be okay. And then I think we just straight pass. Draw 5. Vibranium Microwave, okay. Strength to play it. It's not an aerial card. Power of Flight, let's get an aerial card, let alone we have Red Wing. Okay, there's our thwarting, and then there's Practice Plan. So that's perfect because it'll set up a draw their fire loop. And 2 more Practice Plans are in the deck. That's exactly what we want. This goes to 1. Green Goblin is attacking for 1, 2, 3, 4. We will take some damage, but instead we're going to defend with... Oh, Red Wing needs to exhaust. We'll defend with Gambit. However, we'll Aerial Evacuation here. This says, when another friendly character would be dealt any amount of damage, and very importantly, you can use this on consequential, which is something we could have kept in mind. We could have actually used Red Wing and prevented the consequential. Prevent all the damage, change to alter ego form. And so now takes 0 damage, which means we don't have to worry about Goblin's text. Our 1 encounter card is drawing near. We've seen this before. We're going to have to fire it right now. So when your turn begins, you discard the top card. This only has 1 resource on it. This goes to 2. All right. Still doing good. We can't see the top of the deck because we're in alter ego. But things are not bad. Things are not bad. Do we just like full send Red Wing and hope for the best? We should get rid of this. If that's the case, we'll get rid of Bird's Eye View. I think no matter what, we'll get rid of drawing near while we're down here. So we just have to discard a hero card. That's that. I kind of want to refresh Falcon's Flock. So this gets played for sure. This gets played and then we just replay Red Wing and we keep Falcon's Flock at 2. I think that's actually okay. So we'll play Practice Plan down here. And then will we recover for 3? There's nothing much else we're doing. We're attacking for 2. So I'll just recover for 3. This might be overkill. This is safety. We probably should be sending some damage and then we'll flip up. We see the top card of the deck. It's a star boost, Dark Designs. So Red Wing does 1 damage. I think we don't want to draw these. We don't draw minions. We don't want to draw anything from standard 3. So we will return Red Wing back to our hand. Falcon's Flock is one of my favorite cards. It's so cool, Nolan, to have a like unexhaustible card that like the fact that it has resources on it and some turns the right thing is not to spend the resources on it is also really cool. That it gives you the ability to use them and save them for another day. This is a really neat card. I think some of those cards that we saw that I don't see a lot of play, I don't even know the names of it, but there's a bunch of neutral cards that are like 2 cost for 3 energy resources or 3 physical resources, but they exhaust to give you 1. If they just give you them up front, I'd be like, wait, that's really, really cool. And then trying to choose how to spend them. They would be very good as basic cards, I think. Anyways, we discard this. We're going to do 1 damage to Green Goblin. And then Red Wing's back in our hand. The next card on top of the deck is a 1 boost, Hysteria. That's totally fine. We'll Power Flight back for Red Wing. We will not use our ability to discard the top card of the deck. We find that one to be acceptable. In theory, we want a 4. No, we want a 5. We want a 2 boost so we can redirect damage, but that's okay. We'll play our Microwave. This thing comes in, gives us +1 defense. We're at 4 defense. And if we take damage, we can move it around. But we have to take the damage, which means defense stat doesn't work. And then we will just thwart for 1 off of this. All right, we're in a way better spot than before. And a lot of it is like very quietly, we've been manipulating the top of the deck, which is like the Falcon power. Oops, no, that's fine. Under control, if we get a minion. Soup Kitchen, recovering. Battlefield Awareness, also very good. Allows us to control the top of the deck. We're at the point that we wish we had our Aerial Recon card, but we threw it out. Up and away, we might just play that because we don't mind a big boost here. And then our last card is Cannonball, which our hand has 2 aerial cards and we can return Red Wing. Okay, this goes to 1. We know we're being attacked for 1, 2, 3. We know it to be 4, but we might as well do up and away here. It loses one of our aerial cards, but I don't think it's a big deal because we're going to be drawing. So when you get a boost card, you can reveal the next card. We want a big boost. This is a Goblin Thrall. I'd rather get the Goblin Thrall as an encounter card so we can set up draw their fire into under control. So I think we're going to leave that there. And that means we're going to draw one card because it has one boost icon. It's a Quinn carrier. We're not going to discard that. And so we're being attacked here for 1, 2, 3, 4. We'll block for 4. We take no damage. We have no triggers, unfortunately. We draw one encounter card. It's Goblin Thrall. Comes in play with 3 health. That's an encounter. Like, the encounter steps are so not scary when you have this much control over it. It's back to us. We see the top card of the deck. It is 1 boost, Wicked Ambitions. That's a very scary card in certain board states. This is a really mean card. Discard X cards, which is double the villain stage number each time a goblin is discarded to either take 3 damage or spawn it. I've played this and got so many minions. My buddy loved Falcon's Flock till she reread the card and realized it's only for aerial cards. Oh yeah, but like the birds pay for other birds. Okay, we're in a great spot. We are coasting now. We want to get Cannonball down because now we're just generating +2 a turn. I don't care much about the Quinn carrier. We're going to play Under Control on Goblin Thrall for sure. But I think if we want to use Cannonball, we have to first use Red Wing. I think we want one more research generator here. I'd rather play for a team building exercise. Battlefield Awareness is a really good card, but I think it's likely we just do 2 for Cannonball, 1 for Red Wing, exhaust Falcon's Flock, and we're good. So order, I think we're going to do Red Wing first. So we're going to return Red Wing back to our hand. This is not an attack, which is really cool. So you can use it to get around guard, which Goblin Thrall has. We'll just take 1 thwart off. That's good enough. Then we'll do 1, 2, 3. No, 1, 2. It's a shame we're not playing Battlefield Awareness, but I don't think it's that important right now. For Cannonball, using a Falcon's Flock. Oh wait, we have to make sure we're throwing out the right stuff because we need to keep aerials in hand. I think I discarded an aerial card. So instead, we'll discard Soup Kitchen. So when Cannonball would take any amount of consequential damage, reduce that amount by X. Oh, this is ugly. Hold on, because of the guard. So Cannonball might not do much. So we're actually not going to take the threat off of here. We're going to do 1 damage to Green Goblin instead because the guard, this thing's going to stick on the table. So then Cannonball is going to thwart for 2. We'll reveal aerial card, so it takes no consequential. Gambit's just going to stay there because I think this is worth it. Maybe we're wasting resources, but it's fine. We'll tap an Under Control, attach to the Thrall. Will we discard this card from the top of the deck? No, I think it's fine. And then we'll do the last Falcon's Flock to replay Red Wing. We're not going to discard the top card of the deck. We don't have a big incentive to. I think you need to discard the encounter card. Oh yeah, you're right. So we do. Okay, hold on. So we have a bunch of triggers. So we had to discard this to do the 1 damage. Thank you, Wedge. How's it going? So then this is on top. When we play Cannonball, we'll discard this because we don't want another minion as much as we have a draw their fire turn. But I'm like really scared of getting too many minions. Last time we did that, it was like really quite bad for us. So I'll discard that when we play Cannonball. Then Cannonball thwarts for 2. Then we play Red Wing. We'll use Red Wing to discard the minion. And now we're here with a 3 boost on top of the deck, which is kind of perfect. Happy checking to another live. Thanks. I think you need to discard it for Red Wing. Yeah, I did miss that for sure. The one thing that's catching me out, which I need to try. So actually, let me know about this. I only brought this up earlier today, but we are streaming currently at 1440p, which I appreciate because there's a lot of small text and stuff like that, as much as you can maybe barely read it. But because we're streaming at 1440p, I'm not streaming at the lowest latency. When I'm streaming Netrunner, I stream at like ultra fast latency mode, which does not support the highest quality 1440p. But it means that like the chat versus me seeing the chat and reading the chat is like longer than I'm used to. So if I ask a question or I do something wrong, the response time from the YouTube chat is a bit longer than I'm used to. So let me know if you want to just do 1080p and we get a faster chat response time. Howard the Duck would be a sweet bird ally. Maybe Justice is the always solving mysteries. I know nothing about Howard the Duck, but I'm constantly surprised that that's a thing in Marvel. I think we pass. Okay, we draw 5. Ready for Fight's not bad. Bird of Prey, okay, big damage. Practice Plan is perfect. Team Building is perfect. And Unflappable is perfect. We have to remember this here is that we're going to crack Draw Their Fire because you have to do the beginning of the villain phase. So after the villain phase begins, we do not exhaust to defend, but we're going to use Practice Plan to return it to our hand instead. So we have functionally 6 hand size, which is also really nice. All right, so we don't exhaust to defend. So this goes to 1. Green Goblin's attacking us for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, actually, that's 1 too many. Wait, that is 1 too many. I forgot that it has the Goblin Glider. I'm used to being a 5 attack here. So, bummer. We're going to take 1 damage. So we're going to attack for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We defend without defending. We defend for 4. We're going to use our microwave to defend for 5. And we're going to redirect 1 damage to Green Goblin. Green Goblin. However, because we took damage from the attack, this goes to 2. Then the Goblin Thrall attacks us. We defend and take no damage, which means under control fires, which says after a hero defends, we against attached minion takes no damage, deal 4 damage, which defeats the Goblin Thrall. And when the Goblin Thrall is defeated, we can fire Change of Fortune, which exhausts this to draw 2 cards. And so now we're going into this next phase with 7 cards in hand, right? Like this is what you're meant to do and consistently get that loop working, which we do have 2 practice plans in our hand. So we'll just rebuild it and go from there. We might even be able to jump down considering we can go get back our Falcon's Flock and set up a copy of Ready for a Fight. 1 encounter card. I see you. Oh, this is perfect too, because we're going to get attacked again. When revealed, Green Goblin attacks you. If you're in alter ego form, do not give the villain a boost card. So we defend. So we're taking 4 damage. We're blocking for 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We take 1 damage. This goes to 3. Top card of the deck. 2 boost. Back to us. Let's think. I think you love Ready for a Fight like I do. I try to play every hero with it. It's at the point where I'm trying to play, like I'm going out of the way to play fewer in a deck on the basis that like it is just that good. And it's very easy to put 2 or 3, especially in a solo deck. This deck only has 1 because we do have a fair bit of preparation support, but it's not a 3x deck, right? Okay, how's it going? Okay, so we have way too many options here. This is going to be overwhelming. I do think we need to get our Falcon's Flock back on the table. We always are going to play a practice plan so we can do that loop over and over again. And we're going to activate with Cannonball before we do anything. Our hand has 2 aerial cards. We have not as many aerial cards as we might want in the deck. I do think we could play another copy of Ever Vigilant. So here we're just going to go Thwart for 2. Again, this card that we just played, that's back in our hand, this defended 3 times for no actions, for no exhausts, more accurately. Like that's really absurdly good. The ceiling on it's really, really high in solo, even if you, even in solo. So we don't play Bird of Prey. We don't play the second practiced. I want to play Unflappable. I want to play Electrostatic. Maybe we don't play Team Building. Maybe we don't get Flock this turn. But if we don't get Flock, we have only Bird of Prey as the physical. So this can play that. Okay. Cannonball will thwart for 2, taking no consequential. Red Wing can attack for 2. I think that's fine. I think we still keep Gambit around. Maybe we're going to deck out. I think putting Gambit back in the deck, it's too late now. So either we attack with Red Wing or return Red Wing to our hand. Regardless, it's a hero action, so we have to decide that now before we jump down. So let's just plan out our costs. This practice plan is getting played for sure. Draw Their Fire gets played. Ready for a Fight gets played. That leaves us with this. In theory, if we're hopping down and staying down, we can add Red Wing to our hand and then throw out Red Wing to play both of these. It's a bit silly. I think Unflappable is definitely worth playing. Electrostatic Armor is good, but not super, super necessary. So I'm just going to check the bottom 3 cards. I think there's a double in here. Yeah, there's a double. So because there's a double in there, I think we're incentivized to hold on to the team building for next turn. Because we're going to draw 6 cards. It should be easy to play. I don't care about the Goblin Gear, which is another thing we can consider. So I think this is what we do. That means we don't bounce Red Wing. We'll just use Red Wing for 1. We'll bounce next turn. We'll play Ready for a Fight. Sorry, not you. So we played a physical for it. So when Goblin thwarts, and honestly, we can see if he will thwart. Because we could maybe get a smaller card on top of the deck. We also know we're drawing into a 2 thwart card. So let's go ahead and play our aerial card first. So we'll do practice plan for Draw Their Fire. It's an aerial card, so we'll choose to discard this. 0 boost, 1 boost. So that means this will go up to 1, 2, 3, 4. Maybe we get something that says Goblin Schemes. I think if that's the case, we'll be fine. So yeah, that's okay. Then we'll pitch 1 for Unflappable. Card's really good. We're going to be exhausting and not taking damage, hopefully. Eventually we'll have to get rid of the Goblin Gear because, yeah, 3 boosts do get us. We're not doing a lot with the activation, so we'll attack for 2 into the villain while we can, and then we'll just flip down, and then in here, we'll just pass, drop the hand size. Maybe we should be attacking for 3 with Gambit. Yeah, let's just get to the end of the game faster. Pass. Just one Black Widow versus Loki with Mr. Hyde and Brothers Grimm after 4 losses. It was a nightmare. Whoa. Yeah, that sounds really, really rough. I think you missed the damage on Falcon. You took damage twice, but have 1 damage. Took damage twice. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, I think you're right. I'll take a damage. I think you are right. Because we got attacked twice and bled a bit of damage. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We blocked for. Yeah, you're right. You're right. Good catch. Cool. We'll hold on to this. We're gonna deck out. Oh, we're gonna deck out. So this is not even our encounter card. It's a boost card. It's fine. It has Surge. Man, anytime we're about to deck out, I need to slow down to realize we're decking out. This is not the card we think it is. I still think we'd made the right choice there. We'll pass. You can always proc ready to fight on in advance too. Yeah. That's our insurance policy. You're right. That's actually really important. I forgot. I thought we were going to use this, but if we're jumping down and not using it, it's still there. How's it going, by the way, Gulby? Bird's Eye View. We have the Genius, of course, and then we have the Ever Vigilant. We deck out, so we're going to draw Sinister Strike. This thing just has Surge and adds a counter when we're in villain mode, so that's fine. Knowing that it's there, though, like it's actually maybe a good time to do Draw Their Fire because we can still do the double block, right? Like we hop up with Ready for Fight, we block, we block, we block. I do think we might just stay down here regardless on the fact that it's really important that we get our Falcon's Flock back on the table because we went through a whole deck cycle without playing any resource generators, barring the team building exercise in our hand. So there's a good incentive here to stay down. As much as we're wasting on flappable value. Oh, this is ready too. All right, we need 2 more. Quinn Carrier. Okay, resource generated. Power Flight. That's good because we'll get a Falcon's Flock. Okay, let's see what happens here. This goes to 2. Green Goblin is scheming for a mysterious amount. We could jump in here for a Ready for a Fight. I don't think we do. We're ready for the next one. So 1, 2, 3 boosts plus text. This says give the villain additional boost card. Oh, that's awful. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This goes to 7. Are you serious? Was that how low our margins were? Wait, why is this at 2? It should be at 1. We cleared it. We fully cleared it, right? What's going on? So wait, we fully cleared this. So this should have gone to 1, then 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This should be on 6. Chat, am I wrong? We definitely fully cleared that. Why would it be on 7? It should be 1 for the main stage, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'm going to wait for chat to catch up with me, but I refuse to believe that that should be on 7 right now. Because I think we planned it that a 3 boost gets us. That's like why 7 is such a low threshold on solo. Is like, or 6 is even lower, right? But a 3 boost just cooks you when you jump down. Help me out, chat delay. There's no shot that was not at 0. We did Gambit for 3 damage. Right? Right? Cool. I think we're fine. On YouTube, you can rewind. I can't do it. Someone please let me know. I gotta sit in my soiled pants for like a minute, waiting for everything to catch up. We know what this is, so we can still do it. This is Sinister Strike, so Alter Ego, it has Surge. This is the Assault variant for Standard 3, so this goes to 3, and we get a different card. Yeah, Red Wing thwarted out. Yeah, cool. That's what I thought. Okay, so I think I added that twice. I'm not sure why. Goblin Soldier, fine. We don't mind having minions in front of us because we can delete them without blocking. And then we get, okay, Goblin Soldier. So we have 2 Goblin Soldiers. This actually is a bit scarier than you want it to be because getting behind is, for unknown reasons, you place 2 at the villain phase. Good old unknown reasons. We're going to run out of these red dice. Okay, so we have very little damage, but this is what I mean. There's like, I think many different ways we can play this turnout, but only one of them is probably what we want to do. So we don't have any under controls. We probably should not attack for 3 for Gambit because of this situation. Like this is where Gambit was so valuable and we did waste that. Our hand has, unfortunately, Power Flight's not an aerial card, which is surprising, but we have 2 aerial cards plus Red Wing. So we can attack with Cannonball for 2. There is a basic card you can play that says whenever an aerial card uses a basic activation, you can exhaust this to get +1. What do people think about that card? I think it's so mid. I never play it, but I think it ends up as an auto include in a lot of aerial decks, but I never play it. I don't remember what it's called, but yeah, it's not for me. So Falcon's Flock we can get this turn. We want to play Red Wing multiple times, but we have to decide most of our things we're going to do in hero mode so we can see the boost icons. So I think we're going to get a Falcon's Flock. Soaring Acrobatics is good in Falcons, literally +1 to any stat. Yeah, that's what I don't understand is I don't feel like playing 2 for a +1 to any stat is actually that good. It's a bit better on defense here because we know our boost card. It's an auto include. I don't want to play 2 for a card that gives you +1 every turn. I don't think that's good enough. I don't think that's good enough. 2 cost card that gives you +1 every turn doesn't seem good enough. That being said, I'm obviously playing Armored Vest at 1, but that's a fair bit cheaper. People play like a card that gives you +1 thwart or +1 attack. So I don't know. It's good if you get it early. That's the other thing. It's a card that's like, to me, it feels so comparable to just playing an ally, but the ally just seems better. Like find a 2-cost ally. I don't know. Maybe I need to play more with it, but it's a card that's always in my opening hand and it's like seems less important than any of these cards that give you more than +1 value a turn. That being said, like right now we have to perfectly block for us to like get our value engine. I'm gonna go get Falcon's Flock. I think that's right. But yeah, I've never liked that card. It's cool that you can use it on allies too, because it's not only you. Did I miss Falcon's Flock? No. I mean, it would be helped you thwart those 3 scheme sides or 3 HP minions. Yeah, but I think our deck has the card. Like we have a better version of that card that discards the top card in the counter deck too, right? Have I ever steered you wrong? Honestly, so far, no. So far. But like I have tried. That's one of the cards I have tried and it's never hit the table. It's always felt less important than any of our hero setup kits. It stays allies die. Yeah, but allies die by blocking. Like that's good. I do love Lockjaw way more than I thought I would. Okay, we're not going to do anything down here because we want to do everything on our hero side because we can control the top of the deck. Give us a big boost. It's 1 boost. Okay. 1 boost is not the best, but we can get rid of it. So I'm going to start by doing Power of Flight into Falcon's Flock. This comes in with the 5 counters and it's an aerial card. So we're going to decide to discard the top card of the deck just to see the next card using our ability. 1 boost as well. Bummer. Okay. We still have 2 aerial cards in hand. So great. Cannonball for 2. Cool. Gambi for 3. Defeating the Goblin Soldier. We have a cool interaction here. Is that the Goblin Soldier says, when defeated, deal 1 damage to the engaged player. However, Microwave doesn't care how you take the damage. It says when you would take damage, redirect it. So we can just put that here instead and not take the damage. Okay, so top of the deck is still a bit lower than we want it to be. We can attack for 2 and hope for a bigger boost. I think that's the play. I think that is the play. I don't think we play Bird's Eye View here. I think Ever Vigilant plus our basic activation is going to get there. We can keep the Goblin Soldier on the table. We don't care too much because we have Draw Their Fire, which we're probably going to play this turn. I think we want to get rid of this because it has a star. I think it's good for Nova. Gulby is... I don't know. Okay, hold on. What's it called? What's it called again? I need to check the chat. Soaring Acrobatics. I'm assuming for Nova, you're in a better spot, like raw boosting your stats, right? Like increasing your thwart or increasing your attack using the basic like aspect cards is a bit better because this is only... You have to exhaust it. And like Nova attacks multiple times or thwarts multiple times on the like the pop off Nova turns. So I'm assuming in Nova you're better off playing like, no joke, I think in Nova you might even be better off playing like Civic Duty and Adrenaline Rush, right? Because the turns that where it really matter, as opposed to Soaring Acrobatics, which is a +1 once, right? Because it's only for this use. Yeah, it's only good for 1 use, right? That's the problem. I don't know if people do it, but I think Adrenaline Rush, like we played was it last week? Yeah. Where we played with our friend Quicksilver, and like Adrenaline Rush is low-key really, really good in that deck. Any deck that you activate a lot of times, Adrenaline Rush is actually surprisingly good. Okay, so we can do Genius for team building and Falcon's Flock for Ever Vigilant, and then we can clear this, we can double ready. That allows us to play only 1 aerial card. The other options, we just play Bird's Eye View and Ever Vigilant, which will clear all the threat, but I'm not worried about the threat here. We can't clear Goblin Glider. I think we set up with the team building, so we'll play team building. So this is an action, so we have to watch out that we can't do this during the villain phase. Not that we have a lot of defense events. In fact, we have none. And then we're going to, I think, thwart. I think we'll attack for 2 as a start. Then we'll do team building plus Falcon's Flock. No, there's no point. Oh no, because we can bounce Red Wing. Yeah, for sure. We'll play Ever Vigilant. So remove 2 threat from the main scheme. Ready your hero, only play for aerial. I like this art better than the other one, I think. Okay. We played an aerial card, so we'll discard this. 2 boosts on the top of the deck, that's perfect. We will return Red Wing to our hand using Red Wing's text. Discarding the top card of the deck, which has 2 boosts. So we'll knock out this Goblin Soldier. It does 1 damage to us. Revealing the next card is a 1 boost. That's perfect. We'll be attacked for 4. That's acceptable. Then we'll do Falcon's Flock, Bird's Eye View for Red Wing. Red Wing's back. Cool. We will thwart for 2. And I think Red Wing will just peck for 1 off of the main scheme. Yeah, that's fine. Off the main scheme. Yeah, we're doing no damage. This is the issue. It's like we really are not doing damage. This is a turn that we'll probably exhaust to defend, but we'll just pass here. I think we now need to start doing damage, which means cannonball every turn into the face, and we'll pass. We're in a good spot with ready for a fight. Hard to ignore, that's great. Electrostatic, that's a lot of damage over the game. Power of Flight, up and away, we'll probably play that here. And Battlefield Awareness, that's even more damage for us. Okay, so we've got over the setup hump. We just need to close the game out. Goes to 2. Goblin's attacking for 4. We might as well play up and away. So it gives us a lot of control. So we'll look at the next card. Star Boost. So unfortunately at this point we can't draw their fire because it's only at the start of the villain phase and we've passed that window. So knowing we're drawing into another thing is not really good for us. I don't like the Goblin Soldier. So we'll keep the Goblin Soldier on top. With up and away, we'll draw 1 card. Power of Flight. And then after we play a card using our hero ability, we'll discard the Goblin Soldier. To get, Harlem Protector. I forget the text on that. It's been a moment. So that means Green Goblin's attacking us for 1, 2, 3, 4. We will exhaust. We take no damage, so we add no threat. And all we do is we draw 1 more card with Unflappable. Bird of Prey. Good. We get Harlem Protector. Harlem's Protector. Uses 3 emergency counters. Has a hazard icon on it. Spend a resource as an alter ego to remove an emergency counter. That's awful. You can't look at the top card in villain phase. You're correct. We can't. Oh yeah, we messed up. Yeah, it made no differences on our decisions there. That's for sure. But yeah, we can't. Up and away, you're meant to see the top card of the deck, but not the card underneath it. Really good catch. Yeah, for sure. It didn't really change anything we were going to do. But yeah, we definitely shouldn't have seen this coming. We were meant to see the other card that we discarded, but not the one underneath it. I think MCLCG or Netrunner more fun. Hey, how's it going? She has Jajuha. Is it more fun? Well, it depends what you think is fun and what you're looking for. I played Netrunner for way longer than I've played Marvel Champions. Netrunner is a 1v1 game. It also has like a competitive scene of organized play. It's an asymmetric game, so there's technically 2 sides of the table you have to learn. And Netrunner is incredible. There's no game like it. There probably will never be a game exactly like it, as much as many people try and pursue it. But Netrunner is incredibly special. Really, really great. Marvel Champions, on the other hand, it's a game that I play mostly solo. I can sit down and spend like 2 hours, play a whole campaign. I enjoy it. It gives me the deck building creativity. It's relatively simple to get on the table to teach to people. If you care about Marvel IP and you want to play with your favorite heroes or Hercules, like you can do that as well. So definitely one's not more fun than the other. They just do 2 different things. It's like saying, is soccer more fun than basketball? It depends what you're into and what you want to do and what season it is. But like I've played 1,000 games of Marvel Champions in a couple of years. I've played 1,000 games of Netrunner in a couple of years. I like them a heck of a lot both. I think Nova is actually good use. +1 can be the difference between a great Unleash turn and not. Oh yeah, like if you don't defeat the thing, you don't do your thing. But I'm pretty sure if that's the case, Adrenaline Rush is just better in that slot. Or like Civic Duty. All right. This stinks. This is stinky, but I think we can jump down. Now we see the top card of the deck. It's a 3 boost. It's a monster. Sick. So that's going to hurt. So now we're at the send damage area. We have 2 aerials in our hand, so we should just use Cannonball. We're going to go... I think Cannonball will just thwart. Okay. That's good. I think it doesn't really matter the order we do things. Whether we Red Wing first or Bird of Prey first. It's not obvious to me what order is the best order. This is not an aerial card, so we have to spend 3 resources to get rid of this. That's such a weird, that's a really strange. I like when the obligations are not just like exhaust yourself, but like, wow, that's really strange. Okay. Jumping down is not a huge cost. Let's see what this is first. So I think for sure we're going to return Red Wing to our hand. So Red Wing returns. We're going to discard the top card and we'll do 3 damage to Green Goblin. Let's go, Falcon. Robert, how's it going? The top of the deck is 2 boosts. That's totally acceptable. If that's the case, I think we're just going to send some damage. So I probably could sit down for a minute and think whether we should use Falcon's Flock or not. But when I see Power of Flights, I'll just send the Power of Flight. We'll do Bird of Prey. This will give us 1 damage short of knocking out Green Goblin. So this is deal 4 damage to an enemy. You may discard the top card of the deck to deal an additional damage. So we'll discard this so it does 2 more damage. Green Goblin's on 1. When we advance Green Goblin, you get like 300 encounter cards. We'll know one of them is Death for Above, which is an extra attack. That is something we can actually play around. However, with Harmless Protectors, I think we do jump down and get rid of this instead. I think we don't want this to be around. This is really hard to deal with. Hey, City. How you doing? Okay. Red Wing's in hand. We can play cheap Red Wing, free Red Wing if we want to. I do think we need to spend 3 resources, so I'm going to get rid of these 3. Do we not play Battlefield Awareness? I'll feel so bad if we don't. Maybe we don't. Yeah. Getting rid of this is more important. I think this is a good turn to jump down before we advance Green Goblin. We can clear this. We're about to deck out here in a bit. Not here exactly. Yeah, I think that's okay. 1 boost on top of the deck is fine. Green Goblin will scheme for 3. That's acceptable. We don't even have to ready for a fight. So if that's the case, I think we just do... We need to spend 3 cards to get rid of Harlem's Protectors. That's for sure. So if it's just these 3 cards, we can play Red Wing throwing out this and keep our Falcon's Flock. I mean, it doesn't feel perfect. There probably was a better sequence of this turn, but it requires, with like 8 cards in hand, it does require a lot to figure out what the super efficient order is there. Okay. So I will do 1 plus team building for Red Wing. Caca. Are we even playing Red Wing this turn? Actually, maybe we don't play Red Wing, because what are we doing with Red Wing? We're not doing damage. We're not thwarting. So let's actually not play Red Wing. And we'll just grab Red Wing from the discard pile next turn. Yeah, that's a bit better. So we'll do Red Wing. We'll throw out Red Wing. Like last time we threw out Red Wing, it was a huge mistake. We'll use team building and we'll play Battlefield Awareness. This also helps because we're going to have a lot of threat to deal with next turn. This is probably a bit more reasonable. And whenever we use a basic as a hero, so not your recovery, you can discard the top card of the deck to get plus. Let me get all my red cards together and then we'll do a backline defense line. I want to put this up here so we remember it's an option for blocking. So we'll do that. And then this kind of goes up here. And then we'll put a defense cards here. Okay. Organization's half the battle. Oops. We'll flip down. We technically don't see the top card of the deck anymore, but we're not going to manipulate it. We could have discarded it, but 1 boost is totally fine. Then we'll discard 3 cards to get rid of our obligation, generate 3 resources, and we just get rid of this thing. It is victory 0, so it's not coming back. It's going to the victory display. Start to play Eternal. It's hard, but so fun. Oh, were you doing the event? Jai came in and was talking about the event a bit today. I know there's more Eternal in December. What are you doing for damage and protection for Falcon? I always find I struggle with that. Oh, Red Wing. Red Wing is really, really good. Just playing Red Wing over and over again is really, really good. Battlefield Awareness is good. We have a bit of like, what's it called? Chip damage by electrostatic armor. The big thing in this deck is how we're getting rid of minions. Oh, I don't have anything to show here, but we will draw into them, is we're playing under control. So the idea is that we don't exhaust withdraw their fire, and then we block against cheap minions and just blow them up. So far it's been okay. But yeah, your mileage may vary, but our damage is mostly through Red Wing, which I think is, Red Wing is just a lot of damage. We draw Ever Vigilant, practice plan. So we have a reason to pop our preparation, aerial evacuation, a reason to come down, another practice plan, kind of ugly, and a strength. This hand doesn't do anything, but there's a 6th card. Does that solve anything? No, it doesn't. I think we're hopping up this turn, which means we might hop down next turn with Red Wing, but I think we advance next turn. So maybe we're outside of Red Wing for a moment. Have we made a huge mistake? Have we got rid of Red Wing? Because with 2 practice plans, we're heavily incentivized to crack them on ready for a fight, just so that we can get cards at our hand. They are energy though, so maybe we just use them on the Goblin gear. It's just this hand doesn't do anything. Up, and away doesn't do anything. Like, not a good hand unless we're in hero mode getting attacked. So when in Rome, I think, like, I don't know if we add 17 threat here just so that we can get Red Wing. I don't think we do. Maybe we should not discard Red Wing. That's probably always correct, is never discard Red Wing. All right, we'll fire ready for fight. Not you. Almost never you. In fact, never you. When the villain would scheme instead, jump up to hero mode. And the villain's attacking us. We're being attacked. We know it to be for 4 damage. Regardless, we're going to play up, up, and away, which reveals the next card, and we can swap them. This is 2 boosts. They'll put the attack at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, which is perfect. So we'll swap these 2. We know that Death from Above will now be their next encounter card. We did not fire. In fact, I don't think we are allowed to draw their fire, because it says beginning of the villain phase and it's a hero action, so we can't do that. So Green Goblin will attack us again, which I don't think we want to do that. So at this point, we're going to use our hero interrupt after we've played an aerial card, and mind you, we still have to draw 2 cards. 1, 2. We will choose to use our hero ability to discard this. We won't look at the next card. I figured it out. So we're being attacked for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We will exhaust for 4. We would take a damage with the microwave. We'll return the damage. Wait, that will advance Green Goblin. Do we want to advance Green Goblin here? I think we do. I don't see why not. Yeah, let's do it. So we'll fire the microwave. When Falcon would take any amount of damage, prevent 1 of the damage, and deal 1 damage to the enemy. That's sick because we can fire Change of Fortune. So we'll do 1 damage to the villain. We have defeated the villain, so Change of Fortune can actually fire here, which says after you defeat something during the villain phase, draw 2 cards. Unflappable draws a card, so we draw 1, 2, 3. That's kind of cursed. And then we advance to Goblin 3, which is going to have some text on it. Final Goblin. Numbers get worse. Make a mess. Villain advance here. So we have now 20 health. When revealed, 3 encounter cards. 1, 2, 3. We'll get a 4th encounter card because we have to draw an encounter card. And it says after Green Goblin attacks and damages, you place 2 threat on the main scheme, which is a lot scarier. Ideally, on the turn that we were doing this, we would have popped Draw Their Fire. Oh, we also didn't return the thing back to our hand with Practice Plan. Apologies. We're definitely going to do that. We have 17 practice plans in our hand. But this is also meant to go back to our hand. I forgot about that. But yeah, we were definitely doing that for sure. There's no reason not to. We are exhausted. We have 1 chump block. This could go bad for us. In theory, there's a world we die here, but let's find out. Overrun. Okay. So this goes and gets more minions if we clear it. When we clear it, comes in with only 1 threat, but with 2 acceleration. You do need to get rid of it. When you get rid of this, you have to discard cards until you find, or you discard 2 cards until you find a minion. Yeah, it's a good setup for a heavy minion round, that's for sure. In fact, what is this? Choose to either spend 2 resources of any type or give the villain a face down boost card. I feel like we have more resources than anything we can do with them, so I will spend 2 resources. 2 resources for a boost card is not a really great trade, I'll be honest, but we're happy to see that. Under fire? Just when you think you're out. We'll take 2 more cards instead of that one. Emotionally feels worse. Still 3 cards left. Dark Designs? Okay. All right. Now we're talking. We can't cancel this. Place 1 pursuit counter. Actually, no, so we get our Nemesis instead. Oh, I really wish we could have fired Draw Their Fire. But instead of scheming, because this hits 4, it replaces the activation because you don't do the then text because it cancels that sentence. So we go get our set aside Nemesis minion. Our Nemesis Viper here has Quick Strike. So it's going to attack us right now for 5. There's not much we can do about this. I don't want to block with Cannonball, so we'll just take 2 damage. And when Viper attacks, you discard the top 5 cards in the counter deck. That will cause the deck to deck out. So there's only 3. So we put an acceleration and these go into the discard pile. Alongside, we'll shuffle in these Nemesis cards because they come in after the villain comes in. So they were not able to be discarded here. We also get Serpent Solutions, which like only sort of matters. Now with this huge deck, it might not matter at all, but it has 6 threat, has no like bad text in terms of like icons, which is not super common. But after Serpent Society minion, which there's only 2 in this huge deck, is discarded, you get as an encounter card instead. Or not instead, but at the same time. Perfect setup, 2 base armored vest plus vibranium microwave. Yeah, it's really good. The problem with the microwave is if your defense stat is too high, it just doesn't fire. Right? Like if the minion attacks us and we do Draw Their Fire, microwave just doesn't fire. Like microwave is really weird, but it's technically better if you're not blocking. Okay, still 2 more cards left. Maybe we should not have advanced, I'll be honest. Regenerative healing. Oh, this gets Surge. Love it. So this says the villain heals X. X is the villain stage number. If it doesn't heal, we Surge. You can count how many cards we've drawn this round. Some of that was our fault. Okay, not you, but similar to you. You can say who did it better. Goblin Thrall. This is where the surge is really bad because you end up with all these minions, but we have a draw their fire line, so that's good. Then we have Under Fire. How did we draw this twice? Oh my god, we drew Under Fire twice in the same turn. I've never done that. I did not know you could do that, but you can draw Under Fire twice in the same turn. Are you serious? You can do that? We drew like 12 encounter cards this round. Because Under Fire went into the discard pile and then a shovel. Holy. I've never done that. I never realized you could do that. Oh, this is bad. This is a really good draw their fire turn, but this is bad. Wicked Ambitions. We really need our electrostatic. Discard X cards from the counter decks where X is to double the villain stage number. So we have to discard 6. So either we either take 3 damage or put that minion into play engage with you. This is monster. We don't want monster. When revealed, you are stunned. We can't have that. We'll just take 3 damage. We're going to lose to this advance, I'll be honest. We were not prepared for this. If we get attacked here, we have to use Cannonball. We'll take 3. So we have to discard 5 more. Not a goblin. Not a goblin. That's a goblin. Either we take 3 damage or take the green soldier, the goblin soldier. We'll take the goblin soldier. This is going to do 1 damage to us. Otherwise we die. So we have to take it. We get 1 more. Please not a goblin. It's not a goblin. We have 1 more encounter card. Choose to either spend 2 resources or give the villain a boost card. I mean, this is our hand. I think we can spend 2 resources. We're going to do under control to every single minion. It's going to be so hype. This is amazing. And the funny thing is we crack overrun, we have to draw more cards. We need to get rid of Goblin Gear because actually getting attacked sucks. Do we have our panic runaway to alter ego button? We do. We have aerial evacuation. This turn is going to be incredibly cool if we nail it. Boost card we don't want. So we definitely don't need Hard to Ignore. We don't need the second practice plan. Let's say we'll get rid of that. Okay, it's finally back to us. Oh my god. Top of the deck is Goblin Thrall. We can't have that. We don't want another minion here. Okay. I didn't catch my breath. That was absurd. That was absolutely buck wild. Okay. We have a health issue. Let's not pretend we don't. We have a health issue, but we are definitely going to do this. And we're going to be able to block against each of them. We have to play this. And already we don't have a lot of cards in hand. So Ever Vigilant we can play for free. Aerial Evacuation we can play for free. Energy can get rid of the Goblin Glider. The question is, do we deal with Overrun to get more minions? We know it's going to spawn a Goblin Thrall. Oh man, I really wish we had Red Wing. Really messed up throwing out Red Wing. Yikes. Yeah, never throw out Red Wing. So this is technically in her hand. Okay, no matter what, all 3 of these get their text, okay? They're happy. This goes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think we let Overrun stay on the table. I think we have bigger problems. We need to fix before we clear Overrun. When we clear Overrun, we discard 2 cards. We get every goblin. We know there's a goblin there as much as we're going to be able to control it. I guess we do Cannonball. We have 2 aerial cards in our hand. So Cannonball is just going to loosen up Viper. Good. Then we'll play the practice plan so that we can return draw their fire. I'll just do this so we remember. I think that's a smarter way to do it, but then we'll forget we can use it on something else. That's fine. We will do team building and I think we'll do Falcon's Flock, but I think we waste this. So I think we don't do Falcon's Flock or Ever Vigilant. Issue is we have a health problem, but we're ready. We only can clear for the main scheme. It's not a choice with this card. I've done that wrong on camera before. Thanks for the nice people that do correct me. Appreciated. We'll do energy to get rid of the Goblin Gear. Sorry, Goblin Glider. So now -1 attack is kind of important. We might just have to attack into the Goblin Soldier, discarding the Goblin Thrall. Oh, we played an aerial card, so we can discard this. 1 boost is fine. When we find a snake there, it's kind of not good. We will play Aerial Evacuation. That's another panic button. Because now on our last attack, if we get attacked during an encounter card, we can just jump down to Alter Ego. But I'm worried about taking 2 in direct damage somehow. Maybe Green Goblin has some tricks. And then we'll just attack for 2 into this Goblin Soldier. And then we'll watch a Rube Goldberg machine. I was upset to draw 3 under controls, and then this happened, which is so cool. We could discard the top card of the deck with Battlefield Awareness. We won't. We will pass. This is either going to be sick or we're going to die, because no matter what, we're down to 1 health. Maybe with the microwave, actually, we won't be at 1 health. We'll be better than that. We'll draw Soup Kitchen. Perfect. We need that. Bird's Eye View. Okay. Aerial Recon. Such a good card. Talon Line. Good card. A stun would be nice, and White Widow. All right. We have 1 card left in the deck, so we have to watch out. If we use Unflappable, we'll draw another encounter card at a weird timing. So do be careful. We have to keep that in mind. So this is not an auto fire. Oh, no. We're going to fire it because we're going to fire Change of Fortune. So this goes to 1, 2, 3, 4. Team building readies? Yes, good catch. It's in the microphone zone. Anything can happen down here. I'll never know about it. So it begins. Green Goblin attacks for 3 and a card. It's for 4 damage. Before the villain phase starts, we'll fire draw their fire. And then we'll practice plan to return it to our hand. So we now no longer exhaust. You see this if we're on a Netrunner stream. I don't know if I can show this on camera, but there's a stand where right here where the camera is, right? And there's no Christmas tree in this room, but I covered the stand in Christmas lights. So sometimes you see this like foil kind of shimmer. It's because of the Christmas tree lights. I was trying to unsleeve cards and be like, I don't remember this card coming in foil when it was hitting the angle. All right, the turn. So Green Goblin's attacking us for 4. We defend without exhausting. So we take 4 damage. We take no damage. We can choose here to do Unflappable. We will. We will do Unflappable. We draw a card. It is this card. It's a Bird of Prey. That gets us an encounter card. And then we shuffle. Okay. Order here doesn't matter a lot, but we're going to just pop off with these under controls. So again, they each say attached to minion, max 1 per minion. After a hero defends against an attached minion's attack and takes no damage, deal 4 damage to attached minion. So under control, it's now going to fire. This Viper attacks us for 2. We defend without exhausting. And so we take no damage. Under control cracks. And we deal 4 damage to Viper, knocking out Viper. Because of that, Change of Fortune fires. We draw 2 cards. Practice plan, that's nice. And Bird of Prey, good. Goblin Thrall attacks. We block without defending. Under control fires. I can't believe we actually set up this turn. Goblin Thrall is dead. Goblin Soldier attacks. We defend without blocking. Goblin Soldier's dead. When Goblin Soldier gets knocked out, we take a damage, but we're going to redirect it with the microwave into Green Goblin, playing around regenerative healing. And then we just draw 2 encounter cards. And again, we still do not exhaust the block at any point. We're only on 2 health. That's the bigger issue, but... Oh, we're going to be blocking against 5 attacks? It's Sinister Strike. I need to learn to write more words. Sinister Strike, place 1 pursuit counter. Goblins attack you. So Goblins attacking for 3 and a card. If this is a big boost, we could die. So we're going to use Battlefield Awareness here. Damage from Thrall. Yeah, we directed it with the microwave. So we're going to Battlefield Awareness here. So when Falcon needs the basic power, so we're going to defend without exhausting. We're going to discard the top card of the deck. We get +2 boost. So we're defending for 6 now. So now we're bulletproof. 3. Boost card, Goblin Soldier gets to put in play. That's fine. That's okay. Because it's not going to activate. So we survived 5 attacks. And Goblin Thrall. Okay. So we found all the minions all at once. But we did survive that round. I wonder if we were meant to aerial evacuation on that attack. Maybe we were meant to. Because we don't have a way to jump back up. Yeah, I think we were meant to go heal. So I think we messed that up. Because this is a really good turn to use aerial evacuation to place and use Soup Kitchen. Because I don't think we can play the rest of the game here on 3 health. Or sorry, 2 health. Yeah. We might have wanted to aerial evacuation that attack. We were lucky we got attacked another time to aerial evacuation and we didn't use the trigger. Okay, bummer. I think that's still going to be okay. We actually still could do it by using Cannonball if we get the aerials at our hand. Because anytime that you take consequential, it's technically taking damage. So aerial evacuation will fire on that as well. Looks like we're at the perfect time. That villain turn was sick, and it was so good. Well, going into that turn, we drew, I've never seen it before, but yeah, we drew into 2 copies of Under Fire in the same turn, of the same copy. Just, our encounter deck emptied last turn, and this is the encounter discard pile. Yeah, Falcon's been fun so far. We're trying to play Under Control with whatever this thing is called, Draw Their Fire. Okay, top card of the deck. Kind of 1 boost, kind of 0 boost. Functionally 0 boost. This is going up to 7 next turn, unless we can clear this. When we clear this, we discard 2 cards. It's not likely to get a thing. We have to get the aerial cards out of our hand if we want to use aerial evacuation on Cannonball, which means he needs to take consequential, which is actually kind of tricky because we have a lot of aerial cards in our hand. Yeah, kind of hard. Huh, what do we do here? How many aerial cards are in our hand? 1, 2, 3, 5. We have to get 5 cards out of hand. I forgot that under control even exists. I've never used it or even seen another player use it. Yeah, me neither, which is why we're playing it. Fantasy Flight Games put out this play hood with 3 copies, or sorry, every single copy of what's it called, the Thunderbolts. And this is like seems okay-ish into Thunderbolts with like pinned down. But yeah, if you're not defending to block minions, this is a lot better. And there's like very few cards in the game that allow you to do that. Falcon has one of them. It's so far been not bad, like surprisingly not bad. 0 for 4 that draws 3 cards with Change of Fortune unflappable. As much as it is obviously setup based. Okay, what the heck are we doing here? We threw out Falcon or Red Wing and draw. Pin down is wild and Thunderbolts. Yeah, pin down seems really cool. Luckily, a lot of the Thunderbolts have text when they attack you, so you don't just turn them off. But yeah, pin down is a card I want to play more of. I'm assuming in Tigra, when that shows up next month, we'll play a fair bit of it. You don't have to do the Cannonball Interrupt? Oh my god, yeah, you're right. You don't. It's optional. Weird how that's a benefit. You're right. We don't have to do that. And we can get Red Wing. Wait a second. That is hella sick. That's really, really cool. Man, I wish we had more cards that manipulate tactics. I think we're getting a red one, but like being able to replay tactics, because that's the issue with these cards is they're very good, but they're situational, especially if we're playing solo. If we had a couple cards that allowed us to grab the right tactic at the right time. Tuck all for White Widow, build a Thunderbolt. Yeah, wow. Yeah, that is optional. Okay, hold on. I need to really think through this. So we want to play Soup Kitchen, because if we recover, we can go play our next ally or support, reducing the cost by 2. We probably need to recover. We can maybe get through the game without recovering. We also might just be able to win this turn. The issue is that this Goblin Thrall has guard. But we have somewhere between 8, 10, 12 damage, so maybe not. We can maybe get there. You still need to wait a whole month for Civil War. That's rough. Yeah, it seems like it's coming out December 12th, which is also really awkward because this channel will shut down for the holidays somewhere around December 20th. So it's not like there'll even be a lot of content on the channel, but it seems like we're getting everything on like clockwork 3 months late, like just exactly on the proper release date, 3 months late. At least this will be the second thing that happens, as much as some people already have Synthesoid Smackdown. Okay. This can ready us. It can also ready Cannonball, which might be worth something because we have a lot of stuff to do, but I don't think we have to play it right now. So I think we do start with the Cannonball Soup Kitchen combo, which is kind of neat. Yeah, I think we have to do it. Tigra Pin Down is wild. Just a free +3 draw a turn and triple resource for her generators, the right resources. Yeah, seems good. Seems really good. I could see just like, you're just over there on the table. Ignore it. Okay. Excuse me. Focus. I think we just do it. I think Cannonball just hits a Goblin Soldier. We're not worried about these little guys. If we had our Electrostatic Armor, we'd feel a bit better about it. We can't draw our Electrostatic Armor. We have no card draw this turn. So I think we just use Cannonball and attack for 2 in the Goblin Soldier. And then we'll do Cannonball's text. By doing text, I mean we won't do the text. We'll do Aerial Evacuation here. We could decide to return this to our hand with Practice Plan, but I think we're going to use Practice Plan for our Draw Their Fire. So when another friendly character would be dealt any amount of damage, prevent all that damage, jump down to Alter Ego. So really neat card. Scales really interestingly with multiplayer because you can bring someone down to Alter Ego, which there's no cards in the game that do that. Falcon's Kid is really, really creative. Okay, what card from our hand do we not need? Either we get a cheap White Widow, we get a cheap Red Wing. I think this hand actually does Red Wing really well because there's a lot of cards we're not necessarily needing to play. So I think it's more likely we get Red Wing. I want the Bird's Eye View. I think we're at a point where Aerial Recon, like, I know it's free, but maybe not. We'll just play this before we forget. I think we'll play this before we forget. Set that up. It's a really good combo. So Soup Kitchen, I guess the Talon line's actually not the worst. We'll use Bird of Prey for Soup Kitchen. Now let's get some soup. So exhaust Sam Wilson and Soup Kitchen. Recover. And now for the rest of the round, we don't actually have to be an alter ego. The next ally or support played this phase reduces cost by 2. In theory, also that can be someone else at your table, if I'm not mistaken. Then we'll discard a card. I think we're not playing White Widow. I don't think we're playing White Widow. We'll search our deck using our alter ego ability to go get Red Wing, which is the next card. 2 cards down. Cable's Body Slide can bring other heroes to alter ego. Technically, it's a fun card. Oh yeah, you're right. It's choose another character. You're right. It's been a while since I played multiplayer. Falcon, I don't need rescue. I won't get hurt. Shut up, Cannibal. I need to alter ego. Yeah. Please, I need you to get hurt so we can call the ambulance. There's no taxis in the city. I'm hungry. Please break your leg. Okay. So we can play a free Red Wing now. We don't have to do it here. I feel like we didn't get to the best version of this hand, but it's okay. So we will flip up. We still see the top card of the deck. That's fine. We will play a free Red Wing. We will discard the top card of the deck because I don't want 1 boost. Using our hero ability, there's a 1 boost. Okay, good. Give me 1 second. Okay. Great. We can ready ourselves with Talon Line, but in theory for Talon Line, we want multiple. The thing with Talon Line is also, it's not an aerial card, so it is quite expensive. We have team building exercise. We'll probably bird's eye view the main scheme. I think we're going to deal with Overrun and look for a better boost. So we're going to use Red Wing to peck for 1 off of Overrun. When we clear Overrun, we discard 2 cards from the deck, put each Goblin minion discarded this way. So we know what this card is. This is not a Goblin minion. So we did lose a 3 boost, which sucks, but that's clear. So a bit more manageable. The next card on top of the deck is a 2 boost. It's an exhaustion. Okay, that means Goblin will attack us for 5, which 5 is exactly kind of perfect. We don't have to exhaust to block against all these guys, but we're not really pushing ourselves forward, which is an issue. We can, in theory, Talon Line. The thing with Talon Line is it will stun if we want Green Goblin, which is not super valuable here because we block really well and we don't exhaust the block. So I don't think we care about the stun that much. If we can get one of these down to 1 health, that might be good because then we can pop them with a Vibranium Microwave because we know we're being attacked for 5. So doing 2 damage to one of these is good. So the only way we can do that is by Red Wing bouncing and then hope for something good. So I think we do just Red Wing bounce here. So we'll return. Oh no, Red Wing is exhausted, right? Red Wing has to be ready to bounce. So that's not good. So I think we just Bird of Prey the main scheme. Unfortunately, we don't fire Change of Fortune this round. I really don't like that. The other options we do 2 for Talon Line. We Talon Line to ready ourselves and ready Red Wing. Then we hope that next top card of the deck is good. That actually might be the play. And then we can still play this for free. So we'll Talon Line. We'll do it. So after you resolve Falcon's Eagle Eyed ability. Oh, you have to resolve the ability. So we did it in the wrong order. Shit. But then we gained information. So I guess we'll do it off of this. So then we'll do team building exercise and our last Falcon's Flock to do bird's eye view. We won't discard. We'll just remove 3 threat from this because we want 2 boost, I think. Actually, 1 boost would be okay. Unless we find a 0 boost card, which there can't be that many. So we will discard this to remove 2 more off the top. So we'll clear this fully. This resolves. After you play an aerial card, we can discard this from the top. It's a 1 boost, a bit of a bummer, but we'll use Falcon's ability to do the 1 boost. So this Talon Line was really, really bad. When you use Talon Line, oh, I forgot that we could find these snakes in the way. After you resolve Falcon's Eagle-Eyed ability, discard Talon Line for each boost icon of the discarded card, which there's 1. We can either ready a character you control. So we're no longer taking damage. I guess the Goblin... Talon Line is the most frustrating card to use in his kit. I think it works when it works with rocks. Yeah, it's really frustrating. Like, it's not aerial. It doesn't work off of discarding a card. It only works off of using your ability. Like, there's so many ways to make this card less clunky, but it probably was very powerful. Like, it's also a card that seems like it shouldn't be a one-time use. It seems like it should be part of the kit. But again, then it would be pretty busted to have like infinite stun. Because now we have a really weird thing to do. Is like, we want to do 1 damage to one of these, but now the issue is Green Goblin's only attacking us for 3. So in theory, if Goblin Soldier attacks us and we don't block, which we could choose not to block, we could defeat the Goblin Thrall and draw. I think that's what we do. We ready ourselves and then we attack for 2 into this. We're going to do something really, really goofy here and we'll pass. Oh, this should have a counter on it. I'll put this up here to remember because we're going to fire it for sure. We'll draw 5 cards. 1, 2. Yeah, this has been a long game, right? We don't have a lot of burst damage. I think we really just need to keep red winging. Oh, Gambit's good. Up, and away is also good. So there's a chance if we find a 3 boost with up, and away, we don't have to use our Goblin Soldier attack. So we'll do draw their fire. So for the rest of this turn, we don't have to exhaust the block. That means we can still choose not to block, and then we'll add it back to our hand with practice plan. That's what we're trying to do here. This goes to 2. Green Goblin's attacking for what we know to be 3 damage. This actually is more than 3 damage. This says Serpent Soldier, give the activating an additional boost card. So I guess we'll give us some information here, and we'll do up, and away. And so we'll know exactly what this is. We're trying to take 5 damage here. We're looking for a 2 boost. So we reveal the next card. It's a Goblin Soldier. We don't want that in play. So I think we discard this. We're going to discard Goblin Soldier. Sorry. First, we're going to resolve this, and we're not going to swap them. Which means, because this has 1 boost icon, and we draw 1 card. Okay. Then we're going to do our hero ability. Oh, that's kind of cool thing with Talon Line is you can do this during the villain phase. That's kind of neat, actually. That's actually kind of really neat. You can get like a responsive stun, I guess. But this is the only card that triggers the ability, so no, that's not really good. Anyways, after we do that, we can now discard this. We're trying to look here for a 2 boost. That would be perfect. It's a 1 boost. Fine. Oh, we're not meant to see this. Whatever, we'd see it in a second. Because we're going to exhaust without blocking. So we block for 4. Attacks for 1, 2, 3, 4. We take no damage. So all we fire is unflappable. We draw our armor. That's perfect. And now the minions activate against us. The order we're going to do this is the Goblin Soldier is going to attack us first. The Goblin Soldier, we will not block even though blocking is free. It attacks us for 1. We'll Vibranium Microwave to transfer the damage to this Goblin Thrall. So the Goblin Thrall doesn't activate, let alone now because we defeated something during the villain phase. We draw through 2 from Change of Fortune. Cool. 1 encounter card. Drawing near, that's fine. It's now our turn. When our turn begins, we discard the top card of our deck and add counters to this. We add 2 counters. Ugh. And it's back to us. It's really funny when you fire Talon Line after playing up, and away to stun and ready during the villain activation. Falcon's List is wildly deep. It's like such a cool kit. Like every turn we're learning a new combination of like cards that I've never thought of firing in that order. Okay, top card of the deck. We're looking for a big boost because of Gambit. It's a 1 boost. We should get rid of this. We are out of practice plans, but we still have a Ready for a Fight. We still have the Draw Their Fire to play. We still have a Goblin Soldier, which will just do us 1 damage because our microwave is exhausted. Okay. Also, the thing too is like when we saw the boost card on the top of the deck, if we didn't like it, we could have used Battlefield Awareness to see the next card. Like that's also a really cool thing. Is Battlefield Awareness is also very, very flexible during the villain phase when you know the top of the deck, or you don't. I guess you usually don't, because the encounter card comes first. Okay. I want a bigger boost icon. I just want a bigger boost icon. We have very little damage in this hand, but that's not going to stop us. I think this is a turn where we play Red Wing like 17 times. It's validating to hear. I feel like the community is really down on him, but you don't notice this stuff until you play him a lot. Okay, this is going to sound incredibly arrogant, but I do think like Falcon's kit is not for the weak of heart. Like to play Falcon's kit well, it requires an absurd amount of effort. And there's a legitimate conversation that if you want to just succeed without like sweating that much, yeah, Falcon's not the choice and we'll feel bad. But I'm convinced that Falcon is one of the best heroes in the game. It's just like, it's really, really hard. And you might have some inconsistency issues, which probably just already gets out of the best hero in the game sort of conversations as makes it a non-starter. Other heroes don't sweat some of the stuff that Falcon sweats, but the amount of control you have when you're set up is kind of absurd. Okay. I think we just return Red Wing for 1 damage. No, we can do better. If we're going to play a aerial card, we might as well play an aerial card. We don't need to do better with Bird's Eye View. That's the only aerial card in our hand we're playing. Yeah, we want to find big boosts so we can end the game. Okay. Bird's Eye View. We will just discard the top card of the deck because we can. So we're thwarting for whatever. Or doesn't matter. We're just going to clear the main scheme. I don't care about Serpent Solutions. We're going to reveal the next card. It's a 1 boost. We're going to discard it using Falcon's ability. So we'll just get rid of it. So we want big boosts. We get 2 boosts. That's acceptable. We will now return Red Wing to our hand to discard this to do 2 damage. One boost, not my favorite. We can discard that. We'll just use Cannonball here. We have at least 2 aerial cards. So Cannonball will attack for 2. We will play Red Wing. When we play Red Wing, we'll discard the top card of the deck. Give us big boosts. 1 boost. Okay. Red Wing, try harder. I think maybe that's good enough. We'll attack for 1/2. We'll use Battlefield Awareness to discard this. So we're attacking for 3. 3 boosts off the top. Perfect. We'll return Red Wing to our hand. Discarding this to do 3 damage to Green Goblin. Revealing a 1 boost. This one, if we discard it, it becomes a boost card because of Serpent Solutions. I don't think that actually matters in hindsight or in like any sight. We could not discard it. We could tuck it underneath Gambit. We probably should have Gambited actually a bit sooner because the chance of finding something good is high. So we'll do 1, 2, 3 for Gambit. When we play Gambit, we look at the top 3. We can tuck 1. So we can tuck this to get out of the way. Otherwise, there's a 1 boost and a heal and a 2 boost. These have to go back on the top of the deck in the correct order. So we can't unorder them. But this gets it out of the way, which this has Quick Strike. It doesn't really matter because we're going to draw their fire on this turn. So I don't actually think we care about this. So maybe we just take the 2 boost. Nah, I think we want to get down to the 2 boost. So we'll play it on Gambit. These go on top in the same order. Falcon is OP against easy villains, as he has controlled a board character like Scarlet, but he's harder once he gets slapped harder, like Drax or Hulk does when they fumble or bad draws. I 100% agree. Like, you're very good at control, but you have very few ways to catch up. I think that's probably the best way to describe him. So maybe if you're playing with another character, that amount of control, it does, taper off a bit if you're playing multiplayer, because his ability is really good when you play solo. But I agree. When you saw the last game, we got behind on board. We have no catch-up mechanics, but when you're ahead on board, like, we feel unkillable. You can just chain Red Wing. Yeah, Red Wing's absurd. Nothing that says once per turn besides the fact that you have to exhaust him. Red Wing is just nonsense good. This gets played for free, so we get 1 more Red Wing play. Or we can play Electrostatic. I don't think we are. We'll attack for Gambit for 2. Cool. We will just use Team Building Exercise to play Draw Their Fire, so we can do 1 big block turn. And then we should be able to have enough damage next turn. The villain heals 2 on regenerative healing, so we're going to get rid of that by playing 2 for Red Wing, discarding this. Oh, actually, yeah, that's a bit awkward because we have a 2 boost on top of the deck, so we're getting attacked for 5. That's kind of perfect, actually. We don't mind being attacked for 5. And then we will just peck with Red Wing for 1. Maybe there's a better order there. Green Goblin's on 6. We'll pass. Yeah, Red Wing's nonsense. Like, you can build whole decks that just their job is to play Red Wing over and over and over again. Very, very good. Quinn Carry doesn't matter. Heart Ignore doesn't matter. Ever Vigilant only sort of matters. Practice Plan is a bit too late. And Genius, not a good hand. All right, this goes to 2. We're being attacked. We're going to fire ready, draw their fire. We're not returning it, so we don't exhaust the block this turn. We know Goblin's attacking us for 5, so we will block. So when we block, we take 1 damage. We will reassign it with the Microwave to Green Goblin. And we did not die, or did not take damage, so we'll draw with Unflappable. Goblin Soldier attacks us for 1. We take no damage. We have no Retaliate. That's that. We draw 1 encounter card. It's Evil Alliance. That's fine. This is a really good draw. So each Nemesis minion activates, place 3 threat pursuit counters. Once it hits 4, all we get is our Nemesis, which has Quick Strike, which we don't care about because we don't exhaust the block. Has he not come back up? Viper. Nice. I like Soaring Acrobatics. We had a conversation about it. I don't know if I like Soaring Acrobatics. Maybe it's worth it because 2 stats are just on the breakpoint of not being perfect, but I'm not convinced I like a card that is 2 costs for +1 every turn. I'm probably wrong about it, but every time I put Soaring Acrobatics in a deck, it's like never my priority for the setup. So maybe I'm just undervaluing it and I need to like prioritize it in my gameplay and see if I like it. But I just don't think it does enough. I don't know. I'm probably wrong about that. Nemesis attacks us for 2 with Quick Strike. When the Nemesis attacks, we might have missed this once. Discard the top 5 cards in counter deck. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And we take no damage because we block for free. I built him in leadership for the Mad Titan Shadow Expert and campaigned with him. He was bonkers. Well, yes, I'll toss the 3 for boost icons and do it again. Yeah, we published a deck with Strength and Diversity. It was absurd how much you can do with that. And then you can ready Falcon and do him twice a turn when you play the team up. Drawing Near discards the top card. It's a 1 boost. Top card of the counter deck is a 2 boost. That's lethal. Easily lethal. We have 2 aerial cards. Cannonball will attack for 2. None of these have guard. We'll return Red Wing to our hand. Takes 2 damage. revealing 3 boost, and then we'll just attack for 5. All right, we went through the deck twice. Admittedly, Viper does show up. We had a bunch more damage this turn. Like, this is the sort of turn where you play Red Wing like 7 times, right? We play Red Wing, we play Red Wing, we play Red Wing, we play Red Wing. Like, we would have played Red Wing 5 times this turn and probably done about 10 damage. Right? Well, like in your solo, just having 10 damage accessible on a turn, like that's the flexibility of Red Wing. Is like you don't waste the damage usually. You have to get a bit lucky. It doesn't seem like there's a lot of 3 boosts in this deck. A lot of them are just stars because all the Goblin Thralls have stars and put them in play. At least we can control them. But this is even more powerful if there's more 3 boosts. I play this against Black Widow, against Black Widow, and it's so funny because you're manipulating the top of the deck to make her useless. She has a lot of 3 boosts too, but like that matchup is just like so free. I use it for Cannonball. It can affect any arrow. Yeah, I'm aware about that, but like I don't even know if I'd play a 2-coster that gives Cannonball +1 every turn. It's nice that it's super flexible. Like, don't get me wrong. I don't know why I've never liked it. It feels like for a 2-cost card, you can do better than this. It's also the card that's like, say this is in your opening hand against like, I don't know. I never get it on the table. But yeah, you can definitely use it with allies. I just always see this and think like I could have just played a 2-cost ally or another 3-cost ally and felt okay about it. But I need to play it more for sure. Yeah, Matt's talking about it like really favorably. And so far Matt's been correct about, I would say we agreed on everything so far. So sick. That did take us a long time, but we did get through it. But yeah, once you're set up, like we were not sweating. We're never taking damage. We don't actually know our encounter card, but we have a lot of control over it. There were turns where we blocked against like 5-6 attacks for free. We drew like 9 encounter cards and kind of shrugged it off. We did come close to death, but like Falcon's kit is just the coolest thing. It is really complicated, but it is really damn cool. And I'm not playing it to the highest potential. This deck also has 41 cards. That's a really minor thing. I'm not sure what card has to be cut. I'm pretty sure it's Quinn Carrier. I think this is just too expensive. In a deck that has a lot of 1-cost and 2-cost setup cards, like this card is just difficult to hit the table because it's almost never my priority. And you already have really good research generators by having 6 doubles, team building, and Falcon's Flock. That this is probably not worth a slot. It's an easy cut. Good game. Thank you. That was really fun. It's 1:15. We've been streaming for a bit less than 3 hours. I think we can do one more, but I think we're going to do a scenario that's... What's a good scenario for this? If you have any suggestions, I think we can play one more for sure. And we'll take out the Quinn Carrier. My biggest hater moments of gripes in multiplayer MC is when Advanced Dark Designs gets revealed. So much that for my B-Day, my friend made a troll phase custom of Advance. I mean, especially when you play like solo, that card is the most important thing. It is like the card I'm always considering when you're ever doing anything like jumping down, or all your decisions have to be made around that card. Which is why we like Ready for Fight so much. Okay. The more and more I hear about Civil War, like if you know this channel, you know I was not really excited for that box because I love campaign content. I really am frustrated that they reused art. And there's new art in the set, and the new art in the set's really good. So like it just feels like a shame. But the more I've seen and looked at the box, I'm getting very excited for it, I'll be honest. So you'll see this hater come around. I'll just do a really quick clean of this. We'll sort it out after. Some of these are from the Goblin set, but figure that out later. It's fine. Hood? Oh, it takes like an hour to set up. Hood is really hard to set up. Because I have to bring out the box and the dice, and I have to pull 7 sets. We might have to do something simpler than that. I'm a big Hood fan, don't get me wrong, but we might just do something that's within arm reach. I have here the box. Remember your obligations of victory pile? Yeah, I pulled it out. Yeah, good catch. It's right here. Wrecking Crew. I'll catch the rest later. Gotta go shovel snow. Yo, take care of your back. Enjoy the shoveling. The favorite part of winter, huh? Nebula. Oh my god, no. Nebula is like my worst win rate out of just about any villain, I think. Oh no, actually no, Venom Goblin's a bit worse. But like not by a huge margin. Okay, this is the box I have in front of me. It has core set, so like that's great. It has Rise of Red Skull, which is with the box. Then it has Kang, and it has Wrecking Crew. I don't know how you're meant to play Wrecking Crew against Falcon, because I don't know which deck is considered to be the encounter deck. Do you see all of them? Always play what you want. Just no Nebula or Venom Gobs. Yeah, that's probably going to take us a whole day to finish. The Nebula also doesn't have a lot of minions, which I think we need to have like a modicum of minions. Like this might just be coasting Unis Expert. I'm assuming Unis Expert will just trounce because we never block with allies. Yeah, maybe we just do that. What can I see that's in eyesight? Unis is fun. Black Widow is like the goofiest, but it's like super one-sided because you see all her cards. Let me just grab a box real quick. Good old Klaw. Honestly, good old Claw is fun. Good old Claw is actually harder for us because we don't see the second boost card. I'd be down for good old Claw. I have not a lot of reps of Claw Expert, but I have like 100 reps of Claw Medium and Standard. Yeah, I'm actually cool with Claw. What encounter sets do you want in Claw? And Claw has some bigger dudes in it if we play stock Claw, which is not the worst for an under control deck, but I think we could add something else. Let's go with Unis. I think Unis is going to be too easy in like hindsight. And like such arrogance to say I'm not going to do that. That's too easy. But like Unis is perfect for our deck. Maybe that's worth showing off. But Claw does sound cool. Double block and Claw is good. I think we should just pick a harder set here. Claw loves Ransacked Armory. Why? Does Claw like we need to play with some Masters of Evil, so I don't think we can just play Ransacked Armory, right? Hold on, encounter set Ransacked. Encounter set Ransacked. Did I spell like a Canadian? No. Why this? I don't think it has any Masters of Evil in it. It just has Mercenaries. Iron Spider Sinister Sticks. That one's really hard, right? It's fun, and Dev said they made it for him. What? It's full of armored guards and upgrades attached. But when it says to discard cards until you find, like, oh, sorry, I guess you don't have no Masters of Evil synergy in Claw set itself. Yeah, maybe we could try it, actually. That's kind of cool. Iron Spider is, like, really difficult. It has some big people. I haven't played against this a lot. This seems cool, too. Let's try Ransacked Armory, because I barely play with it. Let me just grab it. I should be with the hood, right? Yeah, let's give it a shot. I use the base boxes for storage of encounter cards, and I'm a big fan of it. Most of the other ones have like the player cards or like the decks in here, in like plastic boxes. However, for the first heroes, they're all in one box together. The first, heroes. Ransacked Armory, nailed it. So this is 7 cards. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I'm just worried that there's not enough attachments. Not enough, sorry, minions to attach these things to. But I guess we'll find out together. Okay. So let's give this a shot. We're down to 2 block. It's Klaw. Encounter set Klaw. So Klaw's just the GOAT. The core set of this game is really good. Klaw has, actually it does have 5 minions in it. That's already a good start. They're mostly weapons runners. And then we're going to add Ransacked Armory, which we pulled up before. It's mostly attachments. Ransacked Armory. American spelling. So that means we're not going to play with our friends here. So smaller folks, but these folks get attachments. We're going to play on Expert Claw, so that was starting with Claw 2. And we have to start with the Mortal Claw Defense Network in play. That might be an issue for us. We're going to have to mulligan for some threat cards because there are 2 side schemes in play. This is Claw. Claw is Law, 18 health. When revealed, search for the Mortal Claw. So technically Claw has more than 18 health. Oh, I don't know what I'm doing. We track health here. Villain said 18. Villain name Claw. Villain Claw 2. Okay. Force interrupt when Claw attacks, give an additional boost card. You know how Claw works. Claw's still really fun. I don't know if the audience is perfect for this, but I am really considering doing some videos in which we play through the core set, playing only core set decks. And we do a bit of a discussion about like how I think about planning turns, right? Big thing if you get into this game, if you haven't played other card games, don't have to do this anymore. Oh no, we still have to. Is like deciding when to block, trying to use your hand efficiently, like some real basic stuff I think is probably worth making a video about. If you're watching this, maybe live or in the VOD, and you would love to have like some really, really, really simple, like, oh, this is how you beat the core set on standard and expert, do let me know. Okay, so underground distribution, there are 3 schemes, if I'm not mistaken. No, just two? Just 2. So underground distribution says search the counter deck for the defense network side scheme. We put that into play. Shuffle in the counter deck. This one is going to discard cards in just a moment. I think later on, after you discard cards, you shuffle back into the counter deck. This one just discards, which is slightly frustrating, but it's fine. Defense network comes in with 3 threat with Crisis, so we can't clear any threat from the main scheme. We have some reminder text, and we have the Mortal Claw, which has acceleration 3 threat, and it technically Claw gets plus 10 hit points. As soon as you clear this, though, it's like fine because you lose the 10 health. It just is like anti-rush technology, which is neat. That's really, really cool, and just like the idea is really, really cool. Claw's my second favorite villain to test against an expert. The only other is Tower Defense. I know it's kind of basic, but it really makes you make choices. I don't think Tower Defense is that basic. I think the villains in Tower Defense are way meaner than you think they would. Like, their text is really, really rough. I don't think I've ever lost Tower Defense to losing the Avengers Tower. I feel like Tower Defense like loses a lot of its teeth if you don't play in campaign mode because there's like no repercussions to damaging the tower. And I think if you really care about the health of the tower, it makes that scenario so much more like tense. Okay. We flip this over and we have to discard cards. So underground distribution. I haven't played that much Tower Defense. So it comes in with no threat. Only 6 thresholds, pretty small. And when revealed, discard from the counter deck until there's a minion. You don't reveal that minion, you put into play. Lost to Dark Designs, lost an Evil Alliance, that's good. Lost 2 Dark Designs, oh, we're gaming. Lost a Sinister Strike. This is what I mean, is like the amount of damage you can do to the deck. All right, so there's just a bunch of armored guards in the deck. This is the one from Ransacked Armory. So it just looks slightly different, but it's toughness, it's guard, it is 3 health, and we have no piercing. So toughness is actually going to present itself to be an issue. That's the setup. Again, Claw only attacks for 1 when we get 2 boost cards. So it's back to us. Let's just set our health to 10 and shuffle, and we should be off. We don't see the top of the deck until we go in hero mode. I made a weird draft mode from MC called Uncanny Assembled Mode, where you unlock heroes and their hero packs, kind of like spending points on recruiting, points to get back heroes when we drafted. I play Arkham Horror draft mode, and it's really fun. I really wish there's a way to play this game kind of like a roguelike, where like after every game you can add cards to your deck and, you know, build a unique deck at the end of the game. The issues with this game is that the hero cards are so good. And if you're playing like Falcon without Falcon's cards, does the game make any sense? Like, it's really hard in this game to make a basic deck is all I'm saying. Right? Like, is it okay if you just add like the neutral 2 for 3 damage event? I don't know. That's what I made. I'd love to hear more about how you make it, because I can't see how to make it make sense. Because either you're dysfunctional or the deck is too small. And I don't know how to scale the difficulty against it. Okay, hopefully this is good shuffle. We're going to draw 3 under controls together. We probably should pile shuffle, but in theory, if you do 7 of these shuffles, that is technically sufficient. I'm just always convinced the top stays at the top. So you probably should cut in the middle. Reminds me, I need to finish Mad Titans with Psylocke, but Loki is so frustrating, as well as having too many things going on. I keep messing up all the things I have to do. Forgetting to like bring out the new stone or do the stone is really easy. I struggle with Loki. I think Loki is, to me, easier than Thanos. But yeah, Loki is very attritional. It's like just a long fight. It doesn't feel like a trickster fight. It just feels like a protracted battle. I think you can do it, though. Psylocke, sometimes, like if you get the stalwart one, good luck. I just finished a Psylocke expert campaign against Sinister Motives. Got Venom Goblin in 1 shot. Felt pretty good about it. Here we go. Unflappable and Falcon's Flock. We don't need to keep Falcon's Flock. Any card gets us Falcon's Flock. That's fine. Unflappable is pretty good. Claw usually attacks for somewhere around. It's hard to tell, honestly. I don't know how many how dense is Ransacked Armory? Like, what's the average boost? Average boost is 1.4, so not the least high. Okay. Under control is perfect for armored guard if we take the toughness off, but for that we have to defend, which we probably defend against Claw. Claw has a whole bunch of boost cards that say like if this does damage, stun your hero, which we don't want to do that. Hard to ignore is not bad. Team building is worth keeping if we get a double. Up and away is useless. Okay, so under control is not bad, but it's only good if we have set up our draw their fire. So we're not going to keep it. We have no reason keeping Falcon's Flock. Hard to ignore is cute. Unflappable is probably one of our setup cards. Then we can set up another 1 setup card. Up and away we don't keep. I don't think we keep this, but we have to do the math here, right? Because say that we draw 4 more. if this card becomes our Falcon's Flock, we have no aerials in our hand. But if this draws Falcon's Flock, 2 plays team building and a card plays Falcon's Flock, that's not good. I don't think we keep this. I think we're looking also for a burst thwart card because these 2 3s are pretty bad. I want to clear this one before that one. I think we want to clear this first. So for that, we either need to find our battlefield awareness or we need to find whatever his thwart event is called. There's a chance that team building exercise is not worth keeping if we're going to get Falcon's Flock in our opening hand because it's just too expensive in terms of cards. And we're planning to block consistently. Actually, maybe on 2 block and flappable is a bit like is a bit ambitious, I'll be honest. Yeah, this is like not the first protection card you want. I think you need to set up with your defense boosters. So I think we do either a full mulligan or we keep team building. I think we do full mulligan. What do we got? Practice plan. We got bird's eye view, so we got a thwart card. That's good. We have a power of flight, which is perfect. Aerial evacuation is useless, but we can play it for free. We have an armored vest and another practice plan. So not the worst, actually. This is functional. We'll take functional. We'll throw out our practice plan using our alter ego ability to go grab a bird card. We'll grab Falcon's Flock. Okay, before we do anything, we will flip up so we can control the top of the deck. Seems good. So we'll flip up. And when we're up here, we see the top card of the deck. It is a 2 boost sound manipulation. So Klaw will be attacking us for 3++. Okay, good. Didn't help that one of the games I forgot to shuffle standard into the deck. Oh, yeah. I think on average, I'm not even sure if that helps you, if it hurts you. It's somewhere in the middle, honestly. It depends on the villain. So our flight for Falcon's Flock. So this thing comes in with 5 counters for aerial cards, doesn't exhaust, and we will go ahead and discard a 2 boost from the top of the deck. We now have a 1 boost. Nice. Cool. So we will play. We can play aerial evacuation for free. That's kind of worth something. Then we can play armored vest and not play bird's eye view. So I think we just do bird's eye view and we throw out aerial evacuation. So we will take 1 off of this for bird's eye view. We will just remove 3 threat from, I think the Mortal Claw is more important. Having this is worse if you can't clear them. So I'll clear that. That means we lose 10 health, which is nice. I'm not going to use any of the text on it, and I'm not going to discard another card. I think 1 boost on the top, we're just happy with that. We will then pitch for our armored vest, gives us +1, and then we'll play practice plan. This is just so we can set up so when we draw into something that's good. We'll probably take the 1 attack from the armored guard. We can either take the toughness off, which is like not incredibly useful. Ideally, Red Wing does that. That would be kind of cute. So I think we just thwart for 2 so we can clear this next turn. And we don't have to draw into one of our last events. We'll pass. First card, Genius. Cannonball, that's good. Let's get some more aerials. Draw their fire, that's perfect. Good thing we have practice plan set up. Power of flight, so 1 aerial in our hand, that matters. 2 aerials, that's actually really good. All right, this goes to 1. Klaw's attacking us for 1, 2, unknown card. It's just damage at the end of the day. If we exhaust ourselves, we're blocking for 3, but we have no other benefits here. Unless it's one of the boost cards that say you get stunned. I don't know if we've discarded any. On our turn, we definitely want to thwart here for 1, so I think we are ready. Unless we play Cannonball and use Cannonball to thwart for 1. I think we just take this damage. I think we're going to try and hop down in the near future to get access to Red Wing, which seems really important. So I think we just take the damage here. So no block, 1, 2, 3. We'll take 3. And then Armored Guard will attack for 1 more. We'll take it. We'll take 4. 1 encounter card. Illegal Arms Factory. This one we have to get rid of. It has a hazard on it. When revealed, just has 4. It has Hinder 1. So yeah, we'll clear that instead, I think. If the first scheme goes through, I don't think we're too worried about it. Okay, it's back to us. We can play almost all this hand. I think we play all this hand. So we'll do Falcon's Flock for Cannonball. Cannonball has 2 ends. Nope. Canoon? Coming in with only 2 health, but we have all the aerial cards in our hand. So we can attack for 2, Cannonball attacks for 2. We might want to get this guard down before something attaches to it. Actually, no, we probably just both thwart these. So we'll thwart for 4. We'll reveal 2 aerial cards, so we'll clear this. This schemes for 0, so jumping down is fine. Oh, we should see the top card of the deck first. So it's a 2 boost. I think when we play Cannonball, we will discard it. because we want to get a low boost so we can consider jumping down. So star boost, that's perfect. So this means this will go to 4 of 6, which that's acceptable. We're allowed to jump down here. So if we're allowed to jump down, I think we'll just go get Red Wing and then thwart a bit with Red Wing, and then we'll clear this. I think that's actually really good. This seems a nice setup when we're jumping up and down. So then we'll flip down. We technically flip this back, but doesn't really matter. We'll use our ability to discard a card and our alter ego to search our deck and discard pile for a bird. We only have one more bird. It's Red Wing. And then we'll play Red Wing using our double so we can save our Falcon's flock. We're happy with the 1 boost or the 0 boost technically on top of the deck, so that's okay. And then we'll just exhaust Red Wing to thwart for 1, clearing defense network. So no longer crisis. And then we'll just use Falcon's Flock to play Draw Their Fire, which is the setup we want, especially because we haven't drawn any copies of Under Control. And we also haven't drawn our, what's it called? Change of Fortune. All right, good start so far. Really quite good. We'll drop. There's a Ready for a Fight. Gumby. Ever Vigilant. We'll have some threat to deal with. It's good. Bird's Eye View, we have some threat to deal with. And Bird of Prey. What I'm realizing is the brightness on the table is okay, but as soon as I bring the cards up, they maybe get... No, it's not too bright, is it? It's slightly too bright. Getting closer to the lights. This goes to 2. Klaw only gets 2 boost cards during an attack, mind you. So schemes for 2 cards. This goes to 4. And Nowhere is Safe puts 1 counter on Pursued by the Past. Armored Guard schemes for 0. Okay, this is good to have this in alter ego. We draw Drawing Near. Oh, hold on. Villain, Claw 2. Yeah, there you go. Okay, that's a villain. Drawing Near comes into play. We had a Goblin jump scare. Start of your turn, discard the top card of your deck. Oh, it's our Microwave. Feels bad. This goes to 2. If we want to discard this, we need to get one of our cards out of our hand. Okay. Let me catch my breath. How are we doing? We're doing good. How's everyone doing? So, aerial check. We have 2 in hand, 3 in hand. So, Cannonball's free. Red Wing will deal with whatever the top of the deck is. We should get rid of Drawing Nearer. My guess is that with Ever Vigilant, that's how we're going to deal with the threat. So, I don't think we need to keep the Bird's Eye View. So, just get rid of the Bird's Eye View to clear Drawing Nearer while we're in alter ego. Okay. So far, so good. Will we recover 3? I think we can afford to recover 3 here. You generally do want to block a fair bit against, what's his face, against Klaw, because a bunch of the boost cards exhaust you or stun you, stuff like that. So it's not great. We will flip up, which allows us to look at the top of the deck. It's a 2 boost. That's nice. We need someone to take the toughness off. Unfortunately, I guess it can't be Red Wing because Red Wing is, will defeat himself. So I guess Cannonball just attacks for 2 into Armored Guard. It's all the same. Takes no consequential. We show a couple aerial cards. Speaking of aerial cards, what are we doing here? We could play all 3 of these to play Gumby, or we can play Ever Vigilant with Falcon and then Ready for Fight, which might be somewhere in the middle. However, we do know that we got rid of every card that says the villain schemes. Because in the first discard, we got rid of 2 Dark Design. So Ready for Fight's not that great. It just allows us to jump down to refill Falcon's Flock and like technically replay Red Wing on some turns. So I think actually we just bounce Red Wing and play Red Wing twice. So we're going to return Red Wing to our hand. We'll discard the top of the deck. It's 2 damage. We'll do it to Armored Guard. Revealing. Weapons Runner. This one's a fun one because when you draw this as a boost, it puts into play, which means it will activate against you. I feel like it should have that reminder text on it for new players. But that's okay. I don't think we're stressed about that. It's attack for 1. If we had a Microwave, it pings itself. We still have 3 under controls in the deck. So like, I still think we get rid of the Armored Guard now. We just let that boost come in. We can also discard it when we put Red Wing into play, which maybe that's right. So we'll do 1, 2. Red Wing's back. When Red Wing comes into play, we'll discard a card discarding an aerial card using our hero ability. We reveal a 2 boost. We'll use Red Wing to peck the Armored Guard. Okay, 2 boost on top of the deck. I think we'll just Ever Vigilant, keep threat in check. So we will ready our hero, remove 2 threat. We played an aerial card, so we can discard the top card of the deck. We will. We're ripping through the deck way too fast. That's a 3 boost. Ew. Maybe we order lulled this. I think we did. Maybe we didn't. That sucks. 3 boost on the top of the deck is pretty bad. Too bad. We're gonna thwart for 2. And we'll pass. So we can draw their fire here to not exhaust. We only defend for 3. Klaw's attacking us for 4+, so it's gonna be bad. We have Soup Kitchen, Change of Fortunes finally here, under controls here. So maybe we should keep the minions around. 2 under controls and an energy. Okay. We lost the microwave to the random discard from drawing near, which is not good. Weapons Runner doesn't have the reminder text because cards like Assault that cause attacks during step 3. Oh yeah, for sure. I think they should have a reminder text like if this comes into play during the villain phase, it should attack, but it's so hard to write that text on it. But yeah, 100%. If you just draw it, let alone, yeah, attack outside of the villain phase, it doesn't do its thing. Our hand has no aerial cards for Cannonball as much as we can return Red Wing. So we really need a minion here. Unfortunately, we did discard the Weapons Runner. But this goes to 1. Our activation is not super important, so I still think we defend for 3, but we're going to leak some amount of damage here. So we're being attacked for 4. We're not going to fire draw their fire. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Ouch, we take 3 damage. We really need to start doing damage to Klaw. But again, in the early game, we have to clear the side schemes. 1 card, it's Klaw's Vengeance. Klaw attacks. If it deals damage, place 1 threat on the main scheme. Hey, it's exactly Goblin again. This seemed like it would have been a good turn to draw their fire, but we did not do it. And so now we have to block with an ally or we die. Because Klaw attacks for 1 and 2 cards. If this does damage, I'm going to keep this here so we don't forget, because even if we block with an ally, I honestly think we block with Cannonball because Red Wing is just that good. So I will block with Cannonball. I think anytime you get rid of Red Wing, we lose the scenario functionally. So 1. This was at 2, I'm pretty sure. I just knocked it. Let me know if it was not at 2. So Weapons Runner will enter play, engage with us. That's perfect. So we're attacked for 1, 2. So Cannonball is defeated. And Weapons Runner is put into play, which is exactly what we wanted. Hold on. 2 health. You don't do the surge because you put into play, you don't reveal it. And then damage was taken, so Klaw's Vengeance puts 1 threat there. Okay, it's back to us. This is going to be a draw their fire turn. It's going to be a change of fortune turn. So we put this on there. We put this here. Actually, before we do any of this, we probably just end up playing like Red Wing 17 times. So let's see the top card of the deck when our turn starts. It's 1 boost. So I'm not too worried about threat here. I think we just start sending damage. So Red Wing will return to hand. I'm just going to keep these here because we're going to use this a fair bit. We'll discard the top card of the deck, doing 1 damage to Klaw. Next card, Sinister Strike, 1 damage. We'll just energy for Red Wing. We'll discard this card. It's a 1 boost. Not a lot of boosts here. We will return Red Wing to our hand. The damage we're doing to the counter deck might not be worth it. We'll do 1 damage to the villain. Revealing the next card. It's a 1 boost. Okay, we found the minions. And then we'll do Falcon's Flock plus Soup Kitchen for Red Wing, discarding the top card of the deck. Revealing 3 boost. There it is. Unfortunately, if we return Red Wing to our hand here, that's all we got. So we can discard the... No, we can't discard the 3 boost. Maybe we should have not discarded the last one and attacked with Red Wing. I think in hindsight, we should have. Because we're not going to be bouncing Red Wing this last time. So yeah, that was a mistake. Because low boost was good. So if that's the case, I think we bounce Red Wing to our hand to do 3 damage. And just hold Red Wing. So we'll discard this to do 3 damage. And hopefully get a small boost. Star boost, if the activation deals damage, exhaust your hero. That's a bummer on a draw their fire turn. But maybe we don't take damage. Up and away would be really good here, because we're going to pass. Draw up 1, 2, awareness, 3, heart ignore, ever vigilant, talon line. Okay. Yo, Recursion, how's it going, Jason? Just dropping in to give you a wave. Good luck, have fun. Thank you. It's been good so far today. We're playing Falcon. Falcon's just been a lot of fun. All right, we're going to draw their fire this turn because we know we're going to get attacked. So we're going to return this to our hand with practice plan. And instead now we don't exhaust to defend, which maybe sucks, but I guess that's one way to play around Sonic Boom is being able to defend even if you're exhausted. So Klaw's attacking. Oh, this goes to 3. Klaw's attacking for 1 boost and an unknown. We defend for 3 without exhausting. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Bummer. Just 1 damaged. They missed out not giving Sam the soldier trait in each mode. I think the thing that bothers me is that if I want to play Captain America title, I have to play leadership. And I just want to play it in like protection. I want to play it everywhere. Just like retaliate is so fun. The shield throw would also do a lot to add a bit more damage to Falcon's kit. So unfortunately, that's 4 damage. So we do end up taking damage, which means we have to do the text on Sonic Boom, which means we are exhausted and we take 1. Still, that's okay. Now, Weapons Runner attacks us. We defend without blocking, which means under control. We didn't take any damage. We'll fire. So we do 4 damage to the Weapons Runner, blowing it up. And we draw 2 cards with Change of Fortune. 1, 2. Okay, just resources. We draw 1 encounter card. Exhaustion. Oh, wait a second. We got around that perfectly. So maybe we're not upset to take a damage. And we deck out already. So last card is Hollow Shield Generator. We really need to put damage because this deck is way too thin. Attach to the minion with the most points. If not, search and counter deck and discard pile of a minion and put into play engage with you and attach this. They get +4 hit points and retaliate too. So it's our choice. I'm assuming we're just going to give it to the little guys and make the little guys bigger. You don't reveal it, you put into play. So now the Weapons Runner has 6 health, which, mind you, the bird doesn't care. And it has retaliate too. I'm not too familiar with Ransacked Armory. It's it is from the, what's it called? The mid set. Man on the Wall would have been so good. Yeah, Man on the Wall is also a really fun card. Okay. So that's Weapons Runner. 6 health, double retaliate. It doesn't have guard. But now we're adding 2 threat a turn. And it's back to us. We are technically exhausted. I don't know if we have another under control in our hand, but it would be really nice to set that up. Don't know if we have another practice plan in hand. Let's see our hand. We drew a lot of resources, I think. Which is fine for Falcon stuff. Okay, so top of the deck is a 1 boost. So we can chip down the Weapons Runner. The Ever Vigilance really good. I think we want to find a big boost on top of the deck. We might actually go ahead and stun Klaw so we can just defend against the Weapons Runner. But we'd love to be able to defeat the Weapons Runner during the villain phase, which seems tricky. Battlefield Awareness is also quite nice. So what are we going to do? I think we're going to start with Ever Vigilant. Is that actually really good? Is our ready that good here? 2 threat and a ready. So that's worth 4. It's honestly maybe not that good. We can't really jump down that easily. This is 1 threat. We do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, we can't jump down at all unless we clear the minion. We also just put the Dark Designs back into the deck. Tricky. Maybe we start by playing Red Wing and seeing what happens. So we'll play Red Wing. And then after Red Wing comes into play, we'll use our hero ability to discard the top card of the deck. We want 3 boosts. We got a 1 boost. I think most of the deck is 1 boosts. Okay. So that means if we send Red Wing back to our hand, we can do 1 damage to Weapons Runner. And because it's not an attack, we don't have to worry about the retaliate too, which is a nice angle to approach that on. Okay. Hard to Ignore is worth it. It like undoes that, which is cool. Battlefield Awareness is also probably worth the setup. So this can discard a card. Then from here, we could just like play this, play that. I'm guessing we have to play Ever Vigilant and use the Falcon's Flock here somewhere. Battlefield Awareness is not amazing because we're exhausted. We can use it during the defense step, which is kind of cute. Yeah, I think we just need to buff our stats a bit. So I'm going to do it. I'm going to do Battlefield Awareness. Sorry, this way. This is an aerial card. So we can exhaust doing a basic, and using this, we'll discard the top card of the deck. Give us a 3 boost. 2 boost. I mean, we'll take it. We'll return Red Wing to our hand. Discarding this. For 2 damage, down to 4. Revealing a 2 boost. That's good. I would love some new Guardian traded or Guardian resource exhausting cards, as Guardians of the Galaxy struggle with resource generation. Yeah, their support set doesn't really help that much with it. Revisit them, and Star-Lord is still bust in my favor of the bunch. I think Star-Lord's one of the only ones I've only played on Expert. I don't know. Maybe I lost some stats somewhere. Okay, so Draw Their Fire is what the deck is built around, so we probably play that. Whether we use Falcon's Flock or not is the question. If we want to play Red Wing again, we can bounce Red Wing and then play Talon Line, but then we don't play Draw Their Fire. So maybe... We're now better at blocking, so I think we do end up playing this for 1. That leaves us with 3 cards. We can play Draw Their Fire for free, but then we can't play Red Wing. We can play Red Wing, hold Draw Their Fire. I don't like any of these. None of these are good. But the 2 block on top of the deck, or the 2 attack on top of the deck, is like kind of weird. The Vibranium Microwave would also be really good against Weapons Runner, because then we can just redirect the damage slowly, and it's also not attack traded. So I don't think we play Talon Lion. I don't think we play Ever Vigilant. We probably do play Ever Vigilant, because that cleans the main scheme. That leaves us with this. Unfortunately, this is not playable, because we have to throw out our build around for Red Wing, and that's probably not sustainable. So I guess we don't play Ever Vigilant. I think we just play Heart Ignore. What about if this is a stun angle? We play this for 2. Then we play this for free. We discard for 2. We ready ourselves. We stun Klaw. I don't mind that. Actually, that's not bad. I think getting a bit of breathing room this turn would be good. Yeah, let's try that. So spend 2 on Talon Line. Then we're going to use our last Falcon's Flock to play an aerial card. So we'll play Draw Their Fire. And this says after you resolve Falcon's Eagle-Eyed. So we'll use Draw Their Fire. We'll use our hero ability to discard this. And we revealed 2 different cards. So we'll ready ourselves, or 2 different icons, and we'll stun Klaw. This is discarded. We get a 1 boost on top, which that's fine, I think. Then we'll hold on to Red Wing. We will thwart for 2, and we'll pass. We need it under fire for the Weapons Runner. We'll draw one right in here, though. Aerial Recon's good. White Widow, haven't played her once yet. She's very expensive. Up, and away is useless here. Practice plan means we can set up a Draw Their Fire. Okay. All right, that's okay. This goes to 3. Klaw doesn't attack. We know we're going to get another minion. Weapons Runner attacks us for 1. If we defend, we have no beneficial triggers, so I think we just take 1. And then we draw an Armored Guard, which you know Armored Guard. 3 health, toughness. We really need our electrostatic armor, because these toughnesses do kind of suck. It's back to us. Top of the deck is 1 boost. Imagine if they made Moondragon and made them really strong unlike their ally version. I would love that. I don't even know if I know Moondragon's text. I know this Moondragon. A neat card. That's the only one we have. Choose a minion. Target minion attacks another. I've been playing a bit. I was playing Psionic Protection. So redirecting attacks. I was just playing in Psylocke the other day. Okay. Weapons Runner, still annoying. We have this set up, but unfortunately we're not getting any benefits from blocking. But we're definitely going to set this up. We're running out of resource generators. We want to hop down. This will go to 5 at a minimum. So hopping down sucks. But this is definitely a Draw Their Fire up, and away angle. I don't know if we hold on to up, and away. Nowhere is safe. It's fine. It's 1 boost counter. So I think we play 2 for Red Wing. And I don't think we're allowed to bounce Red Wing here. Yeah, I feel like we don't have a lot of forward momentum here. Like, we're just stalling out, trying to, like, without our upgrades, yeah, we don't do enough. We hold on up, and away. What are we doing? We can chip off the toughness. Our last card is Electrostatic. That's the card we needed. If we had that, we'd be such a better spot, because we're chipping down both of these, as long as we're defending, which we are. So that's okay. This up, and away is kind of useful. It probably draws a couple cards, so I don't mind holding on to it. The question is, what do we do with our ability and with Red Wing? I think with Red Wing, we're going to take off this toughness for now. And then I think for Falcon, we'll take 2 off of this. This is not going to be our boost card. It's going to be an encounter card. So when we play Red Wing, we will discard it. It's not the worst encounter card. It forces us to discard one of these 3 cards, which I don't think we want to do that. So instead, we'll get Klaw attacks you. That's kind of fine, because this is going to be our Draw Their Fire turn. And I think we'll pass. Draw up 1, 2, finally Electrostatic. We draw Klaw's Vengeance as an encounter card, and then we shuffle and we draw up. I think if this deck had maybe like a riposte, like a way to do a slightly more damage while defending, it'd be in a better spot. Because we can play the defense events that say when you defend to get some value without having to defend with this practice plan Draw Their Fire loop. We don't know what the top of this deck is. Actually, we do, because we discard during the player phase, right? You drop during the player phase. I'm pretty sure we should know what this is, because you draw up during the player phase. So we know that there's a boost on the top. If this activation deals damage, exhaust your hero. Not the most important. All right, 1, 2, 3, Power Flight, that's fine. 4 is Bird of Prey, that's damage, that's good. Genius. Again, if you defeat the Weapons Runner with damage, you don't take the Retaliate if it doesn't survive. Are you playing the Power Flight? Yeah. In our deck, yeah, we have all of them. Yeah. This goes to 3. Klaw's attacking. We're going to start of the turn, use Draw Their Fire and return it to our hand, so we don't have to exhaust the block. So now Klaw's attacking for what we know to be 1, 2, and a mystery card. Here is where we can use Battlefield Awareness if we want to. I don't think we do. I think we're going to use it during the actual hero phase. The only way we take damage here is if this is exactly a 3 boost. And we haven't seen a lot of 3 boosts in the deck, so we'll risk it. It's a 2 boost, perfect. So it's 3 damage. We take no damage. Nothing to trigger there. Weapons Runner attacks for 1, we take no damage. Armored Guard attacks for 1, no damage. Oh, did we have an up and away? Oh, we were meant to play up and away there. I'm going to retcon that. We've gained no new information, but in theory, it was meant to be like this. And we had this in our hand. So up and away says after attacking enemy is given a face down boost. Oh, let's not do it actually, because we knew half of this and we know we're going to get attacked again. So we don't have to worry about this because this is an attack as well. So we reveal Klaw's Vengeance. It says Klaw attacks you. If this attack deals damage, I'll keep it here so we remember the threat thing. And so we get 2 boost cards. And now we have to read the text on up and away because I don't know how it works with multiple boost cards. After an attack enemy is given a face down boost card, look at that card so we can decide which one of them. 6, even. We'll look at this one. It's a 1 boost. So now we can look at the top card of this deck. It's a 1 boost. And we can decide to swap them if we want. We draw a card. We can discard this. Oh, it's nice that we got it under control. We can discard this. I don't think we care. Actually, we do care. If this is Surge, this comes into play. I'll discard this just to see deeper. We want to find more boosts. It's a 2 boost. Okay. So Klaw's attacking for 1, 2, 3. We could have also used Battlefield Awareness. We didn't. We take no damage. Next encounter card. Under Fire. I knew the order would matter here. So Surge revealed the top card of the deck. So we're getting an unknown card and this card, Flamethrower. Attached to the minion with the most remaining hit points, we have a huge Weapons Runner. Attached minion deals 4 damage indirect. Pretty frightening. And then we get Sound Manipulation. Take 2 damage. Ow. Klaw heals 2 damage. I mean, if you must. And it's back to us. Ow, we're really hurt. Okay. Sick. I don't want to Draw Their Fire this turn. We see the top of the deck. Give us a 3 boost. It's a 1 boost. I don't want to play Draw Their Fire this turn because we don't have a practice plan yet. There's 2 in the deck, and we kind of need that to do the cool thing we're doing. The fact that we're defending and not getting any extra benefits is obviously like not good. So we have some work to do here. We can thwart for 3. That's fine. We can also knock the guard out for 3, and then we can knock this out for 4. Then we can just like, in theory, we want to under control one of these, but if we're not going to Draw Their Fire, it's kind of useless. So I think we just play everything. So Bird of Prey gets played for this. This plays for finally our Electrostatic Armor, which we should have played by now. Draw Their Fire, we play, and then we don't bounce Red Wing, or we can bounce Red Wing and hold Draw Their Fire, which also feels kind of awkward. The Weapons Runner's built like a JoJo's Bizarre character, just stacked. I mean, it's going to die like the rest of them. Okay. We don't need more than 4 damage, so I think we're just going to Bird of Prey this. So deal 4 damage. If you defeat it, you don't take Retaliate. It's cool that like the sort of like threat equation changes the longer you leave it on the table, like how threatening the card is. After we do Bird of Prey, we can discard the top card of the deck. We can actually do it before if we want to. I think we should discard to find more boosts. Actually, we don't need more than 1 boost. 1 boost is fine. Okay, we'll use Falcon to thwart for 2 with Battlefield Awareness. We'll discard this thwarting for 3. That's 1 Dark Design's gone. Next card is 1 boost. So that means this goes to 1, 2, 3, 4. We might be able to jump down this turn. I think we do. If that's the case, if we jump down, we can go get Falcon's Flock back, which is more important than some of these cards, but not all of these cards. I think we need to play Electrostatic Armor because there's so much toughness. So say that we do that. So we can replay Red Wing jump down. think we don't want to replay Red Wing though, because the one there is totally fine. So that means we just play Draw Their Fire and Float double. So maybe we don't play Electrostatic Armor? Oh, that's ugly. Yeah, that's really ugly because we could jump down instead. I think we don't play the Electrostatic Armor. I hate that. But I think instead here we jump down because we're pretty safe. A Dark Designs will get us, but that's okay. Because now we throw this out. We use our Alter Ego ability to search our deck for Falcon's Flock. Actually, I wonder if we're meant to return Red Wing. No, because we can't discard the top card of the deck. We need the deck to be low boost. And then we just don't float a card here because we can get Red Wing back next turn. We'll get Falcon's Flock. We'll play it. We'll use Falcon's Flock to play Draw Their Fire, and I'll hold on to Electrostatic Armor. I think it's that good. We'll pass. Draw. So we could use one on Red Wing. I don't think it's important that we have to replay it next turn. Power Flight. Nice. Practice Plan. Perfect. Gambit and Strength. Okay. Oh, one more. Power Flight. Okay, too many resources, but Red Wing does not care when that's the issue. All right, this goes to 2. Cloth Schemes for 3. I don't think I did the math right. We're still fine, but only barely. At 5. 1 encounter card. Evil Alliance. Good time to draw this because this grabs our Nemesis set, and our Nemesis has Quick Strike, but luckily in Alter Ego, we do not care. Oh, that's not you. You're a bit bigger. It's Viper. However, one more time. Quick Strike does not fire when you're in Alter Ego. So that's that. We have the Serpent Solutions. It comes in with 6 threat. All it says is that when you discard Serpent Soldier from the top of the deck, which they'll be shuffled in, you have to give it as an encounter card. 3 go into the deck. The deck is relatively small. Serpent Soldiers is really cool. I like weaknesses that interact with your kit in like a very obvious way. Oh, and this clears. Otherwise, this doesn't have text. We usually don't clear it unless we have a bunch of extra threat. And it's back to us. Okay. So, we don't know the top of the deck. We have a lot of things to do. I think this is a turn where we probably play Gambit. We have drawn no under controls, so we're going to draw their fire for sure. So we are going to play the practice plan no matter what, because this is a turn where we have to block everybody. If that's the case, it really does behoove us to play Electrostatic Armor, which means I don't think we do. I think Gambit is just like these 3 cards, and we play Red Wing like twice. We can make Red Wing slightly cheaper. We could do Red Wing with the armor, but then we waste a resource. Yeah, we're not going to do that. We also could like discard a card to get Red Wing back from the discard pile if we just activate with Red Wing, and then we could play Red Wing. I don't like that either. I do think we recover 3, but if we don't thwart heavily, and we have so many ways to go get a 3 boost, this is going to be a problem. We have to get this down to 3 at least. But I think we have to recover 3, because apparently there's cards in the deck that just do 2 damage to you, so yeah. We'll flip. See the top card of the deck. Give us a big boost. It's a small boost, Weapons Runner. I think the amount of boosts in this deck has not been kind to us. We can't use Battlefield to boost our recovery, unfortunately. I feel like this deck just needs a bit more card draw. So the order is really interesting. I think it's really the most important that we hit a big boost with Gambit. So I don't think we're going to play Gambit until we find a 2 or 3 boost. So we'll use Red Wing and return it to our hand to do 1 damage, I guess, to the Viper. Revealing a 1 boost. It's a Serpent Soldier. If we discard it, we get it as an encounter card. It has Quick Strike, so it doesn't really matter that much, but this is where we're going to lose to the table, where we just don't have enough forward momentum. That being said, with Gambit, we can tuck it underneath us to get a 1 boost on Gambit. Actually, no, Gambit will become a 0 boost because Gambit cares only about the sort of boost icons, not the star icons. So, yeah, that sucks. We'll do this. Another Red Wing. We'll use our text to discard it, so it becomes a boost card. Revealing a 0 boost? It always feels when you find a 0 boost that they misprinted the card. It's always like a weird surprise. Okay. Not great. So I think we'll have to use Gambit to try and get past the 0 boost. Oh, there's no way to get past the 0 boost. We have to get past the 0 boost by getting past the 0 boost. I wonder if Angel's Airy really would be good. It feels like Avenger's Mansion is so good but pricey. Yeah, Avenger's Mansion is a bit too expensive for how setup dependent we are. Angel's Airy is not bad because we like do all this blocking. But like in theory, we're meant to use Soup Kitchen whenever we jump down, which is like equivalent. But the fact that we get all the counters on here, because after you defend, it's not once per phase, and we defend a lot. Like I could see it. It also like seems vaguely like a flying card, which is fun. Man, 0 boost on top. Stinky. Real stinky. That's really going to stop us in our tracks. A 0 boost, huh? We are cooked. We probably shouldn't have done 1 damage here. We probably should have done 1 threat here. I guess we return Red Wing to do no damage. Okay, next card, 1 boost. I mean, good. We'll play Red Wing, discarding this card. 2 boost. I mean, we'll take it. That's a deal. 2 health, Red Wing's back. So now we'll just play Gambit. We'll look at the top 3. So it's a 2 boost. We can't rearrange the order. A star boost if this activation deals damage, exhaust your hero, and a 1 boost. Okay, so not the best. It means that we'll know that Klaw is attacking for only 2, which is totally fine. We're going to draw their fire this turn. I think we have to give the exhaustion here. And then I think we just worry about underground distribution so we don't advance. I think we'll be able to stabilize. We're not decking out, which is a good check. So Gambit is 2 thwart, 2 attack, 2 health. Sorry, 3 health. Okay. This is the upcoming snake we have for us. We should be drawing into an under control sooner than later. There's only 2 left in our deck. It's still a lot. Okay. So I think we'll use Gumby to thwart 2 so we don't lose to that because this will go to 5 now. We'll use Red Wing to peck for 1. I think off of this. And we'll just pass. Not that great. Draw up 5. Talon line, that could be useful. Multi-stun could happen. Aerial evacuation, that's useful. Team building, okay. Bird of Prey is big damage, so we can get rid of Viper at a minimum. And an unflappable. So unfortunately, no under controls. And no more practice plans. So this is going to be our last good draw their fire for a moment. This goes to 4. At the start of the turn, we'll draw their fire so we don't have the exhaust to block. I think throwing out our like 1 retaliate suit was probably like the electrostatic armor is probably way more important than we think it is. It's like one of the few cards that give us incidental damage every round. And the issue is if we did not generate enough damage, and this deck probably only has like 3 boosters. So we're just not doing enough damage. Klaw attacks. We will block without exhausting. It's 2 damage. We take no damage. We draw no cards. Dauntless doesn't do anything because we're not at full health, right? Like it's really hard to be at full health all the time. Maybe with the area we can like get a couple more angles, but we do just take incidental damage, especially because Klaw just does incidental damage to you. Guard attacks for 1, we take no damage. Viper attacks for 2, we take no damage. We discard 5 off the top. We have nothing to interact. 1, 2, 3. There's another snake in here. 4, 5. Okay. We discarded 2 3 boosts. Ugh. Then we draw on counter cards. One of them is a Serpent Soldier. Has Quick Strike. Imagine doing, yeah, we would have done so much damage if we played our electrostatic armor. I really regret what we did on that last turn. And then our unknown card is Harlem's Protector. I mean, it doesn't get worse until it does. This has 3 counters on it. We have to, as an alter ego, spend a resource to get rid of 1. And it has a hazard. So that's not great. It's back to us. Top of the deck is 2 boost. Ow, we have to clear at least 1 threat. We are ready, so we can attack for 4, which is good. So I think we just start clearing the board, and then we probably jump down and do a strategic let the thing advance. We have an aerial evacuation for a free block, which is nice. Talon line, we could do a double ready, which ready stun is not the worst thing. I think we can clean up a bit. But like, yeah, we need unflappable. We need electrostatic armor. We can't draw any cards with this hand. No, we can't. Okay. This would be a good hand with double resources also. So what are we doing? What are we doing? Yeah, Talon line is so not what you think it is. Because you think Talon line would work when we use Red Wing, but it's not. It's when you use your hero ability, which is after you play a thing. Okay, so if that's the case, what does the Talon line do for us? Stun is not super useful. I think we actually can take out every single minion here, which is kind of sick. So if that's the case, we will first attack for 2, and we'll use Battlefield Awareness to discard this 2, and we'll do 4 damage to Viper. Got him. Right before the discard 2, which is not good. Drawing Serpent Soldiers on top of the deck. I hate my life. It's the worst. We knew there was one left there, but what can we do about it? So we have no way of getting by this because as soon as we discard it, we get another encounter card. Damn snakes. I like boosting his health to 16 with endurance and defensive conditioning from Civil War. Oh yeah, I'd be excited for defensive conditioning. I think that's a really slots compressed card. It's also only 2 cost, which is like defense has just been a cheaper stat to buff. But yeah, if you have extra health, I think Dauntless is way easier to play. We have no health gain in this deck. Boss is good in him. Riposte is the do 3 damage back, right? Yeah, I could see us playing it. I think it's slots intensive. I could see us playing it. Like maybe we cut the I would assume that we end up cutting the one that removes 1 threat when we block. It's not been super important. He says about to threat out. All right, so we're getting a Super Soldier Snake. It's fine. It's okay. It's only a 1 on top of the deck too. So I think we do Gambit for 2. And then we'll bounce Red Wing. Discarding the top card of the deck, which is a Super Soldier, so it'll be waiting for us. But we defeat this Super Soldier, put it right in time to put it back in the... Yeah, actually, it goes right back into the deck. I mean, it is 1 thwart, but I hate putting that back in the deck before we cycle. And we're going to cycle in 2 cards. So if that's the case, I'm going to try and leave this here and do all the damage instead of the Armored Guard. Because I'd like to cycle the deck without putting the Soldier back into the deck. Okay, that's that. Top card of the deck is a 1 boost. It's a Dark Designs. All right, so we can discard this and deck out. 2 acceleration icons, though. Oh my god. Yeah, we just don't have enough forward momentum. We've done like 7 damage to Klaw. Yikes. Yikes. This is not good. Do we scoop? I don't think we scoop, but like it feels like we maybe scoop. This hand ain't it. Why were we considering jumping down? I don't know. I don't think we jumped down. Talent line for the stun like gives us a bit of breathing room. Then we just defend against Serpent Soldier. If we had it under fire, this turn would be really good. There's still 2 in the deck, but under fire opens up this turn a fair bit. Maybe we just do, yeah, team building exercise and build. We know we're going to get 2 snakes, so it's like kind of the not the worst draw their fire turn because it saves 3 blocks. But if we draw their fire, then we don't need to do the stun. So I think we will do the draw their fire. We might take back this Falcon's Flock if we decide we don't need it. We'll take back the resource. Oh, actually, wait. If we gain information, we can't do that. Okay. We can knock out the Serpent Soldier to put it back in the deck, but with draw their fire, that doesn't make a lot of sense. I guess we play a Panic Aerial Evacuation for free. Maybe we do set up the team building before we go through our deck. And then we can team building. Oh, wait, this sucks. Because we need to play the Unflappable for sure. Yeah, we don't play the team building. Unflappable is the most important. Oh, we wanted to go to Alter Ego because of Harlem. Yeah. Beans. So we'll do this. Maybe there's a talent line on the villain phase that we should consider. Okay, because like talent line is another way to get a soft draw their fire, right? Because as long as you play an aerial card, actually that's really hard. Because battlefield awareness does not trigger your ability. Yeah, you think it should work? It doesn't. And then here, I think we just play Red Wing. So we'll just hard pitch 2 for Red Wing. 4 damage. We could knock at the Soldier. I don't know if we do. I think we play Red Wing because we need a thwart for 1. So Red Wing's in play. We thwart for 1 off of this so we don't advance. And we'll pass. Things are looking quite bad for our hero here. This I'll put here so we don't forget it. And that should be it. We draw 5. Bird's Eye View, that's good. Ready for Fight's good. To jump down, another Bird's Eye View is too much. Hard to ignore. Please give us Under Control. Aerial Recon. We haven't used that card once, which is because we're behind on the board, but oh my god, is that card good. This goes to 5 of 6. Klaw is to attack us. We're going to use Draw Their Fire. It's not coming back this turn. But yeah, now we know that we don't exhaust. So Klaw is attacking for 1. Unknown, unknown. Are we going to use Battlefield Awareness? We deck out. So immediately, this goes to 2 and we shuffle. So the most this can be is 4 damage. So there's a small chance we should Battlefield Awareness here. I don't know how many 3... It doesn't seem like there's a lot of 3 boosts in the deck. So I think we're going to play around it. By play around it, I mean not play around it. Because no matter what, we'll fire Unflappable during one of the Serpents. All right, so we exhaust without exhausting. So 1, 2, 3 damage. 1 pursuit counter. We take no damage, so we get unflappable. You're taking another boost card. Oh, not the one underneath it, because Klaw gets 2. Serpent Soldier attacks for 2. We block it without taking damage. Nothing to it. Then we draw 1. We know this is a snake, so we'll just put it in play. It quick strikes us. We don't take any damage because we exhaust. Then we draw 2 more encounter cards. Next encounter card, Tech Gauntlets. Okay, cool. So attach to the minion with the most remaining hit points, left soldier. Plus 3 hit points. Attack gets overkill. So we're at 6 attack. I mean, I don't think we can deal with that. Next is an armored guard. Oh my god. How do we run into the same but worse version of Green Goblin, where there's all these tiny minions? 3 in toughness. We don't have a draw their fire. It's back to us. The top card of the deck is a 1 boost. This is going to be a really bad mood to end the stream on, but like, we are cooked. We could have aerial evacuationed on the last attack. I think that's something I should consider a bit more. We can still do it by using Gambit to keep Gambit around, which might be the play. We want to jump down to get rid of Harlem's Protector, but it's not like really our worst thing here. The worst thing is that that Serpent Soldier now really does stink, but all the small boosts is actually, like, I think the worst thing for us. Like, the most we're attacking is for 3. And that seems bad. We have a nice bird's eye view, which is good. Maybe we start there. We remove 4 threat. That puts us within range. I could see that being right. So we'll start here. Bird's eye view on the main scheme. So we do 1, 2, 3. We'll discard this. So we do 4 threat. 1 boost on top. Hate it. We could decide to discard it. Let's discard it. Let's hope for something better. 1 boost on top. Okay, again, there's only 1 snake in there, so not the worst. Okay. Jumping down. Is it that good? It's not that good, but nothing's that good here. We have 1 physical to play ready for a fight. I didn't even consider that. We have no way of doing damage during the villain phase, so this change of fortune. Yeah, this is really not good. We'll return Red Wing to our hand, I think, to do 1 chip damage to this. Discarding. It's a 1 boost on top. Classic. We can find a bigger boost, I think. So we'll do 1. We'll throw out the aerial. We'll throw out the bird's eye view for sure. We'll replay Red Wing, discarding the top card of the deck. 1 boost. I swear the boosts are way too low in this set. So Red Wing's back. Red Wing plus Falcon does not do enough damage. We can let the Serpent Soldier scheme for 1. This is going to go to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So it will complete, but that's not the end of the world if we want to jump down and just like do whatever we want. I think we will attack for 3 into the Serpent Soldier. We'll Battlefield Awareness to discard this card. So we do 3 damage. 2 on the top. That's good. So it's down to 2. So when we jump down, I think I don't know if this is a ready for fight angle. I think we just get rid of Harlem's Protector. If that's the case, we will attack with Gambit. Before Gambit takes damage, we'll evacuation down to Alter Ego. There's a 2 boost on top, though. Do we have to get rid of that? I think we can still get... No, I don't think we get rid of that. We defeat the Serpent Soldier. Okay, we're advancing no matter what, so I don't think this matters. We're in Alter Ego. We'll spend 3 cards to get rid of Harlem Protector. Goes into victory display. Okay, we're going to take a turn off here and just let our threat go through and then hopefully be able to come back next turn. Oh, we can attack with a Red Wing. We'll attack to take the toughness off and we'll pass. Draw 6. Microwave, we wanted that a year ago. Ever Vigilant's good. Under Control, finally. Hard to ignore. Practice Plan and an Ever Vigilant. As soon as we break up our draw their fire combo, like, yeah, things get rough. So this goes up to 4. Claw schemes for 4. This advances. I think this discards until you get a minion. Secret Rendezvous. So when revealed, discard cards from the top of the counter deck until a minion's put in play. So this gets around the quick strike, which is nice. So we're going to discard. We get another armored guard, slightly different. This one has a slightly different border, but 3 health, guard, toughness. Advance, final act, 8 threat. All of this gets finished. We lose the game. Secret rendezvous. Nothing to it. No other text. That's it. Armored Guard schemes for 0. Armored Guard schemes for 0. Snake Man schemes for 1. And we draw 1 encounter card. It's a Sinister Strike. This gets Surge. Need to remember to write more for that one. Gets a counter. Claw's Vengeance. I think Klaw schemes here. Discard a card at random from your hand. Oh, okay. Not that bad. I don't know what the best card in our hand is. I'm not going to look. So we'll just take this. Fine. Practice plan. That seems fine. All right. It's back to us. We have 2 Ever Vigilance, which don't seem incredibly good on the basis that, well, there's not a lot of threat there. It readies us. But here, I think we need to knock out as many minions as we can. We, in theory, want to put an under control on one of the minions. If we had a defense event that allows us to defend without defending, that would be really good. Hard to Ignore is probably worth playing. Microwave is definitely worth playing. So we also could like get a new Falcon's Flock and refresh it, which would be okay, but I don't think we have the ability to do that. So I don't think we can recover for 3 here. I think we have to just go fight. We have to clear the minions. So we'll flip up. Top of the deck is a 2 boost, so we can attack for 4. That's a good start. I think Gambit for 2 is a bit awkward, but like Microwave could in theory fire Change of Fortune, so that's going to happen. So I think we always do this. So now we have +1 defense. And when we take damage, we can redirect it, which means as long as we get one of these down to 1 health, we can fire Change of Fortune and Unflappable. Or technically not Unflappable all the time, but Change of Fortune for sure. That means we can bounce Red Wing once. Okay. We'll attack for 2. We'll send it into the Soldier, who attacks for more. When we attack for 2, we'll discard the top card of the deck. So we attack for 4, in fact. 1 boost on top. Serpent Soldier's gone. Okay. We'll attach... Do we attach Change of Fortune? Maybe we don't actually attach Change of Fortune. Sorry, Under Control. Because we're not going to defend against the Armored Guard. We're just going to knock it out with Change of Fortune. We're going to deck out soon, so we'll get rid of Gambit. Gambit will attack for 2. Releasing the Exhaustion. It's good that I missed half a deck cycle, I think. Okay, Red Wing's still on the table. There's no shot we defend against this Armored Guard. So I think we just play Hard to Ignore to keep in play. We also could have bounced Red Wing to replay Red Wing, but with the 1 boost, the Red Wing cycles don't seem that good. And then I think we'll just pass here. This is okay. I think this is okay. We recovered. We'll draw 5. Up and away is good. Under Control, Soup Kitchen, White Widow's here. Oh, we do exactly deck out. Shit, that's fine. This exhausts us. Either spend 3 kinds or exhaust your character. So we do deck out. That's good. We'll play up and away anyways. So we'll draw deeper. But that's it. This goes to 4 of 8. If we draw Dark Designs, I think we lose the game. Pretty sure we do. We actually do see this card because we deck out during the villain phase. It's a 2 boost. So Klaw is attacking for 3++. That overall is okay. Because we're going to up and away it. Okay. So Klaw is attacking for 1, 2, 3, unknown. We'll play up and away here. So we can look at the next card. It's a 3 boost. Okay. So we can draw a lot of cards here. Otherwise, we draw Under Fire, sometimes an encounter card, but we can get rid of it with Falcon's ability. So, oh, we were meant to flip. After attacking enemies, given a face down card, look at that card. So actually, yeah, we goofed the order here. Because we have to decide which one of these that we look at. Technically, we know this is a big boost, but this is one that we might want it to swap out to keep it like not too high. Because otherwise, a Klaw's attacking us for 6. So I think we're going to, because we looked at this, we have to pick this one. So if that's the case, I will swap them. We're hoping not to take any damage here. But after that, we can draw 3 cards. So we'll draw 1, 2, 3. Electrostatic Armor is perfect. Now we can fire a hero ability. The card we put on top of the deck is this. Where's the card that we put on top of the deck? Oh, we threw it out. Sorry, it's not meant to be thrown out. It's meant to be on top of the deck. Let me just shuffle this. You technically know the boost card? No? You have full info? Yeah, but we can't see this boost card until we decide which of these 2. So this is technically on top of the deck. This is either going to be our encounter card. Take 2 damage, Klaw heals 2 damage. That's not that bad. I think we will take that and we'll keep that. We won't discard it. So we will defend for 4. Klaw's attacking us for 4. Oh, spilled some coffee. No boost. Perfect. No boost on that. Okay, that's the best outcome. Give me 1 second. Okay, so we take no damage. So a bunch of things fire. Firstly, we also could have used Battlefield Awareness there. We are exhausted. We probably should have in hindsight. Unflappable draws a card. Hard to ignore, removes a threat. Okay. Now this Armored Guard will attack us. We will not block it because we can't, but we'll Vibranium Microwave to reduce the damage by 1, and we'll do that damage to this Armored Guard before it activates. Because of that, we can draw 2 cards with Change of Fortune. This is what we're meant to be doing in the game. We're not getting there consistently, but hopefully this will let us catch up. We draw 2 encounter cards. They're both known. This is Sonic Boom. I think this does nothing. Either spend resources or exhaust each character you control. So this exhausts Red Wing. I actually think, like, this is what I don't get about this card. In theory, you're not allowed to choose a choice that you can't fulfill because this says exhaust each character you control. I think they can't force us to spend resources, right? Because we don't have them. I'm genuinely not sure how these choice cards are meant to mean, but I know in games like Arkham Horror, if you can't do the choice, you can't choose it as an option. So maybe we're meant to spend all 3. But as long as we can exhaust something, I don't know how this is meant to work. I'll just exhaust the bird, which is a real cost. And then Sound Manipulation comes in and says, actually, maybe exhausting the bird is worse for us. Yeah, up and away is useless. Hold on, can we make this make sense? Team building is useless, White Widow's useless. Okay, we'll keep the bird ready. We'll try that. We have a big hand. Sound Manipulation comes in. Take 2 damage, Claw heals 2. Okay. Fine. Oh, I did 2 damage to the Claw. Villain recover 4. It's back to us. Oh, we're so back. We're so back. We're so back. We're kind of back. We're kind of so back. Top of the deck. 3 boosts. I feel like we can do it. You got to spend the resource to exhaust it strong. Yeah. Okay, 3 boosts means good things for us. The problem is the 1 damage on the damn Armored Guard. That's the problem. We only have 1 aerial card in hand. I don't think we need to be precious about it. We need to get through our deck to get back to our Draw Their Fire. So we'll do Energy, Falcon's Flock for Cannonball. Cannonball will attack for 2 damage, taking 1 off of this. Because now I think we're going to bounce Red Wing. Yeah. Now we will bounce Red Wing to our hand, doing 3 damage to the Armored Guard. Got him. The next card we will reveal is Sound Manipulation. Cool, that's 2 boost. That's good. Whispers and Retaliate. I mean, we'll get there. We're going to have it. Okay, we have 3 Thwart, which I think we have to do. So that's this. We always play Red Wing, which means, how do we play this Retaliate card? Oh no, how do we play this Retaliate card? This is going to go up to 5. How many Dark Designs are left in the deck? I think that's the one thing we have to play around. If they're both in the deck, we are so lost. 2 of them are out. Okay, we can let Threat go up a bit higher. Just a bit higher. How bad could it be? So instead, we need to play this. Like, let's be honest. We're definitely playing that armor. So we technically, as long as we're exhausting to defend, or sorry, not exhausting, but just defending, we have Retaliate, which, like, good. So then we can play Red Wing Soup Kitchen. We can play Bird's Eye View, hold Red Wing, waste to Soup Kitchen. Feels bad? Feels bad. Feels bad. If we play Red Wing, we can play Red Wing, do 2 threat, return Red Wing, play Red Wing. That's probably the best way to do it. Yeah. So spend 2 for Red Wing. We won't use their ability. We will return Red Wing immediately to return this to do 2 damage or 2 threat. Revealing the next card is a 2 boost. And then we'll just play Red Wing 1 more time. And then with Red Wing, we'll just attack for 1. Oh my god, we really need to end this game. We'll pass. Gombi, Draw Their Fire. Oh wait, Draw Their Fire is back in the deck. We cycled, so please get a practice plan. Please get a practice plan. Okay, how many practice plans are in the deck? Just checking, all of them. Okay, very good. This goes to 4. Man, we're gonna get to the 3rd acceleration. I don't think I've been on 3 acceleration in years in this game. Okay, Klaw's attacking us for 1, 2, 3. Unknown. We are defending for sure. The question is whether we use Battlefield Awareness here. We might as well. So we are defending for 1 more. So we're defending for 5. So Klaw's attacking 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So if we didn't do that, we would have fired a Vibranium Microwave, but we take no damage. So Unflappable draws a practice plan. Hard to ignore, removes one threat. Ow. One encounter card. Viper with Quick Strike. Shit. We found the last snake. Oh, we do one Retaliate with Electrostatic. So we can either defend with Cannonball, which defeats him, or we can take 2 damage going down to 1 while we're exhausted. Feels bad. Feels bad. At least we have the under control set up. So like maybe we do something with Viper. We ran out of our Falcon's Flock. Oh my God, there's so many moving parts and we need them all to align. And then this thing is like beautiful. But if we don't, it's really, really quite bad. Both of these allies are so valuable for a game plan. I think we just take 2. Discard 5. 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. There was another Klaw's Vengeance, which is another attack card. It's back to us. Hey, please, how do we get out of this? We need to stabilize. We just need to stabilize once. Top of the deck is 1 boost, and we're about to deck out. Not us, but this is about to deck out. So if that's the case, this goes up to 6. Still scary. We play practice plan. In theory, this is what we do because it gives us the most tempo. It's a bit frightening, but it's probably what we do. We have to play Draw Their Fire, which is a card, but this leaves us with like no resources to play the game with. Right? Like we have 2 resources. So the best we can do is like replay Red Wing, which like it doesn't feel like we're doing enough on the table in any given turn. Oh, before we do any of this, we'll Cannonball for 2. No, we'll Cannonball for 2. Then we'll return Red Wing to our hand before we play all our aerial cards. We'll discard this, doing 1 damage to Viper, which is enough. We see the next card. It's a 1 boost. That's fine. We want that there. And then we'll play Red Wing. Who's back? We'll exhaust Red Wing. Oh, sorry. We should take 1 fewer damage, Microwave. So this will go to 4 instead. We recover 1. Yeah, we have Microwave. So we'll do 1 damage to Klaw, just so that we keep it simple. And Red Wing will peck for 1. I think we'll do this. We'll pass. He gets sloppier and sloppier as the stream gets later and later. He's struggling against Klaw. We get Genius, Power of Flight, Ever Vigilant. That might be okay. Aerial Recon. Trying to remember, do you have a core set only example game somewhere on the channel? It's not something you'd be interested in. Yeah, Lucy, it's something I'm definitely wanted to do. I brought it up earlier today that if that's something that sounds interesting, let me know. Especially when it talks to like how do you deck build with the core set, which like has options. It's not the most wide pool, but it's wide enough. I think it's something I'll do. I've played through the whole core set, but not using core set cards. That exists on the channel. All right, this goes to 3. Klaw attacks. We will pop Draw Their Fire, so we're not exhausting this turn. We'll return it to our hand. We are defending for 4. We know Klaw's going to attack us for 2 plus a mystery card. 1 card left in the deck. We are decking out. We're getting 3 accelerations. Oh God, I hate this. Please get us out of here. At the end of the day, the most damage this can be is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, which is perfect. So I'm not going to use Battlefield Awareness. We are still ready. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It is exactly 5 damage. We found our last 3 boost. So we have to do a couple things. Firstly, we have to use Vibranium Microwave to redirect the damage to Klaw, so we don't take any damage here. And then we have a bunch of triggers. Unflappable draws a card. Hard to Ignore removes a threat, so we didn't take damage. Electrostatic does 1 damage to the villain. That's it. Cool. Now Viper attacks us, and we're going to block against Viper without exhausting. So Viper, we take no damage. Under control pops. After Viper attacks... Wait, what's the order here? So Viper says after it attacks. That means you has to survive the attack, right? I don't think that matters because under control is after you defend. Does anyone know the order of these? This is a forced response. I'm assuming the forced response goes faster. Crack my energy drink. You got this, dude. Thank you. My throat hurts. 100% I've ordered it for my wife's boyfriend as a Christmas gift and figured some good beginner content recommendation might be a good move. Let me get to that, Lucy. I think we can definitely do that. It'll probably be a video, not a stream, which I think it serves it better. I'm just going to discard 5 cards. So we get rid of this. We deck out. Don't worry about this. This is probably fine. And then we destroy Viper, who at least that doesn't hit the discard pile. And we draw 2 cards. Practice plan, love it. Practice plan. Okay, hold on. 1 encounter card. If this encounter card says take 2 damage, we die. That might be a reason to keep the Vibranium Microwave, but there's 2 cards in this deck that say Klaw heals 2, take 2. If we hit that, we lose. Viper attacks, you defend, under control hits, and then he's alive, he mills you. Okay. So that means the 1 card we discarded should have been our boost card. Yeah, whatever. I won't fix it. Yeah. It matters because Viper will hit the discard pile. That actually is more important than getting that card. But there's a chance now the card that we draw ends the game, which would be sad. Hey, it's the same card, I think. So Flamethrower. So now we search for a minion. After attach to the minion with the most remaining hit points. If you cannot, search the encounter deck and discard pile for a minion and put that play engage with you. Okay. So we could go get a quick strike minion. I think we actually do because we block for free this turn. So I'm going to go get a snake out of the deck. So we'll get the serpent here. It has quick strike. We defend against it without taking damage. So it takes 1 damage itself. And that's that. Yeah, seems good. I think we'll be okay. Oh, don't worry about this, but we'll be okay. Don't worry about that. Don't look at that. Like 1 dark designs we lose, but don't worry about that. Okay, so how do we win this turn? Klaw 3 doesn't have text, right? Like, are we just at Red Wing Send? Toughness, when Klaw attacks. Is this enough damage to win? Top of the deck, 3 boost, 1 boost. Okay. Is this enough damage to win? This might be enough damage to win. Might be enough damage to win. I'll just cannonball this minion so we don't have to worry about it. There's still an encounter card that we just lose to. Don't worry about that too much. Order doesn't matter much. Because at the end of the day, whatever the top card of the deck is, no, it actually matters because every time we play an aerial card, we can discard this card and hopefully get something better. Klaw 3 has tough. Yeah, that's okay. That should be fine. That's a little Red Wing problem. Okay, so what is the order here to see the most cards? In theory, anytime it's a low boost, we should play an aerial card. Anytime it's a high boost, we should Red Wing, Falcon, Battlefield Awareness, etc. So this is a low boost, which means we're going to attack for 2. Maybe we should deal with this. I'm trying to just close the game out. And then we're not going to use Battlefield Awareness. Now we're going to do the Power of Flight. So Ever Vigilant. We ready ourselves, remove 2 threat. And we played an aerial card, so we can discard the top card of the encounter deck. 1 boost. Love it. Sick. Great. I think that's just the life we live in. We will try it again. We'll attack for 2 to the villain. Actually, no. Well, Battlefield Awareness. We'll attack for 3, and we'll discard this, because I don't think we're playing the next Ever Vigilant. So the villain takes 1 more, and we discard that. We get a 1 boost. Ugh. We're on Klaw 2 right now. We'll be on Klaw 3 in a moment. Bear with me. Okay, cool. Cool. Before we forget, we'll do practice plan. There's some quick strike in the deck. We'll do practice plan for Draw Their Fire, have the combo. We'll return Red Wing to hand. Discarding the top card of the deck does 1 damage. Revealing a 1 boost. That becomes a minion engaged with us. Hate it, but what can you do? Maybe we don't advance. Maybe we get Klaw down to 1 health. I could see that being right. We'll play Red Wing. We might as well discard this. It becomes a minion engaged with us. When we use our hero ability, Red Wing comes in. I think we take Klaw down to 1 health. So when Klaw attacks us, Klaw dies electrostatic armor. And when Klaw dies electrostatic armor, we draw 2 cards with Unflappable. Or sorry, Change of Fortune. This is fine. This is acceptable. Red Wing attacks for 1. We know we're going to attack for a bit. We have 2 health. And at any point in time, we could just die. We also could just take these tech gauntlets and give it to ourselves as a boost card. I think that's fine. It's really incentivized us to do Red Wing bouncing. Okay, so hold on. Instead of this, we won't attack for 1. We will use Red Wing on this stupid thing. So we will return Red Wing to our hand. And to take 2 threat off of this. Maybe we should just 3 threat. Hold the phone. We need to get this down to 1. We can do this. We'll do Genius for Red Wing. We'll bounce Red Wing. Removing 3 threat. 2 on top of the deck. That's good enough. We'll play 2 for Red Wing. Red Wing will attack for 1 for Klaw. That way we don't waste. It might have been okay to play our aerial recon card so that we can stop drawing encounter cards because we lose to encounter cards. Like straight on, we lose unless we have our microwave. Our microwave is the only thing keeping us safe to encounter cards. All right, that was the turn. It was sick. It was sick. Don't get me wrong. And then that's it. Ready for fight. That's good to jump down. Bird of prey. That's good. Under control is okay. Hard to ignore is whatever. Aerial evacuation. That's our panic jump down button next turn. This puts on 4 threat. Are they 3 acceleration? Yeah, Ren, it's going fine. How are you doing? We're just doing bird stuff. It's been really fun. No issues so far. How are you doing? How's your Sunday? Klaw's attacking us for 1, 2, 3, unknown card. If this is a 3 boost, it's 3, 4, 5, 6. We block for 5. We don't die, but it's bad. So if that's the case, we have no up and away. I'm going to use Battlefield Awareness. We'll discard the top card of the deck. We get +2 block. So we're blocking for 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Perfect block. That preserves our Vibranium Microwave. So if we draw the card that says take 2 damage, we're okay. Oh, sorry. We're drawing the fire this turn. We're not blocking because we know we have a quick strike coming up. All right. We took no damage. Unflappable draws a card. We're decking out soon. Hard to ignore removes a threat. We draw 2 encounter cards. First card, we know it's a snake. It has quick strike. Oh, hold on. We do 1 with retaliate. That defeats Klaw. We advance. Klaw 3. Toughness. 22 health. The biggest number we've ever seen. Now scheme's a bit harder. That's a big problem. But we can change a fortune because we defeated something. So we draw 1. Another encounter card. We shuffle draw 2. Yeah, change of fortune time for sure. 3 encounter cards. At least this is a good turn because we didn't exhaust the block. So we have many ways to block. I'm worried about 2 encounter cards that do damage to us. That's going to kill us. We can block with our allies in a panic, but it's more so like direct damage. I think Klaw has a couple direct damage cards. We are owed 1 more card here. Bird's Eye View. Not bad. Okay, first card. Quick Strike Minion. Serpent Soldier. Something like that. So we block without taking damage. It takes retaliate 1. 2 health. The Mortal Klaw. You hate to see it because this thing gives Klaw plus 10 health, which like, I don't love that. It only has 3 threat though. The acceleration also is like pretty worrisome. So villain goes up to 32. Sonic Boom. Okay, we have to pay for this. So Sonic Boom says either spend 1 of each kind or exhaust every character. We can't afford to exhaust every character. So, okay. What do you got here? What do you got here? We can do 1 more talent line, but every copy of Practice Plan is out of the deck. Let me move our protection cards to the back row. So what are we getting rid of? Draw Their Fire is easy to play. Aerial Evacuation allows us to recover, which we might need to do this turn, but we have a lot of threat work to do, and Battlefield Awareness is exhausted. We did need it, technically. Talent Line's really good. Under Control is okay, but I don't think, unless we fire, Draw Their Fire, is it actually that good? So then we need a blue, and our only blue is Bird's Eye View, so I think this has to be what we do. We spend 1, 2, 3. Let me just double check there's not a better red or yellow we can spend. There's a shot we play Talon Line. No, there's a shot we play Double Hard to Ignore, actually. Okay. Top card of the deck, 1. Classic. Playing a similar deck, and Holy Hell, Warpath is good in Falcon? Warpath allows you to play during your turn, right? After Warpath event defends, play an event with a hero action ability from your hand. I'm so excited for, what's his name? Patriot. Patriot seems absurd. Not you. Oh my god, this card looks perfect for the kind of game I want to play. But Warpath is okay. I've always struggled to play Warpath. And we don't have that many hero actions in the deck. Like, we only have 4 events that actually are worth firing on that trigger. I guess you can build your deck around it. But yeah, it gives you a bit more control over the deck, I guess. This goes... Wait, we lose next turn. If we don't deal with that. That's bad. Okay, so we'll clear the Mortal Claw because we have to, legally. We have enough aerial cards that we'll just use Cannonball into Serpent Soldier. Okay. We'll see if this is the jump down angle. Maybe we have to get Falcon's Flock. We have a lot of options here. I think we need to play Ready for a Fight though, because that's how we lose super easily. I think we do 1, 2. Or maybe we don't. Maybe we use our own activation. Our own activations are recovery probably this turn. I think we need to recover for safety. We'll do 1, 2. For Bird of Prey? Wait. Oh, we threw out our bird's eye view? I guess we had to. Okay, no, Birds of Prey is not what we want. So we need to thwart a lot, which means we're probably just Red Wing spamming. So if we're Red Wing spamming, we should play our aerial card first. Which means actually we maybe wanted to like jump down with Cannonball first. Oh, yeah, this gets complicated really quickly. Because maybe we play that, use Cannonball, choose to take the consequential, cancel the consequential, go down. But no, we have to thwart. I don't think we're allowed to recover here. Yeah, we're just not allowed to recover. Help, send help. This goes up +4, so we hit 7. We need to clear that. Yeah, this is hard. I want to get a bigger boost, which means we should prioritize by playing a card. The only aerial card we're playing guaranteed might be Draw Their Fire, but it's not that good until we hit a practice plan. But these are the only aerial cards we have. So we have to keep her physical. It's probably not Ready for Fight. So we'll do Ready for Fight and we'll play an aerial card to see slightly deeper. So I think we play Aerial Evacuation for the hop down, because if we get double attacked, we also lose. This is an aerial card, so we will discard the top card of the deck. Looking for 3 boost, 2 boost. 2 boost is maybe good enough. We'll return Red Wing. Removing 2 threat. Revealing next card. It's a 1 boost. It's a Weapons Runner. We don't want that because it'll attack us. I guess we can microwave it. Oh no, we want Weapons Runner. Because if it attacks us, we microwave it back to itself, and then we draw with Change of Fortune. It's actually really good. Okay, so that's fine. So we'll do 2 for Red Wing. Red Wing will just thwart for 1 off of the Immortal Claw. Doing a massive 10 damage to the villain. Got him. We will thwart for 2. We're not decking out. Yeah, so we will draw Weapons Runner as a boost for sure. That's good. And then we have to figure out how to play the rest of this hand. I think for safety, we need to play Ready for Fight. So we'll do Bird of Prey for Ready for Fight, just for the safety button. So if we get thwarted, we get attacked instead. And we'll hold on to Draw Their Fire because it is what our game is about. We'll pass. Oh God, I'm exhausted. These Falcon games are so much effort. We're still barely going forward. Up, and away is really good. Power of Flight. Practice plan is perfect. And a Strength. Okay, that's a good enough Red Wing turn. This goes up by 4, so it goes to 5. We're getting attacked for 2 and 2 encounter cards. Here we will play Up, and Away. We'll reveal the unknown card. I hit 6 a lot. Up, and Away. Hold on, I should write more words. Okay, so we're going to reveal this one. It's a star boost, so Klaw's only attacking for 2. We'll reveal the next card. We actually need to keep Dark Designs here, though, but we could put it on top of the deck and discard it. We get a 2 boost here. We're going to do this cool trick. So we're going to swap these 2. And then after we resolve an aerial, firstly, we'll draw 2 cards. Oh, neat. After we resolve an aerial, we'll discard Dark Designs, so we don't have to worry about that and lose the game. Klaw is attacking us. We are defending for 4. Klaw attacks for 1, 2, 3, 4. We take no damage. Weapons Runner gets put into play. We have a whole bunch of triggers here. Weapons Runner has 2 health on it. Oh, Weapons Runner has 2 health? Wait, in what world does this have 2 health? Oh, it's okay. We just have to defend against it. It's not okay. When did Weapons Runner have 2 health? I thought it had 1 health. That's fine. Okay, we'll draw with Unflappable. Hard to Ignore removes the threat. End of triggers. Oh, Electrostatic Armor does 1. Then the Weapons Runner attacks us. We won't defend. We will return the damage. Oh, we can't actually afford to return the damage because if we draw the encounter card that does 2 damage to us, we lose. There is 2 encounter cards in the deck that just say do 2 damage. If we draw them and we don't have our armor ready, we lose the game. Both of those cards are in the deck. So this Weapons Runner shtick that we planned does not work. We could block with one of our allies and jump down to Alter Ego. That actually is probably the safest thing, because even if we get attacked again, I guess we lose Cannonball. 22 damage, like, how close are we to 22 damage? In this hand, not a lot, because Red Wing doesn't do enough damage in this scenario. We're not that close. So hear me out. Instead of taking the toughness off Klaw, oh no, it's retaliate. It's not redirected damage. Okay. I think we need this or we lose the microwave. So if that's the case, God, that's hard. What are we meant to do here? I think we lose Cannonball. Or no, if we jump down, we can lose Red Wing. We're legally allowed to lose Red Wing. We don't want to exhaust Red Wing, so I think we exhaust Cannonball. Cannonball takes the attack from this. We will aerial evacuation. So Cannonball takes no damage and we end up in Alter Ego. We end up exhausted in Alter Ego, which is like kind of cursed. There's a chance that we should have just like defended with an ally anyways. This is after you defend, so this doesn't work. I don't know. Sonic Converter. So we didn't get punished. Maybe we were a bit too conservative. Sonic Converter attached to Klaw. Klaw attacks for +1. And after Klaw hit damages a character, stun that character. Okay, it's us. Oofa doofa. Okay, so things we can do. We can get Falcon's Flock because we're in Alter Ego. We can't recover because we're exhausted on 2, and we don't have any way to ready ourselves. White Widow is worth something. I think we do get a Falcon's Flock here for sure. The question is, what card do we discard? I think we discard Up, Up, and Away. Or no, second practice plan. Search your deck in our discard pile for Falcon's Flock. Hard Times by Paramore Plays. I'm not sure I know what that means. Oh, the song. No one made a hockey meme deck with Falcon. Red Wing shoots, he scores. Yeah, that one goes over my head too, unfortunately. I'm not a big hockey fan. Okay, fine. Fine. Spend 2 for an aerial card. We should do that when we're in hero mode. So we'll flip up. We're looking for big boosts. First card, 1 boost. Okay, we'll get rid of it. Power Flight for Falcon's Flock. It's aerial, has 5 counters on it. We discard the top card. Give us big boost. 1 boost. It's a Sonic Boom. That's not the one that damages us and loses the game. So that's not good. Okay. We definitely play this and this. And I think the rest of our hand is just Red Wing over and over and over again. We can play Red Wing a bunch of times. So first thing we should do is return Red Wing. We'll do 1 damage to the weapons runner. Trashing this. 2 boost. Okay, we're gonna use that for threat. So we'll play Red Wing. I wonder if we do play just Red Wing. Nah, I don't think we'd play White Widow. Red Wing comes into play. We'll immediately return Red Wing. Taking 2 threat off of this. Discarding this. 2 boost again. That's one of the 2 damage ones, so it's good to know where that is for sure. We'll do Falcons for Red Wing. We'll do 2 threat. Discarding this. That's a 1. So we'll just play Red Wing. Red Wing will attack for 1 into Klaw. Okay, we're almost there. Only 21 more damage. Oh god, it's hard. 1, 2. This is one of the longest games I've ever played. 3, 4. I shouldn't have started the second game. Bird of Prey is good. That can do damage. We have all these resources, so we can do a lot of damage here if we survive, and we're going to draw a bunch more cards. This goes to 4. We have a Panic ready for fight. We're going to fire, draw their fire this turn. I think we just do it anyways because of safety, because we can die. So we'll return this to hand. We don't have to exhaust the block. Okay, Klaw's attacking for 3, 4, unknown card. I think here we might, for safety, do Battlefield Awareness, and we will get +1 block. So we're blocking for 5, 3. The most damage we can take is 7. That won't kill us. That's a good thing. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We take no damage. Bunch of triggers. Retaliate 1. Unflappable. Hard to ignore. Change of Fortune doesn't fire. Good. Good. Weapons runner attacks for 1 is defeated by Retaliate. We block without blocking. That causes us to draw 2 more cards. This is our turn. 1 encounter card. Armored Guard. Has guard. No. We were so close to just sending in this piece of work. Wait, is Falcon just birds the deck? Just channel the inner Con, Golden Peregrine Saker. If I could de-res 1 card, I'd be really happy. I think comparing yourself to Con is not going to help you, but hey, we're alive. And look at this hand. Top of the deck. 2 boosts. Kind of perfect. Okay. Do we have lethal? Hard to say. I think we have to get lucky off the deck. Unfortunately, we have to get rid of this guard or yeah, the armored guards are pretty annoying. 3 damage sucks for us. Like I wish we had that boost to get +1. Okay, there's a 2 boost on the top of the deck. I think we're going to waste that no matter what because we have no piercing. So we have no way to do an instance of 1 damage. So we are just going to attack for 2 into the armored guard. Yeah, we have no instance of single damage. 2 boosts on the top. We want to use that if we can. The most efficient way to deal with the armored guard is bird of prey, I think. Everything else whiffs damage. We waste 1 damage. Yeah, no matter what, we waste 1 damage. But this allows us more control over the top of the deck. We want to play this when the top of the deck is bad. So we'll cannonball for 2. We'll Genius for Ever Vigilant. We remove 2 threat, we ready ourselves, and then we'll just attack for 2 again. We won't discard the top of the deck. 2 boost is perfect. Okay, can we do 20 damage in a single turn? The challenge. Yeah, beat up time. Okay, so first thing first, we'll Red Wing. Dealing 2 damage to the villain. 1 boost on top. We'll try and get rid of that. We get rid of that by playing Red Wing. Play an aerial, discard this. 1 boost. I mean, I think 1 boost, we're just happy it's not a 0 boost, right? Okay. We'll do 1/2 for Bird of Prey. We'll do 4 damage +1, 5 damage to Klaw. Down to 13. We reveal the next card, which we can discard. It's a 1 boost. I guess it stays there. Now we'll keep discarding. 1 boost, Believe in the Dream. Okay. Good. So Draw Their Fire gets played for free. We can play Red Wing once more. Con would be printed at the right time. Con Chesby would be fun. Yeah, the ability to play programs. I wish it just said programs. If it had programs, it would be really sick. The fact that it's Icebreakers sucks. But yeah, Con with Chesva would help a heck of a lot for sure. Okay, so we will return Red Wing to our hand. No, we won't. Because I think we can discard a card first. No matter what, we're spending 1 of Falcon's Flock to play our Hopefully Don't Die button. We'll discard a card. It's a 1 boost. Classic. So messy, I'll return Red Wing to my hand. Dealing 1 damage to the villain. Discarding this card. Down to 12. Maybe 1 good turn. 1 boost on top. Klaw's Vengeance. Okay. We are not going to deck out, so we don't have to worry about the ordering. Then we'll do, I think, just 2 for Red Wing, right? We can discard the top card of the deck if we want to. I think I'm happy with a 1 boost on top, so I won't. This is going to go up to 2, 3, 4, 5, so we'll just attack for 1. Down to 11. 1 more turn. 1 more turn, we have it. For sure, we have it. Draw 5. 1. Bird's Eye View. No damage. Gambit. Some damage. Practice Plan. Useless. Ever Vigilant. Not bad. Under Control. Good. Okay. I need to check how many cards are left in the deck that do 2 damage, but first this goes up by 4, so it goes up to 5, and Klaw's attacking for 1, 2, 3, 4, and a card. In theory, we should have perfect, oh no, we don't have perfect information because it's a 50-50 of what this card is. So we're going to crack Draw Their Fire, so we don't have to exhaust the block. There's still Quick Strike minions in the game. So we're blocking for 4 here, and I think we're just going to send Battlefield Awareness, so we're blocking for 5. We deck out. They give you a bunch of these in the core set for a reason. They want this to happen. This is good. This is good gameplay. Okay, so we're blocking for pseudo 6. Klaw can do 1, 2, is attacking for 4. So if we have a 3 boost, we're in a bad spot. Could Conchezza be good in 3-point Eternal? No. Even 3-point Eternal is a much higher power level. Like, there's a big chance that Conchezza in Standard wouldn't even be good, let alone 3-point Eternal. The thing is, like, it comes down to whether 3-point Eternal is about ice. From my understanding, Eternal is not really about ice, so Con doesn't really do much. So I'd be very surprised. No tricks. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. Oh, that's actually really bad. If this attacks us, it does damage, we get stunned. We're 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We're blocking for 4, 5. So we have to do Vibranium Microwave to redirect one of the damage to the villain. So we take no damage, but if we draw the card that does 2 damage, we lose. So we're now at the point we have to get lucky. Unflappable draws. No, we're not going to draw with Unflappable because we deck out. Let's not do that. Hard to Ignore removes a threat. Electrostatic does the damage. This hand has no damage. Hope this doesn't do 2 damage. Oh, it sort of does. Evil Alliance. We put 3 threat counters on Pursued by the Past. We go search for the snake. Luckily, we have Quick Strike. Sorry, we don't defend the block. It has Quick Strike, so we don't actually have to worry about this. This is the 3rd time we've drawn Viper, I think. Take the Gambit. Yeah, for us, it's less of a Gambit because it's safe. This took a 2 boost out of the deck, which sucks. But Viper's now engaged with us. It's going to Quick Strike us for 2. We block without having to do anything, which means if we Unflappable now, I just want to check what this card is. Yeah, it doesn't really matter. If we Unflappable now, we still draw an encounter card. So we will block without exhausting. Takes 1 retaliate. It's on 4. Top of the deck is 1 boost. Okay, so the question is, do we have enough damage or not? We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, we should have enough damage guaranteed. Attack with Cannonball. We have 2 aerial cards. Claw takes 2. Cannonball's fine. We will return Red Wing to our hand. We will play Red Wing with Falcon's Flock, discarding the top card of the deck. 0 boost. I'm like, 1 boost is bad, but sometimes you hit a 0 boost. There's like 1 0 boost in this whole deck. We found the 0 boost. Okay, cool. We can get rid of it. We've got to do Red Wing stuff. I don't think so. This is our first action. I don't think we forgot Red Wing, unless we did. How has Cannonball stayed out for so long? No. Good question. I should show it more. I'm just like trying to barrel through this. When Cannonball attacks, you can reveal aerial cards in your hand, and it keeps 1. You just returned him to his hand? Oh, we didn't do the damn. You're right. We just returned. We didn't do the damage. We need to do 1 damage. Good catch. Yeah. We discarded and we did 1 damage. So we're at 6. Very important on this turn. Thank you. Okay, that means we're going to attack for 2. And to hopefully get a better card, I think we're short damage. You can now discard the top 0 boost card. I mean, that's our idea. We might win during the villain phase. But yeah, we're short on 1 Red Wing play. So I guess we do Ever Vigilant. We ready ourselves. We remove 2 threat. And we discard the top card of the deck because it's aerial. We reveal a 1 boost. We attack for 2. We're short 1 damage. We're short 1 damage. We're generally short 1 damage. I'll play a practice plan for no reason. We are short 1 damage. I'll attack for 1. Let me out. We'll pass. We draw a card. If we drew this card, Sonic Boom is our encounter card. It won't matter. We won't get to that. We do see the next card. It's a 1 boost. That's acceptable. If we survive this attack, we win. Because we have Retaliate 1. Unless there's a boost card that gives Claw toughness, which I don't think there is. And when we defeat Claw during the villain phase, oh boy, do we draw cards with Change of Fortune. There's a chance that the Gambit was better, but if Gambit pulls a 0 cost, like no matter what, if we play Gambit, the 0 is either stuck on the deck or stuck on Gambit. So Gambit was not the line there. I don't think, unless Gambit finds a 3, but it's so unlikely. And even then it's like kind of comparable. 1, 2, 3. We want it up and away. It's the only card that matters here. 4, 5. Okay, none of these cards matter. This goes up to 7. We're 1 away from failure. Claw attacks for 1, 2, 3, 4. Unknown card. We will exhaust. We will Battlefield Awareness. We get +2 boost. So we're blocking for 6. 1, 2, 3, 4. Boost, place 1 counter here. We take no damage. Unflappable draws a card. Hard to Ignore removes a threat. Electrostatic Armor defeats Klaw. Change of Fortune draws 2 card. Not even close. Send help. We got there. We finally got there. Viper attacks us for 2. We die, but now we block with an ally or something. Yeah, just 1 damage. How hard could 1 damage be? Okay, so I said earlier in this stream that genuinely Falcon might be one of the best heroes. He has problems, but his kit is so absurdly creative and super powerful. I think with the right deck building, you just need to, overcome some of those issues, especially on solo, because from behind is really difficult. I think we need a couple more events to be a bit more tempo positive. These under controls are really cute. They might be too cute. I think it depends on the scenario you're playing. Against this scenario, they're not bad, but the guard really makes it a lot worse. But so much is dependent on the practice plan ordering, drawing in the right way. And there's currently no cards that control the order of preparation versus your upgrade, besides the side scheme that maybe does it. This is the weird thing about Vibranium Microwave. It's like such an obviously good defense card, but if you're perfectly defending, it doesn't do anything. So paying 2 for 1 defense is like, okay. It is tech traded, so I guess you could get rid of it. But yeah. I don't know. Really, really interesting. I think there's definitely some easy changes you can make to this deck, but the amount of time that we spend just pushing ourselves moderately forward, I would say it's almost entirely dependent on what Red Wing finds. If this deck has mostly 2 and 3 boosts, Red Wing does like 6 damage, 5 damage a turn, as opposed to us where we're doing 3 damage a turn. Like, it's a massive difference, but hold on, we'll zoom in here. Like, look how bad the boost on this deck is. 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 3, 2. Like, there's only 2, 3 boosts in the whole deck. Oh, one's on the table, which like we probably should got rid of that. But like, yeah, so much of our damage is attached to this encounter deck, and unfortunately, Red Wing returning for 1 damage is 50% worse than 2, let alone 3. I'm in a wave full of powerful heroes with a ton of resources, and I'm over here struggling to pay for a bird card. Yeah. I wish there was a card that said whenever an ally, like if we have kickers for playing allies, the way that you have it like nowhere, which you can't really play in this deck, that's what I would need. Like, I wish I had benefits for every time I replayed Red Wing. Like, there's that aggression card that says whenever you play an attack event, like you get +1 attack or it gets counters to pop off. Like, if there was a benefit to replaying Red Wing inherent, I think that would be quite nice. Are only the 3 boosts the expert set? There's a couple Klaw cards. This Klaw card, I do think expert set does have 3 boosts on most of their cards. Klaw card, 3 boost. Yeah, I don't know. I guess there's some cards in the discard pile, but these are also low boosts. 2 boosts, 0 boost, 1 boost. Yeah, there's no 3 boosts in the bin. There's only 3 boosts in this entire encounter set, which, like, yeah, huge problem. I mean, they could have made an upgrade that turned all characters to aerials or birds. All characters to birds makes no sense. All characters to aerials kind of makes sense. It's also like frustrating, and this is a hindsight thing. This happens in all card games. The sort of cards that are not aerial that could have been aerial, like how is Mockingbird neither a bird or an aerial card? Very, very funny. But there's a whole bunch of cards that are depicted flying that aren't aerial, and I think it's maybe because Mockingbird glides. Children of the Atom, just bird on everything. Oh man, DECKLIST is posted below. It's 41 cards. I think we did play 40 this turn. We cut the Quinn Carrier, which I think was correct. Bird Realm, all allies are birds. It's the sorcery TCG stuff. It mattered a bit, but actually we're pretty good into blocking. I just think the idea of playing practice plan and playing draw their fire is the coolest thing you can do. And it actually makes us a playable card, which even in multiplayer, like defending against allies is not a thing you do in this game. And so having more ways, like if there's an upgrade that says you don't have to defend, you don't have to exhaust to defend against ally, use a charge counter off of it, something like that. Like, oh my God, I would love to play this sort of stuff. But defending against allies is like, or sorry, minions is such a niche thing in this game that it almost never comes up because generally the villain hits you harder. So unless the villain is stunned, you'll never even consider it. And so this is the cool deck that can do it. That's mostly it. I do want to say again, if you are the sort of person who looks at these sort of numbers, I redid a bunch of the stats. These are better stats. Link in the description. I did some of my stats wrong. I really liked that I was looking at some of the stats thinking like, that doesn't make sense. I haven't played that many Iron Man games. I have lost on, what's it called before? I've lost against Hela. And the stats we went over yesterday didn't show those numbers. And it turns out, yeah, there are issues. I think my total win rate now went down to 71%. Is that correct? I'd have to check if both pages are incongruous. But the issue was I checked through my stats the other day and there's a bunch of games that weren't listed as a win or a loss, but they were technically losses. And so it didn't count those as losses in my game stats. So my stats went down a bit. Good to know. I want accuracy. I don't want the best numbers. I'd play Stray Pigpen for 1 and do nothing. Wave 14? I don't know what that is. Cool. Thanks so much for hanging out. We'll be back next week. I'm not sure if it'll be in the morning or in the evening. Apologies for that. If you want to take a second to put a like on the stream, it really does help. This channel is growing just through the algorithm, and that helps. Comments help, all that sort of stuff. If you want to hit the subscribe notify button, you'll know when we go live. Unfortunately, there's a bit of variance to that. Maybe we'll have some video content this week. I think that'd be kind of nice if we do, but we might hold out till Civil War and then dump a bunch of video content over the holidays while we're not streaming. So maybe I'll save energy for that. Figure it out. Thanks so much for hanging out. Hopefully you're having a good Sunday. We'll be back Thursday for some Netrunner on the Metroball Grid. If you want to dive into that game, it's a great game, super accessible. And next week won't be Civil War. It'll be the week after. GG's, I shared the stream earlier. Oh, thank you. That's very kind, Matt. That's mostly it. Take care of yourselves. We'll be back in the next one. I need to rest my voice. Oh man, talking straight for 4 hours. Thank you for streaming. Enjoy the rest of your weekend, Ren. Thanks for dropping by. Cheers.